Chapter 56, Konoha's Sword Saint 56. Shinko was still checking on Sakumo's injuries when he suddenly heard a noise. He turned around and nearly lost his soul from the shock. White Wolf's sharp claws had slammed into Hoshiyomi's chest. On Hoshiyomi's face was a clear expression of disbelief. Shinko's eyes widened like bronze bells. Was this some kind of joke? Hoshiyomi, the one he had always thought of as unbeatable, had actually been hit. Defeated by that white wolf. Sakumo had just taken a hit from that tail and broke 2 ribs from it. Hoshiyomi, though, he got pierced straight through the chest by those claws. With an injury like that, could he still survive? Shinko's mind was a mess. He instinctively reached for his signal flare. He had to notify Torifu-sensei as soon as possible. Otherwise, it wasn't just Hoshiyomi who would die, he and Sakumo wouldn't make it out either. While Shinko was fumbling with the flare, White Wolf was already celebrating its victory. Looking at Hoshiyomi, still hanging from its claws, White Wolf's eyes flashed with satisfaction. It had won this fight. It was the hunter. Hoshiyomi and the others were nothing more than prey. Unlike before, this time it wasn't a substitution. White Wolf was sure it had hit the real body. That meant this human was dead for sure. But things didn't go the way White Wolf expected. Puff! With a soft sound, the Hoshiyomi that had been in pain, hanging from its claws, suddenly turned into smoke and disappeared. How could that be? White Wolf froze. This made no sense. The substitution technique from before, fine, it could understand that. But this time, it had clearly hit real flesh. So how? Right at that moment, the signal flare shot up from Shinko's hand, piercing the quiet night sky with a sharp whistling sound. Far away, Torifu was sitting under the stars, happily chewing on beef jerky. When he saw the bright light of the signal flare in the distance, his heart sank for no reason. The beef jerky in his hand fell to the ground. But for someone who treated food like his life, Torifu didn't even look at the jerky this time. He suddenly jumped up from the ground, expression serious, and rushed toward the direction of the flare. Even with his round body, Torifu moved with a speed completely unfitting of his build, disappearing into the forest like a shadow. At the same time the flare went up, 2 silver arcs of light slashed through the smoke in front of White Wolf. The 2 silver-white blades formed a large X shape like judgment from the moon goddess, cutting straight into White Wolf's waist. This attack was one of Hoshiyomi's original jutsu, Silver Moon Cross Slash. The situation changed so fast that no one had time to react. Shinko still hadn't even released the ring on his signal flare when he saw that familiar silver blade cut right through White Wolf's huge body. White Wolf had just realized something was off, but before it could even get into a defensive stance, it felt a sudden chill at its waist followed by a piercing pain. It let out a miserable howl and collapsed to the ground, unable to even get up. It turned its head with difficulty, only to see that same human who had just been hanging on its claw, now standing under the moonlight, slowly sheathing his sword. As Hoshiyomi let go, the Mikazuki Munchika slid slowly back into the sheath at his waist. Side note, kind of like Sasuke's smooth sheath technique. Say what you want, but it really looks cool. There's an old saying about wolves: iron skin, copper bones, tofu waist. It's said that a wolf's waist is made of a single fragile bone. Get hit there, and it's done. That's exactly why Hoshiyomi chose to strike the waist. The result didn't let him down. Even though White Wolf had taken hits to its legs and claws earlier, it was still fighting strong. But once its waist got hit, it collapsed completely, totally losing the ability to fight. Of course, Hoshiyomi knew that bleeding would give away his position. But he had no intention of hiding. That first substitution was just a lure to confuse White Wolf and buy time. His plan was simple: first, use substitution jutsu to escape into the bushes, then activate transparent escape technique and shadow clone jutsu. The clone ran out under the moonlight and let itself get killed on purpose, creating smoke to block vision. Meanwhile, the real Hoshiyomi used that moment to strike with Silver Moon Cross Slash and finish it. This kind of basic tactic might not work against a careful shinobi, but White Wolf wasn't human. No matter how clever it was, it had its limits. In the end, it had underestimated human intelligence. It had underestimated the power of ninjutsu. Just one substitution and one shadow clone, and that was the end of its story. "You're okay? Thank goodness." Shinko's voice came at that moment. "You scared me to death. I really thought that wolf got you." Hoshiyomi smiled and patted Shinko's shoulder, letting him know he was fine. Then he asked, "How's Sakumo doing?" Shinko shook his head. "Not good. 2 broken ribs, and he's still unconscious. I don't know how to treat that. I'm afraid to mess it up. Let's finish off the wolf and go meet up with Torifu-sensei. He definitely knows what to do." Hoshiyomi frowned slightly when he heard how bad Sakumo's condition was. If that's the case, then there's no time to waste. He picked up his kunao and walked toward the white wolf. The wolf seemed to know this was the end. It was ready. Lying on the ground, it looked up at Hoshiyomi and let out a low cry. The meaning was clear: "I've lost. Finish it quickly." Blood was pouring from the wound at its waist, along with the other injuries it had taken earlier. It couldn't even lift a paw anymore. It had lost all ability to fight back. Seeing the almost human-like expression on the wolf's face, Hoshiyomi felt a bit complicated inside, but he didn't feel sorry for it. From the moment this wolf started attacking humans, its fate had already been sealed. Hoshiyomi raised his kunao, ready to end it. But just then, the wolf let out another cry. His hand paused. He instinctively looked down and saw that the white wolf was crying. Its eyes, which had been closed, were now open again, and tears the size of beans were falling non-stop. It called out twice toward a certain direction in the distance, then cried at Hoshiyomi again. This time, the tone was different, not despair, but pleading. "Is it asking me to do something?" Hoshiyomi thought, and subconsciously looked in the direction the wolf had just faced. White Wolf, seeing Hoshiyomi notice its movement, nodded firmly. After that final cry, it closed its eyes for good. Hoshiyomi looked at the wolf, then looked in that direction. He said softly, not knowing if the wolf could hear. "If you're asking me to help, then I'll take care of it. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 57, Konoha's Sword Saint 57. After putting an end to the white wolf, Hoshiyomi dropped to the ground, completely exhausted. This battle had drained him more than he expected. Between the shadow clone and 3 uses of moonlight slash, most of his chakra was already spent. Add to that the intense pursuit and fight, he was completely worn out. He grabbed the roasted meat they had used earlier to lure the wolf and stuffed a couple of bites into his mouth. It was cold, but still better than those dry, rough ration pills. Just as he chewed down a few mouthfuls, Akimichi Torifu appeared before them, asking with concern, "What's the situation? Everyone okay?" When he saw the white wolf's corpse, Torifu finally relaxed. Things hadn't turned out as bad as he feared. After listening to the reports from all 3 of them, he let out a long sigh of relief. It had been dangerous but no real harm done. Otherwise, he would have blamed himself for life. Shinko was unharmed. Hoshiyomi had a small wound on his hand and chakra depletion. The most injured one was Sakumo, 2 broken ribs and some nasty bruises. He looked a bit miserable. Torifu, being a very well-rounded ninja, helped set Sakumo's ribs and used basic healing ninjutsu to treat both Sakumo and Hoshiyomi's minor wounds. Looking at the cut on his palm that had now completely healed, Hoshiyomi thought that maybe he should learn some basic medical ninjutsu too. He wasn't on a team with Tsunade, after all, knowing a few emergency techniques could come in handy. Torifu looked up at the night sky and said, "The mission's done, and dawn's almost here. Let's head back to Land of Rice Fields and rest for a while. We'll report to the daime by noon tomorrow. But Hoshiyomi shook his head. He explained to Torifo what the white wolf had done just before dying. After hearing it, Torifo rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "Since you agreed to its request, let's go have a look. Who knows? Might be something good waiting for you." With that, Torifo picked up Sakumo and gestured for Hoshiyomi and Shinko to lead the way. They followed the direction the white wolf had indicated. After walking a few hundred meters, they came across a cave entrance hidden beneath tall grass. The three of them exchanged glances. This had to be the place. Hoshiyomi took a deep breath, pushed the grass aside, and entered the cave. The moment they stepped inside, an unpleasant smell hit them. Torifo sniffed and said, "That's wolf dung. This was definitely its den." The others nodded and moved deeper in. After just a few steps, they heard soft yipping noises like the whimpering of a newborn pup. As soon as they heard the sound, they understood what the white wolf's final request had meant. It was asking Hoshiyomi to look after its cub. The cave wasn't deep, maybe 10 meters or so. At the very end was a small nest made of soft straw. Inside it was a single wolf pup, eyes barely open, letting out faint yelps. Unlike the white wolf's fierce and proud appearance, this little one was barely the size of a hand. Its fur was a soft milky white, and its tiny pink nose made it look incredibly cute. It clearly realized these weren't its parents and was trying to act tough, letting out its little growls in a show of defiance. Hoshiyomi had always liked small animals. Seeing the pup, he couldn't help but feel moved. He took out the leftover roasted meat, tore it into strips, and placed them in front of the pup. The little wolf caught the scent and forgot about growling, started devouring the meat without hesitation. Its messy but adorable eating made all three of them laugh. Torifo looked at the pup in disbelief. He suddenly reached out, grabbed it by the scruff of the neck, and lifted it up. It seemed to be instinct. Once the pup was picked up like that, it went limp, its little body relaxing entirely as its head drooped, surrendering itself without resistance. Torifo held it up in front of his face and examined it carefully. Then he smiled and said to Hoshiyomi, "Looks like I was right. This really is something valuable." He handed the pup into Hoshiyomi's arms. The cub, sensing it was the same person who had fed it earlier, rubbed against Hoshiyomi and let out 2 small yips. It seemed to be asking, "Got any more?" Hoshiyomi patted its tiny head and pulled out another piece of meat, tore it into bits, and fed it as he turned to Torifo and said, "Sensei, are you saying?" "That's right. This little guy has amazing potential. The fact that it's already refined chakra at such a young age proves it. My own summoning beast didn't manage to refine chakra until 8 or 9 years of careful training." As he said that, Torifo performed a summoning jutsu. With a puff, a large porcupine appeared. The porcupine snorted twice, then started rubbing against Torifo's leg, clearly begging for food. Torifo immediately looked panicked and backed away, shouting, "Don't come near me." With all those sharp spines on its back, it wasn't hard to see why Torifo didn't want physical affection from it. After a brief mess of chaos, Torifo dismissed the porcupine and scratched his head. "That's why I don't really like showing off my summon. But this little one, you should definitely train it. First, to honor your promise with the white wolf. Second, just to see how far it can go. The Gekkō clan in the village specializes in raising ninkin. They've got sharp eyes when it comes to evaluating ninja beasts. Once we get back, take the pup to them and see what they think of its potential. If even they say this pup is gifted, I suggest you form a summoning contract with it right away. It could grow into one of your key allies someday." Maybe worried Hoshiyomi wouldn't take it seriously, Torifo added, "Don't underestimate it just because the white wolf looked small. I checked its bones earlier, turns out that wolf had only lived a little over 20 years. For ninja beasts, that's still young. Species with short lifespans usually live around the same as humans, but if you gave that white wolf another 10 years to reach its peak, there's no way you three could have beaten it. Talented summoning beasts like this are extremely rare. If you miss this chance, you might never find another one like it. After hearing all that, Hoshiyomi was deeply moved. He hadn't thought much about summoning beasts before. He'd even considered asking Jiraiya for help one day, maybe signing with Mount Maiboku or something like that. But now that he thought about it, riding a giant toad with Jiraiya? Cool, sure. But wouldn't riding a giant wolf look way more badass? Just thinking about the white wolf's majestic figure yet, easily outshines slugs, snakes, or toads by a mile. After all, power can be temporary. But looking cool? That lasts a lifetime. Gekkō Hoshiyomi, proud follower of aesthetic supremacy for 20 years. Chapter 58, Konoha's Sword Saint 58. The wolf pup had just been born not long ago, still unaware of the world, when Hoshiyomi carried it out of the small den. Getting along with the pup was surprisingly easy. Hoshiyomi's roasted meat had completely won over the little glutton. In just a few days, the two had already formed a close bond. Hoshiyomi gave him a name Lobo, after the Wolf King from Seaton's Animal Chronicles, hoping he would one day grow into a powerful beast that could shake the shinobi world. In just a few days, Lobo already remembered his name. Whenever Hoshiyomi called out to him, the pup would bark twice and run over, rubbing up against Hoshiyomi's leg in anticipation of grilled meat. Seeing that, Hoshiyomi couldn't help but wonder if this guy was going to grow up into a majestic wolf king, or turn into something more like a lazy house pet. Team Torifu stayed in the land of rice fields for a few more days. Partly to care for Lobo, but also to give the daimyo solid proof that the monster had truly been eliminated. Torifu, meanwhile, was having a great time. Having solved the mystery that plagued the region, he was treated like a national hero by the daimyo, who insisted on having personal chefs cook for him every day. In just a few days, Torifu's figure had grown noticeably rounder. While Hoshiyomi and his team were still staying in the land of rice fields, something major happened back in Konoha. A peace delegation from the Hidden Cloud village arrived. The news sparked celebration among Konoha's citizens. The arrival of the peace delegation basically meant the war was over. Shinobi on the front lines could finally return home to their families. But while the people were happy, Konoha's leadership wore troubled expressions for one simple reason: Kumagakure didn't plan on backing down easily. Yes, they had proposed the ceasefire, but that didn't mean they were admitting defeat. Nor did it mean they were too weak to keep fighting. In fact, after Kinkaku and Ginkaku dragged the second Hokage down with them, things settled down in Cloud much more smoothly than in Konoha. The rebel factions in Cloud were quickly crushed by the Third Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, who restored order through brute force. Compared to Konoha's internal politics, Cloud had already united behind one strong will. They chose peace partly because the new Raikage needed to stabilize public opinion, and also because Iwagakure had started acting suspicious. The fear of getting stabbed in the back by IWA was the real reason they called for peace talks, but of course, they weren't about to admit that. As a result, the negotiation team that arrived in Konoha had an air of arrogance that could rival the Uchiha. They looked down on everyone like they had something stuck in their nose. Their attitude during the talks was equally tough. And since Konoha had no intention of being taken advantage of either, the negotiations quickly turned into a drawn-out standoff. To break it down simply, the negotiation looked something like this. Konoha, you surrendered first. Why should we be the ones to suffer losses? You wish. Cloud, we're not afraid of dying. You don't like it? Then fight. Konoha, you think you can beat us? We've got numbers. Cloud, we've got the 2 tails and the 8 tails. Bring it. Konoha, we've got the 9 tails. Let's see who blinks. Cloud, if your Jinchuriki dies, what will your village do? Konoha, if your 2 Jinchuriki die, Iwagakure will wipe you out. Cloud. Konoha. Cloud, ahaha. It's been a while. Konoha's still as funny as ever. Konoha, and Cloud is still as charming as always. Remember how you backed Hashirama-sama at the first 5-Cage summit? Cloud, and we're still thankful he shared the tailed beasts with us. Konoha, so then, how about? Cloud, let's not go there. Konoha, then what do we do? Cloud, then what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Because, in the end, humans are just glorified broken record players. The negotiation dragged on. Both sides kept going back and forth shouting, threatening war, then quietly backing off again. At the core of it all, neither side had shown their true strength yet. Both thought they could squeeze more out of the other. That was until someone no one knows who or which side they were from suddenly said. This endless back and forth is pointless. We can't see each other's cards, so how about we let the next generation decide the outcome? No one knew what the speaker's true intention was, or who they represented. But somehow, both sides agreed to the proposal. In the end, war is always about giving the younger generation access to more resources and strength. So why not just let them fight for it directly? It would also give both sides a sense of the other's future strength and reduce the chance of another war breaking out anytime soon. If one side saw that the other's up-and-coming ninja were stronger, they wouldn't be so foolish as to provoke a fight. And the stronger side, bound by the ceasefire, couldn't launch a war either. Once this direction was settled, negotiations suddenly sped up. What had taken weeks of back and forth was settled in just 3 days. 1 year from now, Konoha and Cloud would jointly host a Chunin exams, inviting smaller surrounding nations to participate as well. The exam would be limited to genin under the age of 16. The side whose genin perform worse will be recognized as the losing side of the war and must provide reparations. Hoshiyomi and his team had just returned to Konoha after days on the road. They hadn't even had time to change clothes when they heard the news. At first, it didn't seem like a big deal. But right after turning in their mission report, they were summoned to the Hokage's office by the ANBU. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen, Danz, Homura, Koharu, and even Mito Uzumaki were all gathered around Tsunade's team, giving them a serious talk. When Hoshiyomi's team entered, they were immediately pulled into the conversation. Just like that, Hoshiyomi, Tsunade, and 4 other genin found themselves surrounded by 6 of Konoha's top leaders, being briefed on the first major mission of their shinobi careers. Starting now, all your regular missions are cancelled. Your sole focus for the next year will be preparing for the Chunin exams. Don't underestimate this exam, it's no ordinary promotion test. This is the continuation of the war between Konoha and Kyumegakuer. The results of the Chunin exams will determine which of our villages is considered the victor. We cannot afford to lose. The 6 of you are currently the most talented genin in the village. You are Konoha's best hope. Your mission is to train, grow, and win. Beat those cloud brats. This mission's classification is S rank. Chapter 59, Konoha's Sword Saint 59. The speech from Hiruzen and the others had Jiraiya and the rest burning with excitement. After all, they'd grown up under the ideals of the will of fire, taught from an early age that the village's strength came first. So when they were told their performance in the Chunin exams would directly impact Konoha's future, each of them was practically ready to tear out their hearts for the village on the spot. They wanted nothing more than to charge into the exams right now and shed blood for the honor of the leaf. Hoshiyomi was fired up too, but for a different reason. He wasn't particularly moved by lofty talk about village pride. He simply understood one thing: now that this S-rank mission was official, they would receive resources far beyond anything they'd ever had before. S-rank mission? No, this was practically a direct line to free benefits. Even without this new arrangement, Hoshiyomi and the others would have gone all out for the Chunin exams anyway. They only came around once every 3 years. Tsunade and the others were too proud to stay genin that long. With their natural talent, they already had strength on par with Chunin. And now, they were being granted a full year of elite training and Konoha's full support. In a word, take off. Don't underestimate what a year's worth of concentrated resources from the Hidden Leaf Village meant. This was the strongest shinobi village in the world, backing them with everything short of classified techniques. If before, Hiruzen had been sneaking them a few jutsu on the side to give them a small advantage. Now, it meant they could freely enter the village's jutsu archive, minus the sealed scroll section, and no one could say a word against it. Frankly, if they went to ask one of the clans for a secret technique now, as long as they could actually learn it, the higher UPS would probably hand it over without hesitation. And it didn't stop their tools, equipment, facilities, all of it would be prioritized for them. According to Mito and the others, they were even arranging a private training ground specifically for Hoshiyomi's group to use during their closed-door training year. For Hoshiyomi, jutsu and tools didn't matter nearly as much as getting past the wall he'd hit in swordsmanship. He was stuck just shy of the next tier and he needed a breakthrough. Lately, even training like crazy for a whole month only netted him a measly 3 to 5 points of experience. Back when he graduated, he already had over 40 points. And now? After all this time, he'd just reached 65/100. Technically, it had been 63. He only reached 65 thanks to the White Wolf, which earned him 2 EXP for the kill. That just reinforced his understanding of how his system worked. It rewarded battles against strong opponents. But most missions rarely involved enemies like that. And when you did meet a strong opponent, most of the time, it was a matter of survival, not gaining XP. So where could he find someone strong enough to give him experience, but not so strong they'd kill him? This mission. To help them improve fast, the village would definitely assign elite Chunin and Jonin as sparring partners to sharpen their skills. That was the perfect chance. White Wolf had been somewhere between elite Chunin and low Jonin. And defeating it gave him 2 EXP. If he could keep fighting people at that level 2 points at a time, it might take less than 2 weeks to break through. And if he trained like that for a whole year? Forget mid-level. I'll break into advanced swordsmanship for sure. Just thinking about it made him feel giddy. After all, even now, with just beginner-level Kenjutsu, he could go head-to-head with a Takebutsu Jonin. If he could reach mid-level, he might already be at Jonin-level combat ability. It's worth explaining how Hoshiyomi's Swordheart System mapped to standard shinobi rankings. Beginner-level swordsmanship Takebutsu Jonin. Intermediate-level Jonin. Advanced-level elite Jonin. Master-level Cage. Grandmaster-level Super Cage. Super Cage meaning people stronger than standard Cage, like the full 6 paths of pain, Obito or Noki at his peak. Still weaker than Hashirama or Madara. Beyond that was the final tier. Sword Saint, the pinnacle of the Swordheart System. Equivalent to 6 paths tier power. According to Hoshiyomi's theory, reaching that level would allow him to face even 6 paths Madara without being at a disadvantage. Whether he'd ever get there in this lifetime, was another story. At his current pace, it still felt far off. But Hoshiyomi wasn't aiming that high yet. If he could become a Cage tier shinobi like Tsunade someday, he'd already be satisfied. Once you hit Cage level strength, surviving to the end of the 4th Great Ninja War was basically guaranteed. Sure, the war was intense, but not many Cage actually died. If he could just hang on until Naruto and Sasuke's hacks kicked in, he'd coast through the rest. After receiving the mission, Hoshiyomi and the others left the Hokage's office. According to Hiruzen, their training hadn't started yet. In fact, he told them they were on vacation. They had 7 days of free time to relax before their year-long training regimen would officially begin. Tsunade and the others, while excited, couldn't help feeling a little intimidated by the idea of brutal training. So they immediately made plans to enjoy themselves for a couple of days first. Sure enough, the moment they left the Hokage building, Tsunade shouted that she wanted to go back to that fried chicken shop they visited last time. Born into a noble clan, Tsunade had grown tired of elegant pastries and sweets. Instead, she'd developed a huge love for commoner food like ramen and fried chicken. Fried chicken was her favorite. The first time she snuck out from her bodyguards and joined Hoshiyomi and the others for a meal, that's what she ate. From that moment on, she was hooked. The rest of them had no choice but to go along. Tsunade was the princess, after all. As they neared the chicken shop, Lobo started getting restless in Hoshiyomi's arms. He wriggled and sniffed frantically, yipping non-stop. Hoshiyomi could only sigh in exasperation. "Your dad was this majestic beast and you turned out like this?" Lobo's excitement caught Tsunade's attention. She'd already noticed him earlier in the Hokage's office, tucked in Hoshiyomi's arms. But back then, Lobo had been trembling under the pressure of people like Hiruzen and Dans. He didn't even dare show his face, let alone move around. Tsunade never got a good look. She wasn't about to act too playful in front of Konoha's big hots, either. So she'd waited until now to finally get a closer look. When she saw Lobo's fluffy little face, she couldn't resist. She activated her secret technique, pat the puppy and leaned in with sparkling eyes. As she rubbed Robo's head, she asked curiously, "Where'd you find such a cute little dog?" "I wanted to get a puppy too, but Grandma Mito wouldn't let me." Robo, despite being small, had clearly inherited his father's sharp instincts. The moment he heard Tsunade call him a dog, he got offended. He raised his head and bared his tiny teeth, pretending to bite her hand. Tsunade yelped and pulled back in a panic. Lobo proudly lifted his head and let out 2 yips, trying very hard to display a wolf's dignity that his size clearly couldn't support. Hoshiyomi scratched his ears and looked at Tsunade with an apologetic smile. "Bet you didn't expect this, he's a wolf." Chapter 60, Konoha's Sword Saint 60. Inside the fried chicken shop, Hoshiyomi was casually munching on his food, occasionally tossing a couple bones over to Lobo. The little wolf wasn't picky at all, bones were fine by him. He happily gnawed away beside the table, tail wagging. Today, Tsunade had chosen to sit next to Hoshiyomi. Of course, it was all for Lobo's sake. Jiraiya, watching from across the table, was visibly salty, not because he had feelings for Tsunade, but because he was jealous of how effective this cute animal tactic was. He couldn't believe he hadn't thought of it himself. Watching Tsunade stare at Lobo with sparkles in her eyes, Jiraiya felt like he'd just witnessed a divine technique for flirting. Even a rough and tumble girl like Tsunade was completely disarmed. Clearly, this strategy had some serious damage potential. He decided then and there he needed to get himself a summoning beast just as cute as Lobo. In the original timeline, Jiraiya might have already been harboring a crush on Tsunade by now. But thanks to Hoshiyomi's interference, this Jiraiya hadn't developed any such feelings. Instead of the infatuated perv he was supposed to become, this Jiraiya had turned into a full-blown wild child. Without Tsunade constantly reining him in, and with the third Hokage as a bad influence, he had grown even more unfiltered. He was only 8, but already driving the perv mobile like a veteran. In the past, Tsunade would beat the crap out of him for being too blatant, but after getting smacked around a few times, he'd learned. Now, he kept it subtle. Everything he said was laced with innuendo, just cryptic enough to fly under the radar. Every time he started talking nonsense, Tsunade would tilt her head and innocently ask what they were laughing about, completely oblivious. At this rate, the Hidden Leaf's adult entertainment industry was probably going to reach new heights. Ahem, back to the table. Seeing Lobo staring longingly at Hoshiyomi but only getting bones in return, Tsunade felt a rare flash of righteous indignation. She tossed 2 pieces of fried chicken over to Lobo, then smacked Hoshiyomi hard on the arm, hard enough to make him wince. "He's your ninja companion. Why are you being so stingy? All bones and no meat." Rubbing his arm, Hoshiyomi tried to defend himself. "It's good for his teeth. Besides, I ordered extra today just for him. Whatever we don't finish, he gets. Right, Lobo. Hearing his name, Lobo let out 2 cheerful yips without even pausing his chewing. See? He agrees. Tsunade rolled her eyes, then gave him another slap. Look at yourself. Honestly. And why'd you name him Lobo anyway? That sounds awful. Like Radish. Hoshiyomi didn't feel like explaining the reference to Wolf King Lobo, so he just said. It sounds kind of like radish, sure. But it's simple and easy to remember. Tsunade frowned. You can't just slap on a name like that. What if one day you have a kid? Are you gonna name him Potato or Apple or something? Hoshiyomi replied immediately. If you don't like my naming sense, how about you name my kid for me someday? Tsunade's cheeks flushed red in an instant. Beneath the table, she kicked him hard in the shin. Pervert. Hoshiyomi winced in pain, but still grinned through it. Kman. As if you'd come up with anything better. Thud another, even harder kick. Across the table, Sakumo and Orochimaru quietly ate their chicken, pretending not to see or hear a thing. Jiraiya gave Hoshiyomi a secret thumbs up. Flirting with someone as violent as Tsunade? That took guts. Respect. After dinner, everyone went their separate ways. Hoshiyomi had already made arrangements with Torifu-sensei to visit the Inuzuka clan for a talent evaluation on Lobo. He briefly considered inviting Tsunade along, but she didn't even spare him a glance, just turned and walked away, showing him the back of her head. Snubbed? Sure. But Hoshiyomi didn't care. He picked up the round-bellied Lobo and muttered. You ate that much and you still don't want to take a walk? Don't blame me if you get fat. By the time Hoshiyomi and Lobo arrived at the Inuzuka compound, Torifu had just gotten there too. The two greeted each other and headed in together. As expected, the moment Lobo crossed into the clan's territory, a chorus of barking exploded around them. Inuzuka ninja hounds, known for their territorial instincts, were clearly unhappy about this unknown canine intruder. Dozens of smaller ninkin immediately began growling and snarling at Lobo, trying to drive him off. But Lobo wasn't fazed. He might act silly and playful around Hoshiyomi's friends, but in front of these ninja dogs, he carried himself like a true heir to the Wolf King. Head held high, Lobo walked proudly past the growling ninkin, step by fearless step. When a few particularly noisy pups tried to intimidate him, he let out a sharp, wolfish howl that sent them scampering. And then, with almost smug satisfaction, he shot them a human-like look of disdain. The commotion drew a crowd. Several Inuzuka clan members gathered to check out the little white wolf. Many couldn't help but click their tongues in admiration. Torifu called out to a teenage boy in the crowd. Tetsu, is your father home? The boy Inuzuka Tetsu, son of the clan head, recognized Torifu and grinned. Yeah, my dad doesn't have a mission today. He's home. Come with me. Tetsu led them further inside while barking commands to quiet the more aggressive hounds. The ninja dogs obeyed instantly, silencing their growls with a few reluctant grunts. Seeing them settle down, Lobo got even bolder. He lifted his head even higher, then turned dramatically toward the sun and let out a loud, high-pitched howl. And as if that weren't enough, he turned around and gave the nearest ninja dog a proud little tail-wagging strut. Hoshiyomi sighed and scooped him up before he could take things too far. You keep this up, and someone's gonna beat the arrogance out of you. They followed Tetsu past several kennels before stopping in front of a middle-aged man, the Inuzuka clan head, Inuzuka Ko. After a few polite greetings, Torifu got to the point. This is my student, Gekkō Hoshiyomi. He came across a rather unusual wolf on a mission. We were hoping you could evaluate the little guy's potential. At that, Hoshiyomi handed Lobo over. Ko took the pup and examined him thoroughly head to tail, not skipping a single detail. Even Lobo's more sensitive spots didn't escape the inspection, prompting a few embarrassed whimpers from the little guy. Finally, after what felt like a full vet exam, Ko reluctantly handed Lobo back. Hoshiyomi opened his mouth to ask about the results, but Ko spoke first. Hoshiyomi, right? I have a bit of a shameless request. When this wolf matures, would you be willing to let him breed with one of the Gekkō clan's ninja dogs? I promise I'll pick only our most elite bitch for him. His bloodline deserves nothing less. Hoshiyomi stared, expression frozen. What? P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 61, Konoha's Sword Saint 61. When Hoshiyomi gave him that dumbfounded look, Inuzuka Ko finally realized how his words might have sounded and quickly explained. What I meant is, your ninja wolf has outstanding potential. So I was hoping that someday once he's older you'd consider letting him mate with one of our Gekkō clan's ninja dogs. A union like that could produce some incredible offspring. We're a clan that relies on our ninja dogs to fight. If we can improve their bloodlines, our overall strength goes up too. Don't worry, I'm not asking for a free ride. If pups are born from it, I'll personally pick the most gifted one and gift it to you. It could even become a legacy companion for your Gekkō clan. Hoshiyomi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, helplessly chuckling. His name's Lobo, actually. As for that, let's wait until he's older and let him decide. If he's fine with it, then I don't mind. But really I'm more curious, is Lobo's talent that special? If Inuzuka Ko hadn't become a shinobi, he could have easily been an expert in animal biology. He grew visibly excited at the question, scooped Lobo back up, and began explaining in detail while physically examining the pup again. It's not a question of being special, he's exceptional. Just look at this glossy coat, the teeth, the paws, the skeletal development. I'm telling you, not a single pup in the entire Inuzuka clan comes close to this kind of physical growth at his age. Ko practically treated Lobo like a lab specimen, prying open his jaws, feeling his joints, tapping bones, and completely overwhelmed the little guy. The moment Ko's grip loosened, Lobo shot out of his arms like a white blur and buried himself in Hoshiyomi's arms, shoving his face deep under Hoshiyomi's elbow and refusing to look at Ko again. Ko clicked his tongue in disappointment, hands still hovering mid-air, then casually picked up one of his own ninja dogs to pet instead. While rubbing its ears, he grumbled. Now this one, I used to think was promising too, but compared to Lobo? Maybe only the teeth are on par. Everything else falls short. If that ninja dog could talk, the first thing it would probably say is, I may not be human, but you, sir, are truly a dog. Ko sighed and glanced at the white head still buried in Hoshiyomi's arm before continuing. But honestly, Lobo's physical traits aren't even the scariest part. What's really terrifying is his intelligence and chakra potential. For most ninja beasts, it's rare to have both high intelligence and strong chakra affinity. Usually it's one or the other. The smart ones can only support from the sidelines. The ones with raw chakra tend to be, kind of dumb. Take my own companion, J-Maru. Not bad at ninjutsu, but dense as a rock. Teaching him our clan's techniques nearly drove me insane. But Lobo? He's already capable of crude chakra control and he's got a sharp mind. A ninja beast with both of those traits? That's 1 in 10,000. Beasts like him often grow into top-tier summons. They'll find some remote place to settle, breed, and form powerful clans of their own. The third Hokage's summoning beast, the Monkey King Inma, is exactly that kind of existence. And from what I've seen, Lobo has the potential to reach that level someday. Hearing the name Inma, Hoshiyomi's eyes lit up. From what he remembered in the original story, Inma was one of the strongest non-sacred realm summons in the entire ninja world. If Lobo could grow to that level, then Hoshiyomi really had stumbled onto a gold mine. Rubbing the little wolf's head, Hoshiyomi asked excitedly. Then, can Lobo learn to talk like Inma? Ko smiled. Based on his intelligence? Yeah, probably if he's trained for it. But in our Gekkō clan, we don't train our beasts to speak human language. We understand them just fine, and keeping them silent gives us a tactical advantage. So I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to help with that part. Hoshiyomi nodded, then asked one more thing. I've got one last question, Uncle Ko, can a ninja beast's chakra affinity be tested with chakra paper, like a human's? Of course. That's exactly what chakra paper is for. It works just as well on ninja beasts as it does on people. Now that you mention it, I am curious about Lobo's chakra nature. Tetsu. Go grab a piece of chakra paper. Inyazuka Tetsu returned quickly with the test paper in hand. Oh right, Hoshiyomi had done his own chakra test before. His affinities were wind, fire, and lightning. But since he wasn't especially interested in ninjutsu, he only practiced basic techniques for everyday convenience. He didn't think he'd have time to use ninjutsu in real combat, might as well swing a sword twice instead. Hoshiyomi set Lobo down and waved the chakra paper in front of him. Put your paw on this, and inject chakra into it. Got it. To demonstrate, Hoshiyomi let his own chakra pulse through his fingers, causing the paper to react slightly. Then he placed it under Lobo's paw. Lobo, smart as ever, got it immediately. He pressed his little paw down and began channeling chakra. Everyone in the room leaned in to watch. The chakra paper began to change. First, it split down the middle. Then one half became damp, while the other suddenly burst into flames. Lobo's chakra nature was revealed: wind, water, and fire. 3 natures. Even Tetsu, who'd just been spectating, looked stunned. His expression was almost existential. Is this what they mean when people say they're not even as good as a dog? No, a wolf. He only had 2 chakra natures. And here was a tiny wolf pup, barely even grown, already displaying 3. Man versus wolf? Not even a fair fight. After the test, Hoshiyomi and Torifu chatted a bit more with Ko before taking their leave. Before they left, Ko gifted Hoshiyomi something special to help strengthen their relationship: a copy of the Gekkō clan's beast rearing manual. With that in hand, Lobo's future development was practically guaranteed. When they got home, Lobo was so full from chicken he could barely move. But that didn't stop Hoshiyomi's mom from doting on him. She immediately started fussing over his fur, scratched his chin, and even prepped him a warm meal. When she heard about Lobo's talent, she lit up. Well, that just means you'll be even safer from now on. We absolutely have to raise him properly. The meat we have at home won't cut it. I'll go buy more. This little one's gotta grow up strong. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 62, Konoha's Sword Saint 62. Good times never last long. The 7-day break granted to Tsunade and the others passed in a flash. Starting today, they were officially entering a full year of closed training. The 6 of them met for breakfast, then headed together to the Hokage residence. After a quick briefing with Sarutobi Hiruzen, they were handed off to meet Okado Homura and Akimichi Torifu. The group traveled silently, following the 2 elders down winding paths that took them far from the main roads of the Hidden Leaf. Eventually, they arrived at a place designated as their exclusive training field. Strangely, Hoshiyomi felt a chill of unease creeping up his spine along the way. It had something to do with the sly, knowing smirks on Homura and Torifu's faces. And sure enough, when they arrived at the so-called exclusive training site, he finally understood where that dread had come from. Before them stood a vast forest enclosed by barbed wire fencing. As Hoshiyomi gazed into the dense greenery, he felt a strange sense of déjà vu but couldn't quite place it at first. Then a roar echoed from deep inside the woods, loud enough to jolt Lobo awake, and suddenly, everything clicked. This place, wasn't it the same area used for the second stage of the Chunin exams in the original story? The infamous Forest of Death Training Ground 44. At that moment, Homura's voice rang out. This will be your training ground for the next year. The village recently designated it as Training Ground 44. Before it became official, this place was better known by a more colorful name, the Forest of Death. With the roars still echoing faintly from within, the color drained from everyone's faces. As brilliant as they were, these kids were still just kids. The oldest among them, Shinku, was only 11. The idea of living in this nightmare forest for an entire year? Yet, no one looked happy. Jiraiya forced a grin that was uglier than crying and joked weakly. So we're just here for a few days, right? To practice survival skills or something, and then we move to a different location. Homura glanced at him, clearly enjoying himself, and replied with a sadistic smile. Sorry to disappoint. You'll be living in this forest for the entire year. Unless there's an emergency, each of you will only be allowed to leave once every 2 months, and only for 1 day. Tsunade looked like she was on the verge of tears. Wait, does that mean I only get to bathe once every 2 months? Homura answered calmly. Of course not. We care about hygiene. Tsunade's face visibly relaxed until Homura added. There's a river in the forest. You can bathe in that. Crack. Tsunade, unable to contain her fury, punched the nearest tree. With her natural monstrous strength, the trunk about the width of a bowl snapped in half instantly. Everyone, including Hoshiyomi, swallowed hard. Pointing at her own face, Tsunade glared at Homura, on the verge of a meltdown. Are you out of your mind? I'm a girl. I'm already stuck living with these guys for a year. But now you want me to bathe in the river with them too? Where's Grandma Mito? I need to talk to her. Who came up with this insane idea? Homura remained calm, clearly expecting this outburst. He raised a hand to stop her. There's no point talking to Lady Mito. She's the one who suggested this in the first place. And that brings us to point number 2. Torifu, if you will. Torifu took over seamlessly. The setup is intentional and it's part of what makes this special training so effective. The Forest of Death isn't entirely wild. At its center is a central tower. You'll be spending your days in the area around that tower, attending our scheduled classes. White sessions and black sessions. White sessions run from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., during which we'll conduct structured training in ninjutsu and taijutsu. During that time, we'll also provide toothbrushes, meals, and basic care. From 6 p.m. to 7 a.m., it's black session time. That's when you're responsible for your own dinner, your own shelter, and you must return to the central tower before morning. If you're late, you'll run 5,000 meters for every minute you miss. In the black sessions, your main mission is survival and finding scrolls. 6 scrolls, numbered 1 to 6, will be hidden randomly by the ANBU across the forest. You might find one underwater. You might have to crawl into a cave. Or maybe, if luck's on your side, you'll just stumble across one lying on the road. If you find all 6 scrolls, you'll be rewarded. That reward is a 3-day privilege period at the central tower. For those 3 days, you'll be exempt from all black sessions. The tower will have hot water, food, clean clothes, ninja tools, and even jutsu scrolls available 24/7. You can do whatever you want for those 3 days. But only 3. After that, you start again from 0 and resume the cycle. Of course, if you prefer eating plain meat without seasoning and enjoy bathing in a cold river, feel free to skip the scrolls. Totally up to you. Any questions? The 6 young shinobi looked at each other, then shook their heads. Torifu had made things perfectly clear. In essence, this wasn't too different from regular training, just with one extra challenge. And that challenge came with a pretty decent reward. Even Tsunade, who'd just been furious a moment ago, was now fired up. She clenched her tiny fists and declared. We're finding those scrolls. Anyone who slacks off will end up like that tree. She even made a mock punching motion, which, despite her scowl, made her look strangely adorable. Torifu and Homura exchanged glances, both of them visibly pleased. Good. In that case, let the special training begin. We'll now head to the central tower and start today's white session. Last one there does 100 extra push UPS before class. Without another word, the two elders shot off like arrows. The 6 rookies blinked then bolted after them in a panic. At the very back, poor Shinko wore a tragic expression. Why the hell was I daydreaming just now? Chapter 63, Konoha's Sword Saint 63. Hoshiyomi and the others pushed through the forest, but no strong ninja beasts crossed their path. Perhaps the presence of Torifu and Homura discouraged any challengers. As expected, Shinko was the last to arrive, trembling from exhaustion after completing the required push UPS. His hands shook uncontrollably. Seething, he turned to Homura and Torifu. It's not fair, he complained. I'm a genjutsu specialist, I should get a break in physical punishment. Homura raised an eyebrow and, without missing a beat, commanded, do 100 frog jumps. When Shinko protested, Homura leveled a stare at him. 200. Shinko swallowed hard and dropped to the ground, preparing to begin. He looked over his shoulder at the others, but no one stepped forward to intervene. Knowing his physical limitations, helping him now would only hurt him later in the day. Torifu finally spoke, we're not trying to make you suffer. We want to help. A ninja can have strengths but glaring weaknesses can kill on the battlefield. He paused, letting his point sink in, then continued. Shinku, in wartime, genjutsu alone won't save you if your chakra control or stamina fails. And you 5, what happens if he collapses and you can't protect him? This Chunin exam is an extension of war. You'll face opponents far stronger than usual. If one of you falls behind, the whole team could collapse. That sobering reminder landed hard. Even Shinko went silent, then bowed to Homura and Torifu before dropping into the frog jump punishment without another word. Torifu offered a small, approving smile as he watched him. It's good you understand. You'll face enemies stronger than regular Chunin. Every weakness must be raised to at least that level. Hoshiyomi, Sakumo, you two are the same. Your swordsmanship is impressive, but you need ninjutsu for emergencies. Each of you should master at least one offensive and one defensive jutsu. To reinforce that, Homura produced 4 scrolls. These are the jutsu we picked based on your current skill gaps. Learn at least 2 before resuming sword training. Hoshiyomi and Sakumo opened the scrolls to reveal lightning release, electromagnetic murder, fire release, flame bullet, wind release, gale palm, and earth release, earth-style wall. They exchanged glances and began practicing. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Jiraiya focused on ninjutsu, and Orochimaru joined Shinku for taijutsu drills. By noon, Homura called them inside the central tower and wheeled in a cart loaded with a surprisingly lavish lunch. Rice, meat, vegetables, soup, a balanced feast prepared with help from Leaf Hospital. They devoured the food without hesitation. Homura scowled and grumbled, no respect at all. Afternoon training followed a tight schedule. Exercises ramped up until just before exhaustion, then a voice would call, rest 10 minutes then resume. It kept them at the perfect edge of effort, pushed hard, but not to the brink. At 6 p.m., Homura cleared his throat. Training ends. Black session begins now. You're dismissed. Find food and shelter in the forest. Be back by 7 a.m. tomorrow, or face 5,000 meters per minute late. Torifu waved and added, dinner's on you. The 6 slipped into the woods, and Homura and Torifu exchanged satisfied glances. They activated chakra to scale the tower and watched the team prepare for the night. Huddled together, the group searched the forest floor for hidden scrolls. By habit, they naturally formed a small defensive circle with Hoshiyomi at the center. Trees are everywhere, Jiraiya murmured, scratching his head. How are we supposed to find scrolls? Tsunade, still thinking about river baths, suggested, maybe we should spread out to cover more ground. Orochimaru shook his head. That's too risky. We don't know how strong the forest's beasts are. If one of us gets ambushed, let's stay together until we're sure we can handle them. Then we can split up. Hoshiyomi smiled at them and said, let's not overthink it. First goal, find one scroll and get dinner. We can make bigger plans after that. They pressed deeper into the forest, determined and ready for whatever came next. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 64, Konoha's Sword Saint 64. Hoshiyomi's suggestion was unanimously accepted. The group ventured deeper into the forest, searching for prey to serve as dinner. Before long, Lobo, still perched on Hoshiyomi's shoulder, let out a sharp, urgent bark. Sensing something, the others slowed their pace. Hoshiyomi scratched Lobo under the chin. Did you smell something? Lobo barked again, nodding insistently. Though Hoshiyomi could only make out bits of meaning, the tone was enough to alert them. Orochimaru dropped to the ground, listening closely. Something large is approaching fast. Hoshiyomi and Sakumo drew their blades White Fang and Mikazuki, while Jiraiya and Tsunade pulled kunao or molded chakra into hand seals. Heavy footsteps thundered. Then, a massive figure burst from the trees, a fully grown wild boar charging toward them, its curved tusks gleaming ominously in the sunset. Scatter! Hoshiyomi shouted. They spread out just in time. Sakumo and Hoshiyomi surged forward, slashing at the boar's hind legs with brutal precision. Blood erupted as the boar howled in pain and collapsed. Tsunade and Jiraiya rushed in, aiming for its exposed belly, but the boar kicked wildly. They leapt aside as it attempted to flee. As it scrambled to its feet, Orochimaru activated Earth Release, Earth Spear. A thick earth spike erupted from beneath the boar, impaling it mid-stride. It squealed briefly before falling still. Relief swept through the group. They high-fived in celebration of their first successful team effort. Watching from a distance, Torifu smiled. Nice work. Even without formal teamwork training, you came together well, better than back in the day. Homura offered a curt nod. It's only because that boar was weak. Torifu jabbed back, okay, Mr. Serious. No wonder you're still single. Homura's glare made Torifu bite his tongue. Then a distant bark echoed. Look, Torifu said, pointing. Your first scroll, and it's probably the hardest to get. Yet, Homura agreed, our informant said they rigged this one with a trap. Meanwhile, Hoshiyomi and the others were prepping the boar for dinner when Lobo barked again, this time trembling. Come on, Lobo, Jiraiya coaxed. Don't be a scared little wolf. Look, the boar's dead. But Lobo backed away, fearful, until Hoshiyomi coaxed him close again. Jiraiya, amused, said, he's a ninja beast, but he's got more sense than us humans. Why are you stepping back? Is something behind me? Orochimaru trembled with cold sweat. Idiot, come here. Jiraiya froze. Don't tell me something's behind me. Hoshiyomi nodded. Jiraiya turned pale. Don't look back, run. Hoshiyomi flung a chunk of meat behind Jiraiya. In that instant, a massive growl reverberated and a giant brown bear lunged forward, snapping up the meat. Panic seized Jiraiya. Dropping his plate, he darted to join the group. They huddled together before he dared glance back. A towering brown bear over 10 meters long, nearly 6 meters tall on all fours, dwarfing Lobo, stared at them hungrily, its neck adorned with a scroll marked with the number 3. The scroll they'd been searching for. Jiraiya swallowed hard. That boar was just a fee for our lives. We have to get that scroll. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. You really want to slug it out with that thing? Orochimaru smirked. No. Look, the bear's stupid. Hoshiyomi lured it with that meat. We don't need brute force, we can use our heads. Chapter 65, Konoha's Sword Saint 65. That brown bear didn't seem particularly intelligent. Hoshiyomi had tossed a chunk of meat its way to buy Jiraiya some time, but to his surprise, the creature seemed to think it was part of a game. Its beady bear eyes were locked onto Hoshiyomi. Then it tilted its head back and opened its mouth wide, clearly asking for more. Hoshiyomi threw another piece of meat. Sure enough, the bear eagerly raised its head to snap it out of the air, then clumsily patted its enormous paws together like a child who'd just received a treat. Tsunade spoke up at this point. The bears focused on Hoshiyomi. If someone climbs onto it quietly, it probably won't notice. If we can untie the rope around its neck and take the scroll, we might just pull this off without alerting it. Jiraiya glanced around at the others, then suddenly said, in that case, I'll go. Even Orochimaru and the others gave him a rare look of approval. Be careful. If it goes south, jump down immediately, we'll catch you, someone added. Jiraiya nodded and quietly moved around to the bear's rear. Using chakra to cling to surfaces, he began to climb up with practiced silence. The bear, totally absorbed in Hoshiyomi's meat-tossing antics, didn't notice Jiraiya at all. Jiraiya crept carefully up to its shoulder and finally saw the knotted rope on its back. Seeing the bear so engrossed, Jiraiya steeled himself and began to gently untie the rope. Damn it, it was a dead knot. Cursing under his breath, Jiraiya reached for a kunai and sliced through the rope. Fortunately, it wasn't especially tough, and the blade cut through cleanly. He instinctively tugged the severed end, pulling the scroll along with the rope into his grasp. But the moment the scroll was removed, Tsunade and Orochimaru's expressions turned pale. Behind where the scroll had been was a slip of paper etched with intricate sealing symbols. In its center was a single ominous character. Explode. A chakra-infused explosive tag. It had been specially treated to remain inert while covered by the scroll, but now that it was exposed, the seal began to burn rapidly. With a thunderous boom, flames burst beneath the bear's chin. The massive creature howled in pain, instinctively rearing back right where Jiraiya was perched. Still standing on the bear's shoulder, Jiraiya was caught completely off guard by the explosion. His chakra grip failed in the shock, and he plummeted from a height of over 10 meters. Despite being a seasoned shinobi, he wasn't on par with cage-level durability. A fall from this height could have easily killed him. Fortunately, Orochimaru reacted in time. Snapping out of his daze, he extended his hidden shadow snake hands technique, steel wires shooting out and wrapping around Jiraiya, yanking him out of freefall. Jiraiya still hit the ground hard, grimacing in pain, but it wasn't life-threatening. Seeing that Jiraiya was okay, Hoshiyomi shouted, "Don't just stand there. Run! That thing's about to lose it." The others didn't hesitate. All 5 turned and fled with Hoshiyomi into the forest. They hadn't gone far when an ear-splitting roar echoed behind them. The brown bear had recovered and was enraged. In its dim-witted fury, it assumed the explosion had been Hoshiyomi's doing. With another roar, the bear gave chase. Despite its size, the bear was shockingly fast. Fueled by rage, it didn't bother weaving through the trees, it simply barreled through them, snapping trunks like twigs. The darkening forest, which had been growing quiet, was suddenly alive with chaos. Wherever the bear charged, animals fled in a panic. Those unlucky enough to be in its path were trampled without mercy. Though massive, the bear's speed was no joke. Hoshiyomi and the others weren't yet skilled enough to use the body flicker technique, and the gap between them and the beast was rapidly closing. "We can't keep running like this. It'll catch us!" Hoshiyomi yelled. "Then what do? We split up. It's making so much noise that all the animals have already cleared out. Its main target is probably me. I'll keep running forward. The rest of you circle back separately." When you get to where the wild boar carcass was, set a wire trap to trip it. The moment it goes down, hit it with your strongest jutsu from below. I'll strike from above and finish it off. Tsunade frowned. Are you sure about this? Trust me. I've got this, Hoshiyomi said firmly. Then be careful. The group split up, vanishing into the dense forest. The bear hesitated momentarily, but when it saw Hoshiyomi, its perceived enemy, still running ahead, it let out another roar and charged after him alone. Hoshiyomi kept running, glancing back now and then. When the distance narrowed to a dangerous degree, he figured the others must be almost in position. He tossed a smoke bomb behind him, then created a shadow clone in the haze. The clone kept running straight, while the real Hoshiyomi suddenly reversed course, activating Crescent Moon Slash. His real body became a streak of light that darted beneath the bear unnoticed, while the beast, its vision clouded by the smoke, focused on the shadowy figure ahead. With a furious roar, it leapt like a mountain, crashing down onto the clone. Just to be sure, it even wriggled its massive body atop the clone's remains, trying to crush it further. But after 2 rolls, it sensed something was off. There was no resistance beneath its body. Looking down between its legs, it saw nothing. Through the thinning smoke, it spotted Hoshiyomi's true form shrinking into the distance. With another enraged howl, the bear rolled to its feet and reversed course. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and the others had returned to the boar's carcass. They quickly tied a steel wire between 2 large trees strong enough to trip the bear. There wasn't time to prepare more traps. They hid in the undergrowth, forming hand seals, listening intently to the beast's approach, hoping Hoshiyomi would appear soon. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 66, Konoha's Sword Saint 66. Far off, atop the central tower, Torifu and Homura were speculating about Orochimaru and the others' intentions. Homura watched their movements and shook his head. A simple trap like that will, at most, only trip that brown bear. To actually take it down is pure fantasy. Get ready to clean up after those genin. It's truly difficult for them to deal with a gigantic ninja beast like that. Even most Anbu-level shinobi would struggle. It's already quite impressive that they managed to get the scroll using their wits. But Torifu raised a hand, interrupting him. Not so fast. Let's wait and see. I have great faith in my student. Homura rolled his eyes at that. If I didn't know your summoning animal was already prepared nearby, I might have actually believed you. Torifu chuckled at the remark, no longer bothering with Homura, and focused on waiting for Hoshiyomi to appear. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Hoshiyomi's figure slowly came into view. Seeing him, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Orochimaru loudly warned, "Jump from the branches. There are steel wires on the ground." Hoshiyomi understood, swiftly leaping onto a large tree. With a few agile jumps, he cleared the steel wires and landed steadily. He turned back and made a taunting face at the giant brown bear. Infuriated by the gesture, the brown bear roared and charged forward. Just as it burst through 2 large trees, it suddenly felt its feet get tangled, lost its balance, and tumbled down. The moment the bear fell, Hoshiyomi, who had been making faces not far in front of it, vanished. Simultaneously, 3 voices rang out from the forest. Fire release, flame bullet. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth flow spears. It was a coordinated attack from Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. First, the earth flow spears shot up from the ground, piercing into the brown bear's belly. Although they weren't sturdy enough to fully penetrate, they still caused significant damage. What was surprising was that Tsunade's flame bullet and Jiraiya's great breakthrough, whether by chance or true teamwork, were unleashed at the same time and merged. With wind fueling the flames, the 2 jutsu combined, and what was initially only a half-meter-sized fireball rapidly expanded into a 2 to 3 meter massive fireball during its flight. Its power was comparable to a B-rank jutsu like the fire release, flame bullet. The colossal fireball hurtled straight for the bear's massive head, causing the giant creature to howl in agony as a stench of burning flesh wafted from its face. The brown bear was in immense pain, pawing at its face and thrashing its massive body on the ground, the tremors resembling a minor earthquake. At this moment, Shinku quietly circled around to a large tree behind the giant brown bear. Shinku pulled out a ninja tool scroll and drew a massive Fuma shuriken from it. He hurled the Fuma shuriken with all his might, nearly falling off the tree from the exertion. The Fuma shuriken spun through the air and landed on the bear's thick hind leg. The downward momentum, combined with Shinku's full force throw, managed to pierce the bear's thick hide and embed itself in its hind leg. The brown bear, which had been rolling around on the ground trying to get up, was struck by the shuriken and thrown back down. Just as it began to roar madly, Hoshiyomi, who had previously disappeared, silently reappeared on a large tree. He held his Mikazuki Munchika with a reverse grip in both hands, gritted his teeth, and leapt down from the tree. The moment he descended, first crescent moon slash activated, his landing point precisely the left side of the bear's neck. This idea was inspired by a skill called Silver Light Falling Blade from the Ghost Blades in a game he played in his previous life. Since the successful development of Silver Moon Cross Slash and the system experience points he received as a reward, Hoshiyomi had come up with many prototype skills by referencing anime and games from his past life. Silver Light Falling Blade was one of them. However, coming up with the prototype was easy, actually developing it was fraught with problems. Take Silver Light Falling Blade, for example. This was a skill that required jumping from a high altitude. If he jumped too close, it would be ineffective, and he'd be vulnerable to attacks during the defenseless period in mid-air. If he jumped too far, what if he got crippled by the impact upon landing? He didn't want to end up in a wheelchair for the rest of his life like Might Guy. Even if he wasn't injured, being momentarily stunned could allow another opponent to seize an opportunity and finish him off. This was why he only attempted it today, with such a massive brown bear to serve as a cushion and such a guaranteed hit. If the circumstances were different, he would never dare to try something like this. However, Hoshiyomi knew these intricacies, but that didn't mean others did. At this moment, in the eyes of Jiraiya and the others, Hoshiyomi was as unstoppable as a god descending from the heavens. Even Torifo and Homura, who were observing from afar, were stunned. They had been active in the shinobi world for over a decade and had never seen a sword technique that descended from the sky like this. The speed of his descent, combined with the acceleration from Crescent Moon Slash, made Hoshiyomi truly appear like a falling ray of moonlight as he landed on the brown bear's left shoulder. His Mikazuki Munchika, empowered by the downward momentum and the silver sword aura, pierced into the brown bear's neck without any resistance. The critical blow to its vital point made the brown bear let out a horrifying shriek. It disregarded retreating or its facial injuries and swung a paw with all its might towards Hoshiyomi's location. But Hoshiyomi was already prepared. He didn't think this one strike would take down the giant brown bear. The moment he landed on the bear's shoulder, he flipped his grip on the Mikazuki Munchika from reverse to forehand and immediately jumped off the bear's shoulder without hesitation. He applied all his strength to the Mikazuki Munchika in his hand. The blade, which had already pierced into the bear's body with only the hilt remaining exposed, shifted position under the influence of his body weight. As Hoshiyomi descended, the blade inside the bear traced a semicircle, effectively slitting the bear's throat. Hoshiyomi slid from the bear's left neck down to its throat, finally sliding off with the Mikazuki Munchika in hand. A large amount of blood gushed from the bear's severed neck, drenching Hoshiyomi and turning him into a blood-soaked figure. Hoshiyomi didn't care about that. He unceremoniously rolled twice on the ground with the Mikazuki Munchika in hand, narrowly dodging the falling bear's head. Hoshiyomi hadn't even rolled twice when the massive bear's head landed just a few centimeters behind him. The brown bear hated Hoshiyomi with a passion. It knew it wouldn't survive, but that didn't diminish its resolve to take Hoshiyomi down with it. Ignoring the tearing pain from its neck wound, it opened its massive mouth wide, intending to swallow Hoshiyomi whole. Hoshiyomi's face turned ashen as he watched the enlarging bear's maw. No way, it's had half its head cut off, and it still has the strength to attack me? It was over. Hoshiyomi closed his eyes in despair as the bear's mouth drew closer. Just as he thought he was doomed, the bear's massive mouth, which had begun to close, suddenly opened again. It involuntarily reared its head back and let out another heart-wrenching shriek. At that moment, two thin lines wrapped around Hoshiyomi's waist and pulled him away, saving him from being crushed by the bear's head. Chapter 67, Konoha's Sword Saint 67. Still shaken, Hoshiyomi lay on the ground, not wanting to move a muscle. He gasped for air on the grass as if he were oxygen-deprived. The relief of surviving and the frustration of messing up at a crucial moment intertwined, leaving him unsure what expression to make. Tsunade and Orochimaru walked up together to check on Hoshiyomi. Tsunade was visibly startled by his blood-soaked state and, for a moment, didn't know where to begin her examination. She gently shook Hoshiyomi's arm. "Hoshiyomi? Are you okay? Where does it hurt?" Hoshiyomi snapped out of his daze when he heard their calls. He looked at Tsunade and weakly said, "I'm afraid I'm done for. My whole body hurts right now. I probably broke half my bones, and I might not have long to live." This was Tsunade's first time witnessing such a scene. Hearing Hoshiyomi's voice sound so feeble, she was startled. She forgot about the blood covering him and anxiously grabbed his hand. "Don't worry, you won't die. I learned some medical ninjutsu from Grandma Mito. I'm really good, I can heal you. Even if I can't, there's still Torifu-sensei. He can definitely get you to the Konoha hospital." As she spoke, she leaned down, trying to listen to Hoshiyomi's heartbeat, and then, she heard his strong and vigorous heartbeat. That was awkward. Hoshiyomi coughed to cover his embarrassment and continued his act. Do you believe me if I say this is a final burst of energy before death? Go die." Tsunade kicked Hoshiyomi's calf and stomped off angrily. No one noticed that her pretty face was flushed with red as she walked away. Hoshiyomi yelped from Tsunade's kick and sprang up from the ground. He chuckled at Orochimaru. "Thanks to you just now. If you hadn't pulled me, I think I really would have been a goner." Orochimaru smiled gently. "True friends are rare. I'd even save an idiot like Jiraiya, let alone you, Hoshiyomi-kun. By the way, Hoshiyomi-kun, do you think Hidden Shadow Snake Hands still has potential for further development? The more proficient I become with it, the more limitations I feel the jutsu has. While the threads are discreet, their use has many restrictions. For example, they're hard to control, their length is fixed, and they're easily cut during use. Therefore, I think you should try to find some substitutes for the threads. Something more flexible and easier to control." Hoshiyomi-kun truly has keen insight. After the Chunin exams, I'll try to conduct some related research. In nearly a year, Hoshiyomi had successfully maxed out Orochimaru's favor, replacing Jiraiya as Orochimaru's confidant. In fact, Orochimaru was very approachable during this period. Before his mind was twisted by those forbidden experiments, Orochimaru, while possessing an innate disregard for life, was essentially just a pure science enthusiast. The science-loving Orochimaru was full of brilliant ideas but struggled to find a kindred spirit to share them with. It was then that Hoshiyomi, having received a modern scientific education, appeared. Standing on the shoulders of giants, Hoshiyomi could often provide Orochimaru with many new ideas and perspectives, giving Orochimaru sudden clarity. Before long, Orochimaru came to regard him as a lifelong confidant. However, Hoshiyomi also knew that when everyone was together, others didn't enjoy these topics. Therefore, he wouldn't endlessly talk about science with Orochimaru, only discussing related topics when they were alone. Hoshiyomi would also use these opportunities to subtly instill ideas in Orochimaru, such as how he found human experimentation utterly wicked and terrifying if anyone were to do it. Under Hoshiyomi's long-term brainwashing, Orochimaru subconsciously developed some resistance to things like live experimentation. If Hoshiyomi kept a close watch in the future, Orochimaru likely wouldn't walk down the same path as in the original story. While the two of them were discussing hidden shadow snake hands, Jiraiya's muffled laughter came from behind the bear's corpse. "You two shouldn't just stand there chatting. Come help Sakumo." Hearing the commotion, Hoshiyomi and Orochimaru exchanged glances, shook their heads, and hurried over to see what was happening. When they reached the brown bear's corpse, Hoshiyomi and Orochimaru saw a truly perplexing sight. Sakumo was covering his face with one hand, looking like he couldn't bear to be seen, while his other arm was completely submerged in the brown bear's rear. Jiraiya and Shinko were pressing on his shoulder, trying to help him pull his arm out, their faces red from trying to suppress their laughter. Orochimaru and Hoshiyomi's expressions instantly mirrored an old man on a subway with a phone, their expressions also tightening in a rather specific area. Hoshiyomi stifled a laugh and teased, "I didn't realize you had such hobbies, Sakumo." Sakumo retorted angrily, "I wouldn't be like this if it weren't for saving you, you idiot." Shinku explained from the side, "Sakumo originally only intended to attack the bear's other hind leg to completely immobilize it, but who would have thought you'd slice off half its head over there? We all thought we wouldn't be needed, but then we saw you almost get eaten by that bear." In the nick of time, Sakumo unleashed his still unrefined void severance on that spot on the bear. "Otherwise, how do you think the bear stopped biting halfway? It's all thanks to Sakumo's rear assault tactic." But void severance was both his success and his downfall. Because he wasn't proficient with it, Sakumo used too much force, so he just ended up like this. Hoshiyomi was genuinely touched by this. He patted Sakumo's shoulder. "Good brother, no need for words. If you ever need anything in the future, just say the word." Saying that, he no longer felt like laughing at Sakumo. He called over Orochimaru to help pull Sakumo's arm out. The group worked for a while and finally managed to extract Sakumo's arm, along with a blood-stained white fang. Ew! Sakumo was extremely embarrassed. He quickly ran off to wash his arm and his white fang. Hoshiyomi also needed to wash off the blood, so the five of them headed to a nearby river. Tsunade had just finished washing her face when she ran into Hoshiyomi and Sakumo. She glanced at Hoshiyomi, and her face instinctively flushed. Then, she coldly snorted, threw out a remark, and ran off. "No one's eaten yet. I'm going back to roast that wild boar." Hoshiyomi and the others paid no mind. They plunged into the river and began to scrub themselves clean. Of course, they were upstream, and Sakumo was downstream. As he was washing off the blood, Hoshiyomi suddenly had a thought. He felt this move seemed familiar. He turned back and said, "Sakumo, I think that move is actually quite strong in a certain sense. Gekkō Hoshiyomi, would call it the Leaf Village's Taijutsu's secret technique. Do you want to give it a name?" Sakumo, having cleaned his white fang, was continuously scrubbing his hand, looking like he wouldn't stop until he scrubbed off a layer of his own skin. Hearing Hoshiyomi's words, his face darkened, and he casually replied, "If I had to give it a name, I guess it'd be 1000 Years of Death." "No way, it really is that name. No wonder they say it's a family jutsu." Author's note: the idea that 1000 Years of Death was invented by Sakumo comes from the Rock Lee's Springtime of Youth spin-off. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 68, Konoha's Sword Saint 68. Hoshiyomi was in a great mood when they returned for dinner, having discovered that defeating the brown bear had granted him a full 7 experience points. This was no small amount. Without combat, Hoshiyomi could practice diligently with shadow clones for half a year and still not necessarily gain 7 experience points. Seeing beginner swordsmanship 72/100 displayed in his experience bar, Hoshiyomi almost shed tears of joy. He had guessed correctly, coming here was definitely the right choice. After dinner, it wasn't early. The night's events had been rather convoluted, and after their meal, no one had the desire to search for more scrolls. They took turns on watch and passed the night. The next morning, Jiraiya woke everyone up, and they headed towards the central tower. No one was late. Torifo and Homura also promptly appeared, pushing carts with washing utensils and breakfast. After a hearty meal, they began today's lesson. Homura adjusted his glasses and began. Today's white course topic is chakra control training. The importance of chakra control needs no elaboration. Excellent chakra control is essential to pass this Chunin exam. As soon as Homura finished speaking, he saw Jiraiya and the others display looks of disdain. Oh, we learned all this ages ago. Isn't it just tree climbing and water walking? Lord Hiruzen taught us that right after graduation. Shinku and Sakumo beside him nodded in agreement. It was then that Torifo spoke up. Of course, what we're training today isn't those basic control methods. This time, it's an advanced version. I can tell you that once you complete this training, your chakra control ability will be comparable to that of a Jonin. Hearing this, Jiraiya and the others grew interested. Although their control wasn't bad, there was still a significant gap between them and Jonin-level shinobi. Hearing Torifo speak of it so highly, they became eager to try. Homura calmly said, "Follow me." With that, he led the way towards the back of the central tower. Torifo called out from behind, "Oh, right, first, hand over all your weapons and ninja tools. Especially Sakumo's and Hoshiyomi's ninja blades. That weight will hinder your upcoming training." Hoshiyomi and the others exchanged glances and agreed that being lighter would be more suitable for this training. So, they each retrieved their weapons and handed them to Torifo, then followed Homura. After walking about a few hundred meters, Homura stopped in front of a massive pit. He gestured towards Hoshiyomi and the others. "Go down." Hoshiyomi and his teammates eyed Homura suspiciously, but ultimately decided he wouldn't harm them. So, they all jumped into the pit. The depth of this large pit far exceeded Hoshiyomi's expectations. Hoshiyomi felt as if he stayed in the air for several seconds before landing at the bottom of the pit. Thankfully, the bottom was covered with thick padding, otherwise, they would have been crippled by the fall. However, the padding was unexpectedly slippery. Hoshiyomi landed, bounced twice, and then slid against the hard pit wall, making intimate contact. The others were in similar situations, except for Shinku, who was lucky. After falling, he slid right into Jiraiya, using him as a cushion. Poor Jiraiya was hit from both sides and almost got knocked silly. After Hoshiyomi fell, he instinctively rubbed his bumped head and felt something sticky and slick smeared on him. He looked down and sniffed, realizing what he'd gotten on his hand was oil. He then touched the pit wall and, sure enough, the entire wall was coated with a thick layer of oil. It wasn't just a coating, oil was continuously flowing down from above the pit entrance. Hoshiyomi immediately understood Homura and Torifo's intentions. Just then, Homura and Torifo's voices drifted down from above. "Your task is to walk out of this oil-covered pit without using any tools. Note, walk, not climb. Everyone must keep their hands behind their backs and not take them out. Torifo and I will be watching you. If you dare to climb, prepare to be kicked back down." Torifo chimed in from the side, "We'll be continuously pouring oil down, ensuring the walls remain slick at all times. Also, according to our estimates, if you're still at the bottom of the pit after 6 in the evening, you'll be submerged by all this oil." Homura continued, "It's not that simple. This pit is 50 meters high. Once you reach the 20-meter mark, I will begin throwing projectiles at you as interference. At 20 meters, it will be small pebbles. At 30 meters, it will be rocks. And at 40 meters, it will be shuriken. Don't worry, I'll aim steadily, I won't hit your vital spots. But if you're killed because you moved erratically, there's nothing I can do. Hearing this, Hoshiyomi and the others cursed silently, wondering if Homura was a demon. How could he come up with such an inhumane idea? They also believed that if they completed this trial, they would gain chakra control far surpassing that of ordinary jonin. In fact, even jonin would find such a climb incredibly difficult, let alone with flying projectiles as interference. They had initially thought that once they mastered the footwork, blocking with their hands would be no problem. But then they realized, crap, all their weapons were surrendered earlier. You really got us, Akimichi Torifu. And to think he said being lighter would help with the training. I fell for that trick. But they had no choice but to push on. One reason was that staying still would lead to being submerged by the oil, the other was that their pride wouldn't allow them to give up. With that thought, the 6 of them braced themselves and prepared to tackle the trial. However, this was far from as easy as they imagined. Oil was different from water, it was incredibly slippery. Even if they formed a stable chakra coating on their feet, the oil would cause them to slip and slide back down. For a while, the bottom of the pit was filled with the sounds of continuous falls. If not for the padding below, they would have been unable to stand long ago. It wasn't until half an hour later that Tsunade and Shinko found some small tricks. Among the 6, Tsunade and Shinko had the best chakra control. Medical ninjutsu and genjutsu both demand extremely high levels of chakra control. Without outstanding control talent, they wouldn't have chosen these paths. It was precisely this talent that allowed the 2 of them, amidst the sounds of constant falling, to be the first to figure out a way to stand steadily on the surface. With their hands behind their backs, the 2 of them stood at a 90-degree angle against the pit wall and turned to Hoshiyomi and the others, saying, "Forming a protective layer of chakra on your feet isn't wrong, but the difference this time is that we don't just need simple stability. We need new fluctuations to be constantly forming. While forming the protective layer, evenly and densely create small, pointed spikes of chakra on the outer perimeter of the layer. This allows the chakra to penetrate through the oil layer and directly reach the pit wall. The chakra spikes pass through the oil layer and create a secondary adhesion to the pit wall. This is how you can stand on the wall. With a bit of body coordination, standing steadily on it isn't a problem. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 69, Konoha's Sword Saint 69. Tsunade and Shinko's words enlightened Hoshiyomi and the others. They were all geniuses themselves, and with no tailed beasts interfering with their chakra, once they grasped the method, they too quickly learned to stand still on the cave wall. After about another half hour, all 6 successfully stood on the cave wall. By this time, Tsunade and Shinko had reached a height of about 8 or 9 meters. Hoshiyomi and his teammates were also at around 5 or 6 meters, beginning to catch up. However, no one's speed was particularly fast. Though they had grasped the method, it was still rudimentary. They couldn't yet walk unconsciously on the cave wall at will, each step required a moment of chakra concentration. When one foot was lifted, their entire body weight had to be placed on the other, leading to significant physical exhaustion. About 3 or 4 hours later, Tsunade and Shinko had reached approximately the 20-meter mark, while Hoshiyomi and his team were at around 10 meters. But things weren't that simple. Just as Tsunade reached the 20-meter mark, a small pebble whistled down, striking her shoulder. Don't underestimate this small, thumbnail-sized pebble, falling from a height of 30 meters, it still hurt quite a bit. Tsunade was startled by the impact, and her foot instinctively relaxed its control. Once the control in her foot loosened, her body rapidly slid downwards. Tsunade instinctively reached out to grab something, but recalling Torifu and Homura's warnings, she pulled her hand back. She could only grit her teeth and desperately try to re-adhere to the cave wall. Yet, in a moment of rapid descent and intense mental strain, even a genius with super-strong control like Tsunade found it difficult. Just as Tsunade thought she'd have to start all over again, a hand suddenly reached out with precision, grabbing hers. The owner of this hand was none other than Hoshiyomi. Tsunade stared blankly at Hoshiyomi holding her, unsure how to react for a moment. She looked at him in a daze, suddenly realizing this guy seemed unfairly handsome. However, Hoshiyomi was in no mood to show off now. His condition wasn't good, simply maintaining adhesion to the cave wall was already difficult, and now Tsunade's weight was forcibly added. Despite increasing his chakra output in time, he still inevitably slid down 3 to 5 meters. He spoke to Tsunade with some difficulty, "Stop staring at me. Quickly find a place to stabilize yourself. If this continues, both of us will fall back to the start." Tsunade snapped out of her trance when she heard Hoshiyomi's words and quickly channeled chakra to regain her footing on the cave wall. After finally stabilizing herself, Tsunade looked at their clasped hands, her face flushing again. But just then, Hoshiyomi's ill-timed voice broke the moment. "You're stable now, so why are you still holding my hand? Bearing the weight of 2 people is really tiring." Tsunade's pretty face instantly turned from red to black. She flung her hand away, and with such force, she nearly sent Hoshiyomi tumbling down. "Who cares?" After Hoshiyomi barely maintained his balance, the two fell into an inexplicable silence until Jiraiya and the others above broke the awkwardness. "Are you two okay?" "We're fine. Be careful, there will be projectiles interfering with us from above." Tsunade also spoke, "I understand. He wants us to focus our attention upwards, rather than consciously on our feet. We need to make this an unconscious action, just like tree climbing and water walking." Orochimaru listened to Tsunade for a moment, then spoke, "If that's the case, then let's practice here at around 18 meters. Considering our body control, as long as we can master this control method perfectly, combined with our reaction speed, rushing up in one go won't be a problem." The others nodded at Orochimaru's suggestion. Shinku also retreated 2 steps back, saying, "Then I'll wait for you here. I could use a rest too." Then Hoshiyomi, "You and Tsunade hurry up. We'll wait for you at Shinku's position." For a moment, only Hoshiyomi and Tsunade were left at the bottom. Hoshiyomi rubbed his nose and said, "Shall we go up too, then?" Tsunade imperceptibly hummed in affirmation, then quietly said, "Just now, thank you." "What did you say?" "Nothing. What's there to thank me for? We've been friends for ages." "Idiot. Hey? This time I really didn't hear you. I said you're handsome." "Thanks, I think so too." "Tsunade, I've never seen such a shameless person." With their back-and-forth banter, they quickly ascended. Perhaps it was the distraction of conversation, but somehow, Tsunade and Hoshiyomi subtly began to find that unconscious, reactive feeling. After reuniting with Orochimaru and the others, Tsunade and Hoshiyomi walked around the cave wall a couple of times, truly getting faster and tapping into that instinctive reaction. After about another hour of practice, Tsunade and Hoshiyomi exchanged glances and simultaneously stepped forward, beginning to ascend. To the astonishment of Orochimaru and the others, Tsunade and Hoshiyomi ascended at a steady and consistent pace. Both focused their attention on the opening above, constantly tracking the trajectory of the pebbles. As the pebbles fell, they easily reacted and dodged them. The density of the falling pebbles wasn't high to begin with, and with their deliberate anticipation, they reached the 30-meter mark in less than 20 minutes. Tsunade and Hoshiyomi exchanged a smile, then strode confidently towards the entrance. At this point, their speed was no different from walking on flat ground. Just then, a voice came from above. "Making good progress, aren't we? But next up are rocks." Saying that, an egg-sized stone whistled down towards Hoshiyomi. Hoshiyomi took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on the falling stone and predicting its landing spot. Its landing spot was his side. After discerning the attack's direction, Hoshiyomi twisted his waist and successfully dodged the stone. He also took a large step upwards, turning to see that Tsunade on the other side had done the same. Facing the egg-sized stones, the two swiftly ascended. Although an extra step of dodging the stones was added, the overall time didn't increase much. The same went for the shuriken that followed. As long as Hoshiyomi was focused enough, dodging shuriken was no problem, and Homura and the others weren't trying to kill them. The shuriken they threw were light. Over a distance of 10 meters, even with acceleration, the shuriken weren't very fast. Near the top of the pit, Hoshiyomi reached out and caught one, using it to directly block a shuriken aimed at Tsunade. Without further interference, Tsunade made a final leap to reach the edge of the pit and pulled Hoshiyomi up. Once they climbed out, they leaned against the opening, constantly relaying the key points and warning Jiraiya and the others about Homura's actions. With their tips, Jiraiya and the others also easily passed the test. Extreme Chakra Control Training, all passed. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 70, Konoha's Sword Saint 70. This extreme chakra control training really had a significant effect on Hoshiyomi and the others. Take Hoshiyomi himself, for example. He previously ran low on chakra after using Crescent Moon / 3 times, with 4 being his absolute limit. But now, he could use it one more time, and even after 5 uses of Crescent Moon / he still had enough chakra left for 2 C-rank jutsu. Don't underestimate that extra use of Crescent Moon /. Such an opportunity for a sudden advance is precious, it might even save Hoshiyomi's life in future battles. Orochimaru and the others also gained considerable benefits, but surprisingly, the one who gained the most among them was the unassuming Jiraiya. After completing this chakra control training, it was as if something clicked for him, or perhaps the method of forming chakra spikes gave him immense inspiration. For the next few days of black course training, he was secretly slacking off, much to Tsunade's displeasure. It's worth mentioning that after the brown bear incident, finding scrolls seemed to become much easier. Hoshiyomi and his team spent about a week gathering the first batch of 6 scrolls, earning them 3 days without black course training. Tsunade was so touched that tears welled up in her eyes. She hadn't had a proper bath in a week, only managing to wipe herself down by the river every night, which she found incredibly frustrating. The group happily spent 3 days in the central tower. The only strange one was Jiraiya. For those 3 days, except for bathroom breaks, he kept himself locked in his room. He looked as if Orochimaru had possessed him. Until the 3rd night, Jiraiya kicked open the door with a bang, strutting towards Hoshiyomi and the others with a "I'm a genius" look on his face. "Ahem, everyone, I have some good news to announce." Silence. Everyone remained focused on what they were doing, no one paid Jiraiya any mind. Sakumo quietly wiped his white fang, Shinko was reading manga. Orochimaru was discussing philosophical topics about life and death with Hoshiyomi, and Tsunade was on the side, eating fried chicken and teasing Lobo, Hoshiyomi's ninja beast companion. The little guy had been growing very fast recently, already about the size of an average adult small dog. Although still very clingy, he couldn't just lounge on Hoshiyomi's shoulder anymore. A crow seemed to fly across the sky, cawing in mockery of Jiraiya's embarrassment. "Hey! I'm not kidding, I've developed an original jutsu." Jiraiya slammed the table, trying to assert his presence, only to be met with Sakumo's critical hit, "You." Those 2 simple words instantly boosted Jiraiya's anger by plus 999. A vein throbbed on Jiraiya's forehead. He suddenly raised his hands, quickly formed hand seals, then clasped them together and shouted, "Behold my newly invented ultimate move." As Jiraiya spoke, the silver hair on his head suddenly began to grow rapidly. His hair, which originally only reached his shoulders, extended all the way to the ground, then began to wrap around Jiraiya himself. Jiraiya was completely enveloped in his silver hair, and that wasn't all. The silver hair continued to change until it formed a defense covered in dense, fine spikes. At this moment, Jiraiya looked like a human hedgehog. He opened a slit in his mass of hair and proudly boasted to Hoshiyomi and the others, "This is my super powerful secret technique, Needle Jizo, developed by combining the Akimichi clan's secret techniques and a lot of inspiration. Pretty amazing, hey?" Sakumo glanced at him and said blandly, "Looks pretty ordinary." Tsunade added, "And it's ugly." Jiraiya indignantly said, "That's because you don't know how powerful I am. Sakumo, try to stab it with your white fang." Although Sakumo was sharp-tongued, he was genuinely curious about Jiraiya's new jutsu. He picked up his white fang and charged forward, thrusting it towards Needle Jizo. Of course, he didn't use much force or apply chakra, he was afraid of injuring Jiraiya. However, a shocking scene unfolded. Sakumo's white fang was actually blocked by Jiraiya's Needle Jizo. The two clashed, producing a ringing sound like metal striking metal. Sakumo became interested. He applied a bit more force and found that the sharp white fang truly couldn't pierce Needle Jizo. Thinking of this, he instinctively began channeling chakra into his blade. This scared Jiraiya, who quickly stopped him. "Idiot! Are you trying to kill me? Even if it can defend against ordinary attacks, it can't block the enhancement of a very powerful chakra blade." This scene did indeed grab Tsunade and the others' attention, though most of their comments were, "Tisk, tisk, who would have thought Jiraiya would have a day where he develops his own jutsu? It's just that this jutsu is really ugly, it looks so weird." However, they only said this out loud. In reality, they still admired Jiraiya greatly. Jiraiya felt quite pleased. He proudly stated, "If you want to learn this jutsu, just introduce me to some pretty ladies, and I'll teach it to you." His reply, of course, was, "You wish. Boring. Isn't genjutsu more appealing? Hopeless pervert." Only Hoshiyomi kindly comforted him with a couple of sentences, "This jutsu is quite practical. In future coordinated battles, the task of drawing enemy fire will be yours." Well, that didn't sound like a compliment either. Although no one wanted to learn the jutsu from Jiraiya, he was still very proud. Regardless, it was the first jutsu he had developed himself. Especially after receiving praise from Torifu and Homura, Jiraiya became even more conceited. But his pride didn't last long. A week later, Hoshiyomi broke through to intermediate swordsmanship, stealing all the limelight. Hoshiyomi had already accumulated 75 experience points. During half a month of black course combat, he maxed out his experience, reaching intermediate swordsmanship, 0/500. In the system, Hoshiyomi's swordsmanship evaluation changed to, "Your swordsmanship can barely be considered as having entered the hall. You might now be able to open a swordsmanship dojo in some obscure corner and trick some swordsmanship newbies into becoming your students." While this evaluation wasn't exactly flattering, Hoshiyomi was still touched. No matter what, it could at least be considered a positive evaluation, right? Wait, something felt off. Inside the Swordheart System, Hoshiyomi rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked at the experience bar again. Intermediate swordsmanship, 0/500. Holy crap! Gekkō Hoshiyomi, must say this MMP, mother**er. What kind of scam is this? Why does the system experience multiply by 5 for intermediate swordsmanship? Are you even human? Sigh, what can I do about this scam? It's my own system, I'll just have to grit my teeth and accumulate the experience. I can't just stop training because the experience requirement went up a bit, right? Don't overthink it. Let's just draw a skill first." Coming to the skill drawing interface, Hoshiyomi, who was still a bit annoyed, suddenly noticed some new changes in the skill drawing interface. Is this what they call giving a slap, then giving a sweet date, a treat? P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 71, Konoha's Sword Saint 71. The skill draw screen updated, available skill slots, 1 now read, skill slot 1 available, slot 2 opens when express reaches 250. In other words, with every level up, Hoshiyomi could now select 2 skills, one immediately, the next when his experience bar passed halfway. Nice! 2 skills at once made the 5-fold EXP requirement much more digestible. The system-granted jutsu were just too good to pass up. Between Crescent Moon Slash and Secret Technique, Assault, Hoshiyomi knew he'd owe his survival to them. Now, 2 god-tier jutsus at once? He could hardly contain the thrill. Steeling himself, Hoshiyomi performed the skill draw. After the screen flashed and shifted, there it was, Secret Techniques Sub-Aim Gaishi. Skill description. A renowned move of legendary swordsman Sasaki Kojiro, 3 rapid strikes so fast they blur. Legend holds that a swift sub-aim Gaishi can slice a flying swallow out of the sky. Seeing the name, Hoshiyomi nearly lost his mind. He'd watched Fate/Stay Night's Kojiro scenes so many times he'd lost count. He'd even fantasized trying to invent a triple swing technique himself, but with his sword skill? Impossible for now. He certainly didn't expect the system to hand it to him. Hoshiyomi nearly exploded with joy. He exited the system and gazed at the full moon. Everyone else was asleep. This was his watch, and his chance to test the new skill. He gently tossed 2 dry branches into the fading fire, drew Crescent Moon Slash, then quietly left the campfire's edge. Finding a tree far enough away not to wake anyone, he breathed deeply and replicated the Kojiro stance. Channeling chakra, he activated Sub-Aim Gaishi. In that instant, although Hoshiyomi perceived only 1 slash, the system in his body executed 3. When he snapped back, his blade was sheathed. He looked at the target tree and gasped. 3 deep cuts marked the trunk, 1 vertical and 2 diagonal, slicing the tree halfway through. He watched in horror and pride. The tree creaked, then toppled in a cloud of dust. The thundering crash jolted the camp awake. Tsunade and the others scrambled up. A panicked Shinku barked, "Hoshiyomi! What happened?" Embarrassed, he scratched his head. Got carried away practicing. I didn't intend to hit it that hard." They rolled their eyes and went back to sleep. Sakumo got up and said, "It's my turn to guard now, go get some rest." Hoshiyomi sheepishly returned to the camp, thinking about his new status. With intermediate swordsmanship plus sub-aim Gaishi, he felt he had maybe reached Jonin level. Floating on a cloud, he drifted to sleep. Meanwhile, Sakumo, who was now on watch, got up and walked to the large tree Hoshiyomi had cut down. He knelt down and gently touched the cleanly severed surface of the tree. The cut was incredibly smooth. It seemed Hoshiyomi hadn't used much force when he cut it. Hoshiyomi is already this strong? Thinking this, Sakumo unconsciously clenched his fist, feeling a bit powerless. He had once been stronger than Hoshiyomi, but now he was watching Hoshiyomi gradually pull ahead. Is my talent really that much worse than Hoshiyomi's? Or am I just not working hard enough? It must be that he wasn't working hard enough. Since their team was formed, Hoshiyomi had always been on the front lines in every battle, facing powerful enemies. Meanwhile, Sakumo had only been doing sneak attacks and diversionary tactics, unknowingly developing a reliance on Hoshiyomi. No, I can't keep going like this. I need to forge my own path. If I keep staying under Hoshiyomi's protection, I'll only fall further and further behind him. Determined, Sakumo drew White Fang and began swinging with fierce purpose until he was exhausted, collapsing on the grass under the full moon. He reached out, as though grasping something intangible, a spark of resolve. Next morning, on their way to the central tower, Sakumo spoke up. "Everyone, I have a proposal," from tonight onward during Black Course, we train independently. This was rare initiative from him and everyone fell silent. Jiraiya scratched his head, puzzled. Is that because finding scrolls together is too slow? Sakumo nodded. That's part of it. But more importantly, when we fight together, we just throw 6 jutsu and everything falls. We need real challenge. Solo trials sharpen us more. No one disagreed. Makes sense. Solo work speeds up scroll hunting. Besides a few especially troublesome ones, it seems we can all handle the remaining ninja beasts in this forest of death by ourselves. There's really no need to stick together. Hoshiyomi smiled and nodded. Agreed. Tonight we split up, but bring your signal flares. If anyone hits trouble, call for help immediately. They all agreed, ready to take the next step: individual growth in Forest of Death. Chapter 72, Konoha's Sword Saint 72. Since Sakumo's suggestion to switch to solo missions during the Black Course, injuries became far more frequent. To protect their energy for the next day's White Course, the team shifted their schedule. They would search for scrolls from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m., then rest near the central tower after 11:30. Every night at 11:30, Tsunade was swamped. By then, everyone but Hoshiyomi usually returned wounded. She tirelessly treated each injury and, through the intensity, even advanced to master the Sunin level medical ninjutsu Senjutsu earlier than expected. Even though the challenge of finding scrolls had skyrocketed, no one suggested returning to group missions. In nightly solo confrontations, they could feel their progress firsthand. Days were spent training and learning new techniques, nights were combat testing grounds. Combined with custom endurance drills and diverse jutsu, all 6 grew remarkably within the year. Many who had barely reached the Chunin threshold now stood at special Jonin caliber. Each focused on different strengths. Shinku and Hoshiyomi balanced taijutsu and ninjutsu, developing complementary skill sets. Shinku also refined several powerful genjutsu using scrolls from the central tower, not yet battle-tested, but ready for the exam. Hoshiyomi's swordcraft advanced slowly but steadily. After a year, he reached intermediate swordsmanship, 30/500. With most forest beasts too weak to yield much EXP, leveling became painfully slow, only 30 points gained over a full year. Tsunade's progress was primarily in medical ninjutsu. Furthermore, in their daily conversations, Hoshiyomi vaguely understood that Tsunade was trying to combine chakra compression control with taijutsu to create a completely new form of ninja art, taijutsu. Hoshiyomi caught a whiff of the strength of 100 seal, or rather, the strength of 100 technique, from this, speculating that Cherry Blossom Impact would likely emerge in a few years. Orochimaru and Jiraiya also improved. Jiraiya mastered Needle Jizo, while Orochimaru became a walking ninjutsu library, mastering 80% of the scrolls and known as Little Sarutobi for his genius-level proficiency. Of course, the one who made the most progress was undoubtedly Sakumo. Ever since that night, Sakumo had been like a changed man. Already a training fanatic, he now carried the added trait of a berserker. The word reckless could sum up his entire special training period. After that night, no matter what kind of opponent he faced, Sakumo would charge in head-on without hesitation. He was always the one to return with the worst injuries, but also the one whose strength advanced the fastest. In the second half of the year, he all but abandoned ninjutsu practice entirely. All his time was devoted to developing a technique he called the body activation secret technique, the very same concept Kakashi would later explain to Sasuke when teaching him the Chidori, using lightning release chakra to stimulate cellular activity. Within 6 months, Sakumo successfully mastered the method of stimulating cellular activity using lightning release chakra. With this technique as a foundation, his Void Severance fully took shape. The current version of Void Severance was no longer just a pure burst-type move, it had evolved into a state-based technique, somewhat akin to the lightning release chakra mode used in the Hidden Cloud Village. When activating this state, Sakumo could temporarily boost his speed and strength to extraordinary levels. Its effect was somewhat reminiscent of the 8 gates, but without the extreme physical toll those gates inflict on the body. With the boost from this jutsu, Sakumo could even hold his own against Hoshiyomi's current strength for a full 3 minutes without falling behind. However, once his chakra ran dry, he'd be completely outmatched. Hoshiyomi would make short work of him. Both senseis Torifu and Homura watched in awe. Even under the second Hokage, they hadn't progressed this fast. These 6 rising shinobi were truly the next generation pushing forward. The final day of training. That morning, after breakfast, they expected new orders, but instead each found a form inside the tower, their Chunin exam application. Torifu laughed, and Homura smiled. Congratulations, your year's training is complete. You won't have to see my face here every day anymore. Surprised, they looked at each other blankly. Time in the forest of death had blurred for them, days filled with exhaustion and discipline until even falling asleep took only seconds. They only realized time had passed when Torifu and Homura told them, "Today's your holiday, you can leave the forest." 2 months, gone. Now told the year was over, their minds struggled to process. They felt relief, pride, and unexpected sadness at leaving what had become their forge. Hoshiyomi remembered his past life's military training, despising it, dreaming of escape, but at its end, even the cruel drill sergeants earned respect. Torifu clapped everyone on the shoulder. "What's there to cry about? You'll see each other plenty. Now get cleaned up, your bodies are a mess. Let's go soak in a hot spring, then I'll treat you to a grilled meat feast to celebrate." P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 73, Konoha's Sword Saint 73. When Hoshiyomi and the others concluded their special training, there was less than a week left until the Chunin exams began. To ensure fairness, and as per agreement, this year's Chunin exams wouldn't be held within the Hidden Leaf Village. Instead, they would all take place in the Land of Rivers. The village hidden in hot water, Yugakure no Sato, in the Land of Hot Water, proactively offered to host these Chunin exams, and they were also one of the participating nations. The Hidden Cloud and Hidden Leaf villages were somewhat surprised by this small village's initiative, but since someone was willing to provide lodging and venues, they naturally couldn't ask for more. Neither nation believed that Yugakure would cause any trouble. After all, the Land of Rivers, caught between the two great powers, was the country most desperate for peace. If they sabotaged the Chunin exams and allowed the war to continue, the entire Land of Rivers would face annihilation. The daimyo of the Land of Rivers would have to be insane to let Hot Water Village stir up trouble. In fact, both the daimyo of the Land of Rivers and the village head of Yugakure attached great importance to these Chunin exams. Of course, they weren't hoping to make a grand splash in such an extreme Chunin exam. They simply hoped to curry favor with both ninja villages through these exams, wishing that no matter whether the war continued or not, the Land of Rivers would be spared. This was likely the sorrow of a small nation. Despite being the persecuted country, it still had to appease its oppressors while caught between two major powers. The daimyo of the Land of Rivers allocated vast funds for Yugakure to build facilities and arrange accommodation. The village head of Yugakure was also busy with these matters daily, even setting aside village politics. But neither of them knew that within their own country, a terrifying organization was secretly planning a dreadful scheme. The Kaga cult was a small, recently formed organization. In truth, it was a terrorist group founded by refugees persecuted by the Hidden Leaf and Hidden Cloud during the war, led by a man named Kairu. Kairu was a born schemer with an almost perverse hunger for power and authority. He possessed a silver tongue capable of swaying hearts, but he lacked the talent to become a shinobi. Not being able to become a shinobi meant he was destined to be an ordinary person. But he was unwilling to accept such a fate. Even if he couldn't be a shinobi, he would be a leader among ordinary people. He keenly observed that many people from smaller nations suffered greatly during the war, and this presented him with an opportunity. A sudden idea sparked in him. He established the Kaga cult, concocted a so-called evil god, and began to preach fervently. In less than a year, he garnered a large following in the land of hot springs. At first, Kairu simply enjoyed the thrill of power and manipulation. But everything changed one day when one of his peasant followers brought him a secret scroll. The peasant was illiterate and didn't know the horror recorded in that scroll, but Kairu understood it clearly, so clearly that his whole body trembled. It was an ancient scroll dating back to before the Warring States period, documenting evil arts called jujutsu. According to the scroll, with enough sacrifices and blood, combined with those sinister formations, even ordinary people could gain power surpassing that of ordinary shinobi. This gave Kairu hope of acquiring power. Although he had enjoyed authority before, he had also been constantly uneasy, knowing full well that his current growth was only possible because no one paid attention to him amidst the chaos of war. Once the war ended, he, without power, would be easily eradicated by shinobi. Now, with this scroll, everything would be different. As long as he could gain great power according to the methods in the scroll, wouldn't he have boundless potential in the future? Thus, Kairu began his research into the Jujutsu scroll. He didn't dare to immediately research the high-level techniques, only starting with the most basic Jujutsu. The research results showed that the Jujutsu was indeed effective, which further inflated his ambition. He demonstrated the abilities he gained to his core followers. He claimed these were gifts from the evil god, returned to him after receiving his sacrifices. As long as they obeyed his commands and served the evil god would bestow power upon them through his hands. The doctrine of the evil god cult also changed from live for the moment to embrace suffering, exchange slaughter for the evil god's pleasure. Such a twisted doctrine scared away many ordinary followers, but it brought Kairu a host of mentally unstable fanatics. The Kage cult also became more secretive. On the surface, the Kage cult mysteriously disappeared. In reality, it went underground, beginning its own secret conspiracy. Followers of the Kage cult, scattered across the land of rivers, lured ignorant girls and children with various pretexts, leading them to secret bases to be used as sacrifices for blood rituals. Land of Rivers, Kage cult secret base. In the eerie formation, lay the bodies of several young girls. Their blood flowed into the edged patterns, making the already bizarre formation appear even more sinister. A group of cultists reveled in the blood, their naked bodies adorned with various black markings. They reveled in the power, emitting various monkey-like cries. Kairu sat on a high throne in the distance, swirling a wine glass filled with blood as he looked down at the grotesque display of his followers. In truth, he looked down on these people, these mindless, powerless followers were nothing more than tools. What Kairu truly yearned for were shinobi followers. He had a bold idea: Jujutsu itself was already terrifying, so what if he could control a talented shinobi to be his follower? If a talented shinobi underwent various Jujutsu enhancements, could he obtain a bodyguard more powerful than a jonin? If he could have several such bodyguards, wouldn't the entire shinobi world fall into his grasp? Thinking of this, Kairu couldn't help but tremble with excitement, and faint black jujutsu markings began to appear on his body. Speaking of which, Hot Water Village was apparently hosting a joint Chunin exam between the Hidden Leaf and Hidden Cloud villages soon. This might be an opportunity. With that thought, he raised the wine glass and drank the blood in it in one gulp. He put down the glass, stood up, and loudly addressed the distant cultists, "Children of the evil god, I have just received the evil god's latest decree." Upon hearing Kairu's words, the cultists all knelt and prostrated themselves. "We humbly obey the evil god's teachings." Kairu looked at the kneeling followers, an indescribable sense of satisfaction swelling within him. He spread his arms and declared, "The evil god desires new followers. He says he wants shinobi followers. From today onwards, all activities to find sacrifices are suspended. Everyone is to remain within Yugakure, gather information about the Chunin exams, and compile information on the examinees to offer to the evil god. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 74, Konoha's Sword Saint 74. About 5 or 6 days before the Chunin exams, the Konoha Genin squad led by Koharu Udadan and Torifo Akimichi set out for the Land of Rivers. Among this group of Genin, the most prominent weren't Hoshiyomi and his team, but rather a few 14 and 15-year-old prodigies from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, the ones Konoha openly presented as its elite candidates. Over the past year, these prodigies had completed several high-difficulty C and B rank missions under the guidance of their Genin instructors, and the village had made sure to broadcast their talents far and wide. What even they didn't realize was that they were essentially decoys meant to draw attention away from Hoshiyomi and his team. Currently, these so-called geniuses were walking around with a self-important swagger, each convinced they were the pinnacle of the new generation. Their arrogant stride practically screamed that they had no regard for anyone else. In comparison, Hoshiyomi's 6-person team, whose official ages had been altered to 11, looked like mere filler participants. The age alteration had been absolutely necessary. Had they registered with their actual ages barely 9, in lunar years they would have been instantly targeted the moment they stepped into Yugakure by any observant ninja, especially those from Kumagakure. Although the rule stated that only genin under 15 could enter, no one in their right mind would send freshly graduated 9-year-olds into a bloodbath like this exam unless the village leader was utterly deranged, or the kids themselves were anomalies. There was no third option. So altering their ages to 11 blurred their true abilities. Besides, most children begin their growth spurts around age 12. Between ages 9 and 11, physical development tends to vary little, especially in height. Given that Hoshiyomi's team had grown up with ample nutrition and proper development, claiming they were 11 raised no suspicion at all. Their relatively slim builds even made some assume they were slightly undernourished. Even among Konoha's own genin squad, most viewed Hoshiyomi's team as cannon fodder, only there to make up the numbers. The way others spoke to them ranged from condescending to outright pitying, which left the 6 feeling uncomfortable and out of place. After about 2 days of travel, the group finally arrived in the Land of Rivers. Yugakure is just up ahead. Everyone, get your exam ID ready. Don't cause any unnecessary trouble, Koharu instructed. At her words, a group of eager teens quickly pulled their exam IDs from their ninja tool pouches, excitement clear on their faces. Once at the village gates, they presented their IDs to the patrolling Yugakure ninja and were warmly welcomed by official escorts arranged by the village. Nearby, teams from several smaller villages watched with open envy and resentment. So this is what it's like to be from Konoha? Even entering the village comes with a welcome party. Must be nice to be born elite. To prevent clashes between Konoha and Kumagakure squads, Yugakure's staff took no chances. Konoha's team was led straight to a hot spring inn on the western side of the village, while Kumagakure's was housed on the eastern side. The clear separation was designed to avoid any direct confrontations. Cowardly? Perhaps. But it was cowardice at a whole new level. Konoha didn't press the issue. They settled in peacefully, enjoying 2 days of meals and hot springs without stirring up any trouble. On the third morning, representative teams from all participating villages gathered at Yugakure's Ninja Academy for the first round of the exam or written test. Yugakure, lacking any authority figures capable of maintaining order in the exam hall, they certainly weren't going to have the village leader proctor, had borrowed several chunin from Konoha and Kumo to serve as examiners. Silence. The room immediately went still at the sound of a deep, commanding voice. Konoha's genin instinctively tightened up at the sight of a burly, dark-skinned Kumo genin. Meanwhile, the rest of the village's genin turned pale at the imposing presence of Torifo Akimichi. With his horn-like hairstyle, shadowed eyes, and massive, mountain-like frame, some even questioned whether he was human. If not for Hoshiyomi's group being relatively normal-looking, these genin might have assumed Konoha was a village of monsters. Clearing his throat, the muscular genin announced, "I'm Karui, genin of Kumagakure and one of the chief proctors for this written exam. I'll be handing out the test papers. Please take your assigned seats according to your exam ID and wait for further instructions. Torifu followed up, I'm Akimichi Torifu, Jainin from Konoha, and the other chief proctor. I'll now explain the exam rules. There are 10 questions total, 6 multiple choice and 4 written response. Each is worth 10 points. Scoring 60 or more means you pass. Less than 60 and you're out. Cheating is strictly forbidden. Fortune are positioned at the corners of the classroom to observe for cheating. In addition, 2 mobile proctors will patrol the room. If anyone in your team is caught cheating, your entire squad will be disqualified and banned from taking the exam again for 3 years. Understood? The warning silenced the room. No one even dared respond. Only when Konoha's Genin muttered a quiet understood did the rest of the students nervously echo them in mosquito-like voices. This test was similar to the one in the original story, meant to assess their knowledge and ability to gather intel. But unlike the original, there was no 10th question trick. All questions were mandatory. There would be no miraculous pass like Naruto's just for guts. You could pass through sheer knowledge or by copying someone else's answers if you could do it without getting caught. Hoshiyomi's team had been briefed ahead of time. At least 10 of the students in the room were actually proctors in disguise, and the answers they wrote would be correct. All they had to do was find a way to cheat without being detected. Once the exam began, Hoshiyomi's group remained calm. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Shinku handled it with ease, answering the questions from pure knowledge alone. The rest waited patiently. Once a disguised proctor finished writing, Hoshiyomi casually raised his hand. "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom." Inside the restroom, Hoshiyomi created a shadow clone. The clone activated transparent escape technique and concealed itself before Hoshiyomi returned with the proctor, his invisible clone trailing silently behind. Back in the classroom, the clone easily collected the answers. It lightly traced the multiple-choice answers on Jiraiya's and Sakamo's backs with its finger before slipping away and dispersing. Hoshiyomi, receiving the clone's memories, quickly filled in the answers with ease. Once finished, all 6 quietly put down their pens and sat back, calmly watching the chaos unfold around them. Chapter 75, Konoha's Sword Saint 75. Just like in the original story, these absurdly difficult written questions were nearly impossible for the average genin. Only someone like Tsunade, a true academic powerhouse, could solve them with ease. The exam room gradually grew restless. Hoshiyomi could clearly see some participants growing increasingly anxious, their eyes darting about. Restless legs shaking, nervous glances and twitchy movements started to spread. That was when the decoy entered just as planned. A scrawny, suspicious-looking genin furtively pulled out a scroll from his pocket and began to sneak a look. At that point, nearly 80% of the classroom was already wavering between holding their ground or cheating. Seeing someone apparently getting away with it emboldened many. One by one, students began taking risks. Just as things began to spiral into chaos, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Numbers 36, 58, and 73 disqualified. The scroll user's face dropped as he stared at the floor in shame. The other 2 stood up in confusion, demanding, "Why are we disqualified?" A nearby proctor walked over to the first offender and patted him on the shoulder. The boy flinched and a textbook fell from inside his jacket. "See that?" The other 2's faces instantly darkened. As they were dragged out of the room, they hurled curses at their teammates. The sudden disruption jolted the room. Everyone was shaken, but the reality remained: the questions were impossible, and cheating seemed like the only path, yet even that now felt like a trap. As fear and pressure collided, the most bizarre and creative forms of cheating began to emerge. Those with clumsy techniques were steadily weeded out. About an hour later, after most of the obvious rule breakers had been eliminated, Chief Examiner Karui finally stood up and announced, "Time's up. Put down your pencils. Remain seated. The proctors will now tally the results and announce the outcomes shortly." Roughly 15 minutes passed before Torifu stood up to declare the results. Out of the original crowd, 63 candidates remained. 45 were from Konoha and Kumagakure, while the remaining 18 were scattered across the smaller villages. As expected, Hoshiyomi's entire team passed without incident. Once the final count was confirmed, Torifu cleared his throat and announced, "Those of you who passed report to your accommodations and rest. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., gather at Yugakure's main gate. The second phase will begin then. Latecomers will be disqualified on the spot. You are dismissed." Shortly after Hoshiyomi's group returned to the hot spring inn following the first test, more than 10 people within Yugakure mysteriously vanished. Oddly enough, no one noticed. These individuals were all followers of the Kaga cult, who had secretly infiltrated Yugakure. They had long since dug a hidden passage from the village directly to their temporary base. At that moment, they were gathered at the base, preparing for their second meeting. Kairu, the cult leader, eagerly spoke up as his subordinates returned. "Well? Did you gather the intel?" One of them handed him 2 scrolls and replied, "Evil God, we've done everything we could. These scrolls contain all the information we could gather on the participants. There might be some gaps, but this is the best we could manage. Tomorrow's the survival phase of the exams. The test will take place in the forest right above us. This is the opportunity Evil God has given us, Kairu-sama. We must act." Kairu's eyes lit up as he took the scrolls. "Excellent. You've done well. Evil God is pleased. You shall all receive his blessings." His followers were overjoyed at his words. They immediately dropped to their knees, kowtowing and chanting, "Thank you, Evil God. Evil God is eternal." Kairu didn't spare them a glance. His attention was entirely focused on the 2 scrolls. One scroll detailed the participants from the Western Hot Spring in Konoha's team and the other from the Eastern in Kumagakure's. Kairu wasn't an idiot. He knew that the strength of a ninja largely came down to their mastery of ninjutsu. The smaller villages lacked foundation. Even if he managed to control some of their genin, they'd be useless long-term. So he'd instructed his people to target only Konoha and Kumo's genin. However, upon reading the scrolls, Kairu couldn't help but frown. Things weren't as simple as he'd hoped. Take Kumagakure's team, for instance. One of them was a huge, dark-skinned youth built like a humanoid ox. Despite supposedly being under 15, he looked older than Kairu himself. He looked like nothing but trouble. And considering Kumo's reputation for wreaking havoc in wars, Kairu instinctively decided to avoid their candidates altogether. Still, just to be thorough, he picked 2 candidates from Kumo reluctantly, and only because there weren't better options. This, however, highlighted one of Kairu's greatest weaknesses, his lack of knowledge. As a non-shinobi, he had no real way of gauging a ninja's true strength. To him, someone who looked small, thin, and unthreatening with no known clan ties was ideal prey. His life experiences and worldview led him to make such shallow judgments. Opening the Konoha scroll, Kairu felt more at ease. At least their skin tones looked less intimidating than Kumo's. But his relief didn't last long. Out of the 20 or so names, 8 or 9 bore the surnames Uchiha or Hyuga. Even a roadside kid in the land of rivers knew not to mess with those clans. He immediately wrote them off as untouchable. Removing the Uchiha and Hyuga, and excluding others like the Aberame or Akimichi who didn't even look human to him, he was left with just 4 or 5 candidates. Orochimaru, Gekkō Hoshiyomi, Tsunade, Yi Shinku. These 4 became Kairu's primary targets. There wasn't much logic behind his choices, just the same faulty reasoning. They looked weak, had no apparent clan affiliations, seemed harmless, and were listed as very young. At a glance, they seemed like easy prey, perfect for a quick curse binding and abduction. The more Kairu studied their photos, the more pleased he became. He nodded to himself. Excellent. Those 4 plus the 2 from Kumagakure. That's 6 targets total. Looking up, he addressed his cultists, head to the surface and begin reconnaissance. If you spot any of these 6 tomorrow, report to me immediately. Evil God has decreed that I must handle this operation personally. The cultists obeyed without hesitation and scattered. Kairu, meanwhile, slipped into a secret chamber, locking himself inside to prepare his curse rituals and ready the blood required for the jutsu he would use tomorrow. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 76, Konoha's Sword Saint 76. Early the next morning, all 63 genin who had passed the first round of written exams gathered under the supervision of their respective genin leaders at Yugakure's village gate. At precisely 9 a.m., the group was led out of the village and marched to a fenced-off forest surrounded by barbed wire. They came to a stop before its entrance. Standing at the gate was the village chief of Yugakure, waiting with a serious expression. He cleared his throat, trying his best to appear authoritative, and announced. The next phase is the second exam, the trap forest. With that, the chief began reading out the rules. This exam differed significantly from the one Naruto's generation faced. In fact, it was even more brutal. While the core concept was similar, protecting a scroll, the differences were stark. This time, there was no distinction between heaven and earth scrolls. Each team had only one scroll. And that scroll would not guarantee advancement for the entire team, only for the individual who turned it in. Upon entering the forest, teams would be split up. Every genin would have to rely on their own abilities to avoid traps, protect the scroll, and eventually regroup with their teammates. Once reunited, they would use the scroll as their anchor to fight for more scrolls over the next 3 days. At the end of that period, the central tower would open, and the scrolls would need to be submitted. In this final submission stage, the concept of team would be discarded. Only the genin who turns in a scroll will advance. No scroll means immediate elimination. It was ruthless and direct. Clearly, this round would be far bloodier than the one Naruto and his peers had faced. Before the exam officially began, Yugakure provided private briefing rooms, small black chambers where each team could discuss their strategies and hide their scroll in secret. Each group had 1 minute. Afterward, they would be blindfolded and escorted separately to their entry points, where they could finally remove the blindfolds. Hoshiyomi's team and Tsunade's team decided to coordinate. After a quick strategy session, they hid their scrolls on Orochimaru and Hoshiyomi respectively. The 6 agreed on one plan: do not head directly to the central tower. Instead, they'd wait for Hoshiyomi to locate and regroup with the others. Lobo, Hoshiyomi's ninkin, would play a crucial role in this. Each team member carried a small scent pouch. These pouches were filled not just with herbs, but also with a small piece of dirt Lobo had urinated on. According to Hoshiyomi's tests, if someone carrying one of these pouches came within a kilometer of Lobo, he could track them down by scent. The trap forest, despite its intimidating name, wasn't even half the size of the Forest of Death. With these scent pouches, Hoshiyomi would have no trouble locating his team. Once the 6 of them regrouped, they'd dominate the entire forest. After finalizing the plan, the 6 exited the briefing room and were blindfolded and led away in separate directions. When Hoshiyomi finally arrived at one of the entry points, he removed his blindfold and rubbed Lobo's head, asking, "Can you smell the scent pouch?" Lobo stood still for a moment, nose twitching as he sniffed the air. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and barked twice, head turned toward a distant direction. Seeing Lobo so quickly lock onto someone's location, Hoshiyomi relaxed. What he didn't realize was that a new danger was creeping closer with every step he took. At 10:30 a.m., the gates at each forest entrance opened. The 63 participants charged into the trap forest from different directions. The second round had officially begun. The forest quickly lived up to its name. Within 5 minutes, the sky was already flashing with signal flares. Sharp whistles echoed through the air, coordinates marking where traps had been triggered. To anyone paying attention, those signals were invitations, markers for easy prey. One such signal flared less than 500 meters from Hoshiyomi's position. But he paid it no mind. Regrouping with Tsunade and the others came first. Besides, chasing after those flares now would only throw him into premature battles. No point in wasting energy. With that in mind, Hoshiyomi picked up his pace, following Lobo's lead toward the nearest scent pouch. Elsewhere in the forest, Tsunade was carefully sweeping her surroundings for traps. She suddenly heard rustling in the underbrush. Instinctively, she gripped her kunao tightly, holding her breath, waiting. From the shadows burst a genin wearing a Kyuzagaku forehead protector. His eyes lit up the moment he saw her, a lone female genin. Jackpot! Not for anything perverted, he just saw it as a lucky break. Taking out a solo opponent early could mean an easy scroll win. Without a word, he lunged at Tsunade. In this kind of high-stakes environment, swift action was survival. If her teammates showed up midway, he'd be screwed. His logic was sound, his luck, not so much. What he failed to sense was the overwhelming strength coiled within Tsunade's petite frame. A glint of disdain flickered in Tsunade's eyes as she stood her ground. She calmly waited until the Kyuzagaku genin was close before ducking low, evading his kunao effortlessly. Then, with a single motion, she drove her own kunao into his back. He'd wanted a swift fight. Tsunade gave him one. She crouched down and rifled through his gear. No scroll. Clicking her tongue in annoyance, she muttered, "Of course. Nothing's ever that easy." Just as she finished complaining, her pupils contracted. Danger. She sensed something behind her. In a flash, she twisted her torso, kunao snapping upward. It clashed with a ninja blade in a sharp clang. Tsunade let out a breath of relief, but goosebumps still crawled across her skin. Whoever this was, she hadn't sensed them at all. As she kept her guard up, something about the opponent's ninja blade caught her eye. Ornate, almost like a work of art. Nice reflexes. Guess that training's paid off. That familiar, cocky voice made her immediately drop her stance. She spun around and punched the speaker square in the chest. "You idiot! Scaring me like that!" Hoshiyomi yelped, ducking and shielding himself from her flurry of blows. Okay, stop. You'll attract attention. We still have to find Jiraiya and the others. Right, Lobo?" Lobo gave a quiet bark in agreement, perfectly on cue. Tsunade paused, thinking it over. "Fair point," she admitted, walking around Hoshiyomi and turning to the dog. "Lobo, do you smell any scent pouches nearby?" Lobo shook his head. "Nothing in range." Tsunade turned and kicked Hoshiyomi again. "Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go find Jiraiya and the others." With that, the two of them left together, vanishing into the trees. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 77, Konoha's Sword Saint 77. Perhaps due to Tsunade's presence, the two chatted and laughed along the way, letting their guard down significantly. Lobo, eager to track the scent pouches, was so focused that neither the two shinobi nor the dog noticed a figure covered in mud lying in the puddle they had just passed. That mud-covered person's eyes gleamed as they watched Tsunade and Hoshiyomi leave. They then rose and ran toward a dense patch of forest not far away. Inside the Kaga cult's temporary base, Kyra was impatiently waiting for news from his followers, worried that these useless subordinates wouldn't even manage to locate a single target. Just as he paced anxiously, the mud-covered figure rushed in. "Lord Kairu, I saw two of the targets you selected. They're heading east together. Quick, take me there." As Kairu followed the mud-covered scout to track Tsunade and Hoshiyomi, the two Konoha shinobi ran into their own trouble. They had been moving through the forest for a while when Lobo suddenly barked, signaling that he'd caught the scent of a pouch. Hoshiyomi and Tsunade were overjoyed. Just as they turned to head toward the scent, they came face to face with someone rushing from the opposite direction. For a moment, the three of them froze in a direct standoff. Normally, Hoshiyomi, eager to reunite with Sakumo and the others, wouldn't have cared about someone approaching. If there was no confrontation, brushing past each other would have been ideal. But the person in front of them wore a hidden cloud forehead protector, and that couldn't be ignored. Their purpose in participating in the Chunin exams was to eliminate as many Cloud Shinobi as possible and prevent Kumagakure from claiming victory. The Cloud Genin clearly had the same goal in mind. There was no way this encounter would end peacefully. The Cloud Ninja looked around 14 or 15 years old, built like a small buffalo. He eyed Tsunade and Hoshiyomi, two slender, youthful figures who lacked any imposing aura. He figured dealing with them would be no problem. Thanks to his age and taijutsu prowess, he held a clear advantage. While he wasn't the top genius in his village, he was still 1 in 100 talent. Too bad for these leaf shinobi, they had just run into him. With that thought, the Cloud Genin unleashed his strength, roaring as he charged toward Hoshiyomi and Tsunade. What an idiot! Doesn't he care about exposing his position? Tsunade muttered. She was just about to step forward when Hoshiyomi raised a hand to stop her. I'll handle this. You take Lobo and find Sakumo and the others. I'll catch up soon. Tsunade considered Hoshiyomi's ridiculous speed and nodded. She picked up Lobo and continued on her way. Seeing this, the Cloud Genin felt completely dismissed. He sneered at Hoshiyomi, in such a hurry to die? You two might have had a chance together. But now? You let your teammate walk away? Idiot! Hoshiyomi ignored the taunt. He drew Mikazuki Munchika and stepped forward, unleashing a swift, wind-like slash straight for the Cloud Genin's throat. The Kumo Genin was shocked by Hoshiyomi's speed. He couldn't believe this seemingly frail boy moved like a phantom. Fortunately, he wasn't helpless. His chakra nature was lightning release, which significantly boosted his speed. In a critical moment, he activated his lightning chakra and twisted in mid-air, narrowly deflecting the blow with his shoulder. A wounded shoulder was better than a slashed throat. But in the next instant, his arm flew into the air, and he screamed in pain. He had assumed taking a hit to the shoulder would simply hinder his offense, then he could use his strength in close combat to overpower his foe. Speed-type shinobi usually lacked physical power. But he hadn't counted on the ruthless sharpness of Mikazuki Munchika, which severed his arm cleanly. Now on the ground, clutching his bleeding stump, the Kumo Genin was drenched in cold sweat. His gaze toward Hoshiyomi changed from disdain to raw fear and hatred. He'd thought he'd found an easy target, but this kid was clearly one of Konoha's elite fighters. Judging from his speed alone, even the best Cloud Genin would have a hard time with him. No. For the sake of the Cloud's victory in the Chunin exams, for Kumagakure's glory, even if I die, I have to take this guy down. I can't let him walk out of this forest alive. He reached for a scroll at his waist and held it up as Hoshiyomi approached, ready to finish him off. Don't kill me. I have a scroll. I'll give it to you. Just let me go. Hoshiyomi hesitated for a moment. This guy didn't seem like much, and with one arm gone, he wouldn't last long. Maybe it was fine to just take the scroll and move on? Before he could decide, the Cloud Genin added, "It's real. I'll show you." With one hand, he lifted the scroll to his mouth and bit through the seal strap. What Hoshiyomi didn't know was that the Genin had secretly smeared his own blood on the scroll. The moment the strap broke, Hoshiyomi felt a wave of unease sweep over him. That gut feeling pushed away all doubt. He flipped Mikazuki Munchika into a reverse grip, preparing to activate Crescent Moon Slash. But he was still a step too slow. Before he could strike, the Cloud Genin tore the scroll open. From it dropped a glowing blue object straight into his mouth. Instantly, the Genin's body was engulfed in eerie blue chakra flames. Seeing that, Hoshiyomi froze, not out of indecision, but shock. Or rather, he dared not use Crescent Moon Slash because he recognized those flames. Two Tails Chakra flames. Matatabi. He'd been too young. Too trusting. He'd fallen for the deception. He'd completely screwed up. He remembered tales from the original records. After the Gold and Silver Brothers, Cloud Shinobi had tried consuming the Eight Tails' flesh, but every single one of them died, unable to withstand the power. And now, this scene was exactly like those stories. Except this time, it wasn't Eight Tails' flesh, it was Two Tails. This guy planned to use a moment of Berserker Chakra to go down swinging. As Hoshiyomi grasped the full picture, he saw the Kumo-genin previously writhing in agony begin to rise. Yes, rise. Now fully overtaken by Matatabi's feral chakra, the genin dropped to all fours, his body contorted into something monstrous. He had become a beast. Chapter 78, Konoha's Sword Saint 78. The Cloud Genin, now in a berserk state, had completely surrendered to instinct, only destruction remained. He opened his mouth and spat out a massive blue fireball, nearly the size of a basin, then lunged forward on all fours, propelled by explosive strength. The two attacks came in rapid succession. Even if Hoshiyomi dodged the fireball, the charging genin would tear him apart. Without hesitation, Hoshiyomi unleashed an incomplete Crescent Moon Slash. The arc of his slash cut narrowly past the fireball. Hoshiyomi could smell the singed ends of his own hair from the searing heat. He just barely dodged the fireball and, by extension, the follow-up pounce. Before the genin could turn, Hoshiyomi countered with a backhanded slash across his back. He'd put his full strength into the blow. Under normal circumstances, it could have cut a man clean in half. But protected by the Two Tails Chakra cloak, the strike left only a shallow gash. It didn't cripple him. It only enraged him. The Cloud Genin spun and swung his remaining arm at Hoshiyomi's face with brutal force. Hoshiyomi raised his blade just in time to block, but even then, the wind from the strike burned his cheek. He silently thanked himself for having severed the guy's other arm earlier. If this had been a double strike, he might not have had time to dodge at all. That thought had barely passed when a gust of wind roared from behind. Hoshiyomi's gut twisted. Too close. He couldn't react. Despite trying to evade, a crushing blow slammed into his side. A chakra tail formed from the Two Tails' energy had emerged behind the berserker. Caught off guard, Hoshiyomi was thrown across the clearing. But his instincts still kicked in. While airborne, he stabbed Mikazuki Munchika into the ground, anchoring himself before he could be flung farther. He sucked in a sharp breath, gritting his teeth through the burn in his side. His entire flank had been scorched by the tail's blazing chakra, charred and disfigured even through his clothes. Had it touched bare skin, it would have cooked him alive. But there was no time to worry about wounds. The creature roared again and charged. The Cloud Genin had already possessed Genin-level power in close combat. Now, with the Two Tails chakra bolstering him, his speed and strength were on a whole other level. Even Hoshiyomi started to feel the pressure. If it were only strength and speed, he could manage. But the chakra flames were what made the battle terrifying. Just a single graze meant deep burns that were hard to recover from mid-combat. After several clashes, Mikazuki Munchika began to glow faintly red. If it had been a standard ninja blade, it would have warped under the heat and force by now. Still, the rampage came at a cost. This berserker state couldn't last forever. Hoshiyomi could already sense the genin's strength waning. A minute more. Maybe less. He just had to last that long. Then voices from the woods. Lord Kairu. The boy is here. He's alone fighting something. Hoshiyomi's stomach dropped. You've got to be kidding me. He'd almost finished this and now more enemies? No time to hesitate. He activated another Crescent Moon Slash to evade the next claw swipe, and in the same motion, drew the dagger strapped to his thigh, a weapon that had gone unused for nearly 30 chapters. One clean backstab, aimed true. The dagger pierced the genin's heart. Because the chakra flames had boiled away much of his blood, the wound didn't bleed much. But it didn't need to. His heart was gone. The berserker collapsed to the ground, twitching, gasping his final breaths. Hoshiyomi didn't pause. He didn't even bandage his own side. He ran full speed in the opposite direction of the voice he'd heard. Run? Where do you think you're going? He had only taken a few steps when the voice echoed behind him, and then a flash of red light erupted from the forest ahead. It surged upward like a flare, then crashed down around him, forming a massive, blood-red cage, nearly 100 square meters in size. Trapped. What the hell? What kind of technique is this? Which village has jutsu on this scale? This is way too overkill for just one genin. Hoshiyomi considered brute force. He slashed at the glowing wall with all his might. Nothing. It didn't even flicker. A voice spoke from behind him, "Don't waste your strength. That's the divine art of the evil god. You're not getting out." Hoshiyomi turned. 7, maybe 8 people were slowly approaching from all sides. Apparently, he'd been surrounded the whole time while fighting the Cloud Genin. They had moved in. But who are they? What ninja village would go this far just to capture me? No one should know my identity. Konoha kept it locked down. A temporary alliance? Unlikely. They don't have forehead protectors. And they all look older than 15. What the hell is going on? Before he could sort it out, the same man's voice returned, excited, almost giddy. Perfect, you're even injured. That makes this easier. He turned to the others. Start the ritual. This is the evil god's command. We cannot fail. Hoshiyomi followed the voice and finally saw him. A man in his late 30s, maybe early 40s. Judging by how reverently the others looked at him, this was Kairu. So he was real. Hoshiyomi frowned, eyes narrowing. What village are you from? Why go to all this trouble just for me? Trouble? Kairu smiled, calm and radiant, like a priest delivering a sermon. This isn't trouble, child. This is destiny. The evil god has chosen you. He wants you by his side. He wants you to join the Kage cult, become part of our family. Gekkō Hoshiyomi, you're insane. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 79, Konoha's Sword Saint 79. Hoshiyomi now realized who these people were. Their constant talk of the evil god instantly reminded him of Haiden. This Kage cult they mentioned was likely the precursor to the Jashin cult. What puzzled him was why these lunatics had targeted him. Not that it mattered. He had no interest in getting involved with a bunch of fanatics. All that mattered was escaping this blood-red cage. As long as he got out, his transparent escape technique would make catching him impossible. Kairu didn't react to being called insane. He continued in that slow, priestly tone. It's fine. Resistance is normal at first. But once you join us, you'll see the evil god's true charm. Hoshiyomi's answer came in the form of an attack. As he charged, Kairu dropped his calm act. He drew a dagger from his sleeve and slashed his palm. As blood flowed, dark markings spread across his body just like Haiden's. Curse art, blood arrow. The blood from Kairu's hand didn't fall but floated unnaturally, forming 3 crossbow-like projectiles. With a flick of his finger, the blood bolts flew at Hoshiyomi. As they came at him, Hoshiyomi abandoned his attack. He rolled forward, then flicked 2 shuriken toward the cultists setting up the formation in the distance. He instinctively knew whatever they were building couldn't be good. And judging by how the cage moved with them, they were likely the core of the barrier, just like the 4 violet flames formation. If he could take them out, he might be able to break free. He didn't stop after dodging. The blood arrows behind him curved mid-air and came after him again. From the shuriken's direction came 2 screams. Hoshiyomi glanced back. One cultist had taken a shuriken to the throat and died instantly, another was hit in the thigh and went down screaming. Seeing that, Hoshiyomi's eyes lit up. He'd assumed everyone in this Kaga cult would be as dangerous as Haiden. But clearly, they weren't. His shuriken hadn't even been that fast. Any alert genin should have dodged them. These guys didn't even react. So weak, now I'm not worried. With that, he ignored Kairu and the homing blood arrows entirely, drew his blade, and charged at the rest of the formation team. The cultists panicked. At their core, they were just ordinary civilians, only made stronger through Kairu's curse art enhancements. But they had no combat experience. They could intimidate defenseless girls or kids but not a ninja. Seeing two of their comrades die instantly, the others broke. They began chanting, "Evil God, grant me strength." As if that would help. It didn't. Hoshiyomi's first strike took off a head. He flung the corpse behind him to block the incoming blood arrows, then flashed a wicked grin at the remaining 5 cultists and rushed in again. 3 of the 8 were now dead. The blood-red cage dimmed, its shape shifting from an octagon to a pentagon. The remaining cultists saw Hoshiyomi's grin and fled, abandoning the formation entirely. Kairu, still standing, was stunned. His flawless plan, how had it fallen apart so quickly? The truth was, Kairu's plan would have worked if he'd targeted an ordinary genin or chunin. First trap them in a blood cage, then delay them while extracting their blood. Once the curse art, blood puppet grand formation was complete, the target's blood would be used to forge a mindless blood puppet. But they had picked the worst possible target, Gekkō Hoshiyomi, the strongest contender in the entire chunin exams. Failure was inevitable. Realizing the situation was out of control, Kairu abandoned his original plan. The goal of capturing a ninja was now irrelevant. He had to kill Hoshiyomi and erase any evidence of their existence. That's when it hit him, he'd been tricked. What he thought was a promising but weak rookie was actually a monster in disguise. Hoshiyomi might be Konoha's ultimate hidden card, with the so-called Uchiha and Hyuga prodigies acting as his cover. But it was too late for regrets. He still had plenty of curse arts. If used right, they might be enough to kill Hoshiyomi. His eyes swept over the blood-soaked battlefield, the 5 fleeing cultists, and finally the burning corpse. An idea struck. While Hoshiyomi was distracted chasing the others, Kairu rushed to the corpse. He dripped his own blood onto it and quickly began carving a new array around it. Once the formation was complete, Kairu gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. Boom! The 5 fleeing cultists exploded literally. Mid-run, their bodies burst apart, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Combined with the blood vials strapped to them, the explosion drenched the entire cage floor in red. It was a backup curse Kairu had embedded in them from the start, an insurance policy in case of betrayal. He hadn't needed to use it before, but now, he needed more blood. Chapter 80, Konoha's Sword Saint 80. The sudden self-destruction of the 5 cultists caught Hoshiyomi off guard. The visual impact was jarring. It took him a second to realize this had to be Kairu's doing. He wanted to rush back and stop the ritual, but it was already too late. The distance between them was too great, there was no way he could interrupt it in time. If he couldn't stop it, then the only option was to run. Time to get the hell out of here. Just as Hoshiyomi turned to flee, Kairu completed his ritual. Curse art, blood puppet manipulation. The moment the ritual finished, something horrifying occurred. Pools of blood on the ground seemed to come alive, streaming unnaturally toward the body of the fallen Kumagaku genin lying within the formation. As the corpse absorbed the blood, it began to swell and redden, expanding grotesquely from an average frame to nearly 2 meters tall. At the same time, the dying blue chakra flames that had been flickering on its body flared back to life. The corpse stood. Kairu, watching the reanimated body, raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. So this blue flames, it was his own ability? What a pleasant surprise! This technique, curse art, blood puppet manipulation was one of the most forbidden arts hidden in the deepest section of the scroll. It allowed the caster to reanimate the recently dead using human blood, turning them into blood puppets that would fight under the caster's control. The puppet's strength depended on both the power of the original corpse and the amount of blood used as a medium. Stronger bodies required more blood, while weaker corpses could be enhanced with an overabundance. But there was a catch: the technique only lasted 5 minutes and could only be activated with human blood. Blood from other creatures wouldn't work. Still, 5 minutes should be more than enough to kill Gekkō Hoshiyomi. With that in mind, Kairu pointed toward the fleeing shinobi and commanded, "Bring him back." The blood puppet opened its mouth, letting out a harsh, guttural roar, and in a blur, launched forward. Strengthened by the blood infusion and the remnants of Two Tails chakra, its speed was almost absurd. Hoshiyomi hadn't gotten far when he heard that guttural screech closing in behind him. "You've got to be kidding me!" Cursing under his breath, Hoshiyomi activated his transparent escape technique, reasoning that the puppet its eyes burned away shouldn't be able to see him. He slowed down, hoping to gradually slip out of the creature's tracking range. But what he didn't expect was the puppet to suddenly spit a fireball at him before continuing to charge in his direction. Seriously? It can do that too? Hoshiyomi's speed was already limited due to his injured waist, and now he had to dodge fireballs on top of everything. In the time it took to react, the blood puppet was nearly on top of him. Damn it! Realizing he couldn't outrun it, Hoshiyomi drew his blade Mikazuki Munchika. A direct melee with this thing? No way! The plan was to go back and end Kairu. This thing was a summoned corpse, tough and mindless. Fighting it head-on would be suicide. Better to kill the summoner directly. As the puppet lunged, Hoshiyomi crouched low and activated Crescent Moon Slash, creating space between them with a blindingly fast slash. In that moment, he noticed something strange. His blood had briefly defied gravity, tugging unnaturally toward the puppet. That was it. The blood puppet wasn't tracking by sight, it was homing in on his blood. Which meant unless he completely drained himself dry, he couldn't hide from it. Obviously, that wasn't an option. So, he ran. Again. This time, though, it wasn't just a blind escape. He threw everything he had at slowing it down: explosive tags, jutsu, debris, anything to buy time. Tree after tree fell in his wake, and while none of it could stop the puppet outright, it did slow it down. The creature had no intelligence, only instinct and Kairu's orders. With no real thoughts of its own, it often did the dumbest things, like smashing through obstacles it could have easily leapt over. But that delay was all Hoshiyomi needed. After a long, grueling chase, he finally spotted Kairu up ahead, standing where he'd been waiting to savor his victory. "Got you now, bastard!" Hoshiyomi activated transparent escape technique again and silently crept up on the cult leader. As a civilian, Kairu had no chakra sensing ability and never noticed. He heard the blood puppet's low growl and assumed it had returned with its quarry. Without turning around, Kairu asked casually, "Did you bring him?" What answered him was the sudden appearance of Hoshiyomi and the gleaming blade of Mikazuki Munchika. Hoshiyomi wasn't taking any chances. The moment he struck, he used secret technique, Swallow Return, Tsub-Aimga-ishi, delivering 3 simultaneous slashes. 3 fountains of blood exploded from Kairu's body. It was over far quicker than Hoshiyomi expected. He'd assumed Kairu would have some trick up his sleeve. But the man died almost too easily. Kairu's eyes went wide, blood spilling from his lips. So, this is the power of a shinobi. Hoshiyomi didn't answer. He calmly slid Mikazuki Munchika back into its sheath. Click! The clean snap of the blade locking into place triggered something, and with that sound, Kairu's body split apart into several pieces. At the same moment, the blood puppet, now only a few meters behind, collapsed with a heavy thud. Its severed head rolled across the ground, its blank gaze fixed on Hoshiyomi. Then, it spoke. "But you underestimated me." I serve the evil God himself. The final words were roared with eerie strength. The puppet's head suddenly filled with energy it shouldn't have had left. Blood puppet detonate. The moment he shouted, the puppet behind Hoshiyomi exploded just like the cultists before. Flaming chunks of blood-soaked flesh rained down, splattering Hoshiyomi's back. The blood was corrosive. Wherever it landed, it burned like acid, sending searing pain through his body. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 81, Konoha's Sword Saint 81. A searing pain tore across Hoshiyomi's back, so intense it forced a cry from his throat. Kairu's delighted laughter rang out at the sound of Hoshiyomi's scream. Yes, that's it. You feel it, don't you? I'll make sure the rest of your life is steeped in this same agony. Even in death, I'll make sure you suffer this as Lord Evil God's punishment upon you. Curse art, terrifying death limit. As his final words fell, Kairu's body rapidly withered. Every drop of his blood was drawn out by an unseen force, coalescing into a blood orb the size of a human head. The blood orb spun once in the air before flying straight toward Hoshiyomi's back. Despite the searing pain, Hoshiyomi managed to hurl a kunao in its path. But the blade passed right through the orb like it was mist, no resistance, no effect. The orb rippled, then reformed like nothing had touched it. The blood orb slammed into Hoshiyomi's back. Instantly, it felt as though his entire back had been torn open. The sheer agony drove a scream from his lungs before everything went black. Neither Kairu's now mummified corpse nor the unconscious Hoshiyomi witnessed what happened next. The orb of blood merged with the eerie blue chakra flames still flickering on Hoshiyomi's body. The flames and blood fused, leaving behind a massive, spectral blue skull sigil scorched across Hoshiyomi's back. The remaining chakra condensed within the sigil's eye sockets, forming flickering blue ghost fire. When Hoshiyomi awoke, he found his head resting on someone's lap. Looking up, he saw Tsunade, eyes red and teary, softly murmuring to herself while holding his hand. His hearing was still muffled, he couldn't make out what she was saying. "What did you say?" he asked hoarsely. "Ah!" Tsunade gasped, then beamed with joy. "You're finally awake. You scared me half to death when we found you. Never mind that, here, drink some water." She offered him a canteen. Hoshiyomi took a few sips. His throat didn't feel particularly dry. It seemed Tsunade had taken good care of him while he was unconscious. He slowly sat up from her lap and changed posture. "Has everyone regrouped?" he asked. "How's the scroll collection going?" Tsunade looked slightly embarrassed as she adjusted her clothes and rubbed her thigh. Clearly, having someone sleep on her lap for that long had been uncomfortable. As she massaged her legs, she began explaining what had happened while he was unconscious. She and Lobo followed the scent from the incense pouch to find Sakumo, who had been under siege by another team at the time. After a tough battle, they managed to regroup, but Lobo couldn't catch Hoshiyomi's scent. Looking back, that made sense. Hoshiyomi had ended up far from their starting point, and the battlefield had been drenched in blood. With all the interference, it was no wonder Lobo couldn't track him. They searched for a long time before finally finding Hoshiyomi. He had been seriously injured and completely unresponsive. Left with no choice, Sakumo carried him as they pushed forward. Fortunately, things went smoothly after that. They encountered few enemies, and Lobo soon picked up Jiraiya and the others' scent. There wasn't much more to tell. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Shinku took Lobo to help track down scrolls while Tsunade and Sakumo stayed at the temporary camp to care for Hoshiyomi. It was now just before dinner. Sakumo had gone out to forage for food, leaving Tsunade alone with Hoshiyomi. Just as he was about to tell her what had happened to him, Tsunade suddenly drew a kunao and signaled for silence. A moment later, voices emerged from the trees. Well, caught already," a voice drawled. "In that case, guess we'll just kill you directly. 3 shinobi stepped out under the moonlight, all wearing Kumagakure forehead protectors. Their eyes gleamed with hostility as they eyed the pair. Hoshiyomi's instincts screamed that something was wrong, but there was no time to think it through. He drew Mikazuki Munchika and stood back to back with Tsunade. The lead Kumo ninja sneered, "That guy looks injured. I'll take him. You two handle the girl." "Understood," the others replied, moving toward Tsunade while their leader drew a sword of his own. "A swordsman, hey? Haven't had a good fight like this in a while. Impress me, and maybe I'll spare your life." Hoshiyomi tightened his grip on Mikazuki Munchika. A sense of unease gnawed at him. Something was off. He couldn't pinpoint it, but his body didn't feel right. The Kumo shinobi charged. Hoshiyomi's eyes flashed with disdain. At his current level mid-level swordsmanship he could instantly read his opponent's footwork and form. The man's technique was crude at best, barely entry-level. Not even close to Sakumo's caliber, let alone his own. He met the strike with a diagonal slash, redirecting the opponent's blade. Then, with a swift uppercut, he aimed for the man's sword hand. The Kumo ninja recoiled in shock. Too fast, he hadn't even seen Hoshiyomi's blade move before it was already on him. Panicked, he let go of his weapon and pulled his hand back just in time to avoid losing fingers. But the instant he did, he knew he'd made a fatal mistake. In close combat, losing one's blade meant death. His opponent's next move would end it. And that's exactly what Hoshiyomi intended. As the man dropped his weapon, Hoshiyomi flared his chakra, planning to finish him in one lightning-fast strike. But the moment his chakras surged, something went wrong. The searing pain in his back reignited. Ghostly blue chakra flames burst from his shoulders, spreading rapidly across his body. Hoshiyomi let out a pained cry and dropped to one knee. Even gripping Mikazuki Munchika became impossible. In that instant, he finally realized what had been wrong all along. His chakra was gone. Chapter 82, Konoha's Sword Saint 82. Hoshiyomi had felt something was off when Tsunade sensed the enemy before he did. Normally, his sensory abilities were sharper than hers. Looking back now, it was clear the loss of his chakra had dulled his perception. But that was the least of his concerns. He was in agony. With the resurgence of the chakra flames on his back, it felt as if thousands of ants were crawling and biting across his spine. The pain radiated outward, seeping into every muscle and bone, threatening to drive him mad. The Kumo genin facing him stood frozen in disbelief. He had thought he was done for until Hoshiyomi suddenly collapsed like that. Overjoyed, the Kumo shinobi reached for his kunai to finish him off. Far off, Tsunade flinched at Hoshiyomi's scream and rushed to help, but the two enemies she was fighting kept her pinned down. In desperation, Tsunade chose to trade injury for a chance to break free. She allowed one kunai to sink into her arm, then sent her opponent flying with a full-powered punch. With her path cleared, she unleashed her full speed and barreled toward Hoshiyomi's attacker. The genin had good instincts. He rolled aside just in time to avoid being crushed. Tsunade had protected Hoshiyomi, but their situation had only worsened. Hoshiyomi was completely incapacitated, and their three enemies remained standing. The one she punched had a broken arm but was still combat capable. That meant Tsunade would have to fend off all three while protecting Hoshiyomi. The odds weren't good. Just as she prepared to gamble everything in a final stand, a familiar howl rang out from the distance lobos. Tsunade exhaled with relief. Help was coming. She wasted no time. Ignoring the enemy trio, she turned and slammed a karate chop into the back of Hoshiyomi's neck, knocking him unconscious. It worked. As Hoshiyomi passed out, the ghostly blue chakra flames gradually faded from his back. The three Kumo shinobi's expressions turned grim. Just as they turned to flee, Orochimaru's voice echoed from the trees. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. The ground beneath their feet instantly turned to mire, swallowing 2 of them up to the knees. Only the squad leader reacted quickly enough to escape the bog, but he didn't get far. A flash of lightning sliced through the air. Agonizing pain erupted in his chest. Sakumo had arrived. With a single void severance, he finished the fleeing genin. Elsewhere, Jiraiya unleashed a fire release, big flame bullet, engulfing one of the trapped Kyumo ninja in flames. He was just about to incinerate the third when Shinko shouted, "Idiot! Leave one alive!" Jiraiya halted just in time. The remaining Kyumo genin, despite his injuries, still shouted defiantly that he'd never talk. Shinko raised a hand and cast a genjutsu, silencing him instantly. With the enemy neutralized, the 4 regrouped. Shinko stayed behind to interrogate the captive while the others ran to check on Hoshiyomi. Tsunade had already torn open the charred remnants of Hoshiyomi's clothing and was treating the burns on his back. "It's that cursed mark again," she explained. "I think when he tried using chakra, it activated whatever this thing is. That's why he collapsed." Orochimaru nodded, analyzing the situation. "I suspected it might be some kind of forbidden technique. This all but confirms it. It seems any use of chakra triggers the curse. Tsunade," he continued, "check his internal organs. If they've been affected, this could be much worse." She paused, startled. She had been about to use diagnostic chakra to probe him. But after hearing Orochimaru's warning, she dispersed the jutsu and switched to manual pulse checking. After a few moments, she shook her head. "No damage to his organs. His pulse is steady. But I can't say for sure what might happen later." Orochimaru fell silent for a moment, then said, "This isn't something we can resolve here. We'll have to wait until the exam ends and we regroup with Torifu-sensei. Maybe then we can find a solution." Jiraiya added, "Only 1 day left before time runs out. Maybe we should just head for the central tower now." But Shinko cut in sharply. "No. According to the intel I just pulled from that genin, half the Kyumo ninja are lying in wait at the tower for an ambush. The rest are out hunting teams like us. Heading straight there would be suicide." "Then what do we do?" someone asked. Sakumo spoke up after a moment's thought. "The rules state that anyone holding a scroll can advance. That means the third round might drop the team-based format. A solo match is likely. There are 21 scrolls total, meaning 21 people are supposed to advance. But one of ours, Hoshiyomi's, was burned. So now, only 20 can pass. If we can get 11 of those spots, then Konoha wins by default." Everyone's eyes lit up. That made sense. The whole point of this Chunin exam was to ensure Konoha's candidates outnumbered Kyumos in the final promotions. As long as Konoha advanced more than half 11 or more, it would be a guaranteed victory. As long as the final bracket avoided having Konoha shinobi fight each other, they'd be unbeatable. Shinku said, "We already have 5 scrolls. So we just need to collect 6 more." "No," Orochimaru interrupted, finally joining the conversation. "Why focus on scrolls? Scrolls aren't the goal. People are. Sakumo's right, if we can get more of our people to pass, we win. So instead of chasing scrolls, we gather our allies." He glanced toward the Kyumo genin. "Didn't he say half their forces are still out scavenging? Let's take them out one by one while gathering our own. Once we've got the numbers, we eliminate the Kyumo ambush at the central tower before it ever starts. Then we win without needing a third round at all." Everyone stared at him. It was crazy. For a moment, no one said anything. Then Jiraiya blinked and asked, "But how are we supposed to find our allies and fight Kyumo at the same time?" Orochimaru didn't answer. Instead, he walked over to a tree and slammed his fist into its trunk. Whoosh! A flare shot out from a hidden compartment in the tree canopy, its shrill whistle cutting through the night sky. Turning back to the group, Orochimaru gave them a bright, almost boyish smile. "We'll use this." Author's note: I had a weird feeling this chapter had a logic gap, but I can't quite put my finger on it. If you catch anything that doesn't add up, let me know and I'll revise it. P.S. Don't worry, Hoshiyomi isn't going to lose his ability to use chakra forever. He'll recover, but the road will be a bit rough. This arc bridges the gap between the Chunin exams and the Second Shinobi War and opens the door for him to explore a new map. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 83, Konoha's Sword Saint 83. Orochimaru's strategy worked flawlessly. Over the next day, 2 or 3 Kumo squads were drawn in by the signal flare and were swiftly eliminated by Orochimaru and the others. With Orochimaru's earth style, Shinko's genjutsu, Jiraiya's needle jizz, and Sakumo's assassination techniques, not a single Kumo shinobi managed to escape. 3 Konoha squads also arrived after spotting the signal. One of them had previously been ambushed near the central tower and barely escaped, so they wholeheartedly supported Orochimaru's plan. Thanks to this team's first-hand account, combined with Orochimaru and the others' overwhelming strength, and after subduing a few arrogant Uchiha and Hyuga members, the effort to rally the remaining Konoha genin went remarkably smoothly. With the aid of the Byakugan, they located several more Konoha shinobi. By dusk, Orochimaru had assembled a team of 18, practically every remaining Konoha genin left in the forest of traps. "We can't delay any longer," Orochimaru declared. "If we wait, the Kumo squads roaming outside will regroup. We hit the central tower now." There was no doubt Orochimaru, before his descent into darkness, had genuine leadership. He didn't speak often, but when he did, his judgment was always on point. All the gathered genin nodded and prepared for the march. As they moved, the group naturally formed a 3-layered formation. Hyuga clan members took the outermost ring, using their Byakugan to scout for ambushes and traps. Alongside them were Sakumo, Jiraiya, and other taijutsu specialists forming the first defensive line. The second ring was composed of ninjutsu specialists like Orochimaru. The innermost layer held support-type ninja like Shinku and Tsunade, those skilled in genjutsu or medical techniques but not suited for front-line combat. As they approached the central tower, Orochimaru's ninjutsu squad began preparing techniques in advance. At his signal, all Konoha genin let out a unified shout and charged. A massive combo of wind-style and fire-style jutsu surged toward the enemy's densest position scouted earlier by the Hyuga. Massive fireballs instantly incinerated several Kumo genin, catching their ambush squad completely off guard. As they scrambled to counter with their own jutsu, a second wave of earth-style techniques formed defensive walls in front of the Konoha side. The Kumo lightning-style attacks fizzled harmlessly against the combined earth-style walls, unable to make a dent. After just 2 waves of coordinated ninjutsu, the Konoha forces had broken into the Kumo perimeter. What followed was close-quarters combat. In that melee, Sakumo, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were unstoppable. Void Severance, Needle Jizz, and Chakra Scalpel, those 3 techniques alone claimed the lives of several Kumo genin in mere minutes. Within 5 minutes, more than half of the Kumo ambush squad had fallen. The remaining Kumo shinobi panicked. Against a fully coordinated squad of nearly 20 Konoha genin, their fragmented resistance was hopeless. 5 or 6 Kumo genin fled in terror, abandoning their position at the central tower. It was a decisive victory for Konoha. Counting the survivors still scattered in the forest, Kumo's remaining force was likely less than 12. Konoha still had all 18 of their genin intact. The most severe injury was a few broken bones. Even better, scavenging through the bodies yielded 6 more scrolls. With those, plus the 5 already held by Orochimaru's group and the ones brought by the newly joined squads, Konoha had amassed 14 scrolls securing absolute control of the Chunin exams. Orochimaru kept only 1 scroll to ensure Hoshiyomi's advancement. The remaining scrolls he left for the teams to divide as they saw fit. No one complained, in fact, they praised Orochimaru's fairness and selflessness. The Konoha group camped outside the central tower until noon the next day. At exactly 12 o'clock, the tower's gates opened. None of them paid attention to the enraged Kumo survivors glaring from the trilene. With 14 scrolls in hand, it no longer mattered. No matter how the third round played out, Konoha had already won. This wasn't just a Chunin exam anymore, it was a tactical showdown between nations. And Konoha's dominance was now undeniable. When the scrolls were handed over, the sheer number 14 shocked every other village. Orochimaru and the others immediately gained notoriety, their names rapidly spreading throughout the shinobi world as rising stars of Konoha. Kumo, in contrast, submitted only 5 scrolls. The final scroll came from a team from Mugakure, Hot Water Village, who had gone completely to ground. It was later said that they spent 3 days hiding in swampy terrain, barely surviving on rations, avoiding all conflict. Most had assumed their scroll had been destroyed like Hoshiyomi's. But just before time expired, the trio staggered into the central tower, muddy and starved. No one could decide if they were pacifists, or simply masters of evasion. From Konoha's side, all candidates successfully advanced. Gekkō Hoshiyomi passed without lifting a finger. The remaining 8 advancement slots were given based on ranking and performance to 8 other genin. Kumo and the surviving team from Mugakure gave their single scrolls to their strongest team members. With that, the second phase of the exam officially ended. Tsunade and the others escorted Hoshiyomi back to the Hot Springs Inn. He woke up shortly after arriving. When told he had advanced without doing anything, Hoshiyomi didn't complain. Konoha had already crushed Kumo in terms of numbers. There was no need for him to heroically give up his advancement slot just because he wasn't in perfect shape. It wasn't like he was some martyr. Besides, wasn't there that master of hiding from Mugakure still in the running? If he got matched against that guy, he might win without ever needing to use chakra. What mattered now was figuring out the curse mark on his back. Back at the inn, Hoshiyomi checked his reflection in the mirror. Yep. Definitely edgy as hell. He gave a full report to Torifu on everything that had happened in the Forest of Traps. When Torifu heard about a Kumo genin enhancing himself by consuming Two Tails flesh for a suicidal battle against Hoshiyomi, his eyes lit up. That incident alone would give them the leverage they needed to strike Kumo politically. Such underhanded tactics wouldn't go unanswered. As for the Kaga cult, Torifu promised to report it directly to the Hokage. He vowed to send a squad to the Land of Rivers to completely root out any remaining cultists. With those matters handled, it was time to examine the strange marking on Hoshiyomi's back. Torifu summoned Koharu Udaten, and the two of them had Hoshiyomi lie down and remove his shirt. They began studying the eerie skeletal sigil burned into his back with the intensity of researchers dissecting a newly discovered jutsu. Chapter 84, Konoha's Sword Saint 84. Torifu and Koharu Udaten had been examining Hoshiyomi's back for quite some time, frowning deeply. They had never seen a pattern like this before. It carried the feel of a sealing jutsu, yet they couldn't identify any typical sealing formulas. It looked, at a glance, like an ordinary tattoo. Despite their thorough inspection, they couldn't make sense of it. They didn't dare recklessly inject chakra to probe further, fearing that the flames described in the scroll might suddenly ignite and cause Hoshiyomi even more pain. After some deliberation, the two elders decided to call for a member of the Hyuga clan to examine the anomaly using the Byakugan. Once the Hyuga shinobi arrived and activated the Byakugan to inspect Hoshiyomi's back, he let out a soft exclamation. Koharu quickly asked, "What did you see?" The Hyuga responded, "His chakra network has gone completely dormant. There's not a trace of chakra circulating through his meridians. All of it has been pulled into the pattern on his back. Actually, to say it was merely gathered there isn't accurate. It's more like it's been bound inside that pattern. Also, the two eye sockets of that skull design, they seem alive. They're absorbing and releasing his chakra in a rhythmic way, almost like breathing. Absorbing and releasing. Yes. Much like how we refine chakra regularly. Those eyes made of flame are constantly refining his chakra, keeping it in a perpetually active state. Torifu and Koharu were both baffled. In their nearly 3 decades of experience as shinobi, they had never encountered anything this bizarre. They debated for a while but couldn't reach any definitive conclusion. Eventually, they turned to Hoshiyomi and said, "This curse or jutsu on your back is too strange. We can't risk tampering with it blindly. Maybe once we find the headquarters of the Kage cult, we'll uncover a way to undo it. For now, all we can do is use a sealing jutsu to prevent your chakra from leaking further and causing additional harm. We'll have to wait and see if the mission to eradicate the Kage cult yields results. If not, don't worry, we can always ask Lady Mito for help. Until then, you shouldn't use any chakra at all. So in the 3rd round of the Chunin exams, do not push yourself. You've already made a great contribution to the village. Even if you lose in the 3rd match, we'll make sure the village recommends you for Chunin anyway." Hoshiyomi had to admit it made sense. He didn't care much about ninja ranks to begin with. Honestly, not becoming a Chunin was fine by him. Everyone knew that in Konoha, genin were scarier than elite genin anyway. So he let Torifu inscribe the 5 elements seal onto his back. But Koharu, feeling that this seal was only effective at suppressing tailed beast chakra and might not work on the curse, added a evil sealing method on top of it. Now, Hoshiyomi's back was thoroughly covered in seals. He'd become a walking tapestry. Encountering a timid enemy? No need to fight, just take off his shirt and scare them off. After the seals were applied, Hoshiyomi calmly returned to his room, leaving Torifu and Koharu full of admiration. It's rare, truly rare, for someone so young to be this composed. Honestly, even at my age, if someone told me all my chakra had been sealed and rendered useless, I'd have a breakdown. Exactly. Fear surpasses death. His name couldn't be more fitting. For a shinobi, losing the ability to use chakra while also risking chakra backlash at any moment, that is a fate worse than death. Sigh. Let's hope we find something in what's left of the Kage cult. The kid has talent leagues beyond us. It would be a shame to let it go to waste. But they were overthinking it. Hoshiyomi honestly didn't take it that seriously. Sure, losing chakra hurt. But it wasn't a death sentence. Without chakra, his secret techniques Assault and Crescent Moon Slash were unusable. But those only enhanced his burst and agility. In sustained close-range combat, his combat effectiveness hadn't dropped all that much. This was the payoff for dedicating himself to swordsmanship. And there was an unexpected upside. He discovered he could still use Swallow Return, Sub-Aim Gaishi, his signature move. Swallow Return was a Godspeed sword technique that pushed beyond human limits. It drew on his physical strength, not chakra. Adding chakra to it could reduce the physical toll and increase piercing power, but the move was still deadly without chakra. In other words, Hoshiyomi still had his trump cards. In a real fight, he wouldn't lose to any of his peers. Besides, this chakra issue was just temporary. It wasn't going to haunt him for life. He could already think of 5 ways to resolve it. They'd just take time. He needed someone like Orochimaru to grow into a proper scientist. Give him 10 years. Heck, clinging to Orochimaru's leg would eventually get that cursed thing off his back. Worst case, he could help Orochimaru develop reanimation jutsu early. Or wait until Hashirama cells became available. That'd work too. There were countless solutions. No need to lose sleep over this. Rather than brooding about chakra, he might as well focus on training Lob or improving his swordplay. Speaking of Lob, the ninja wolf's bones and claws had fully developed. It was time to start training him for combat. While Hoshiyomi couldn't use chakra, Lob could fill the gap with ninjutsu and support. Lob had exceptional talent for ninjutsu. Even the Inyazuka clan had admitted that Rob had the potential to surpass all Inyazuka ninja hounds. A well-trained Inyazuka dog could take down a Chunin without backup. Lob's talent exceeded theirs. In short-term battles, Hoshiyomi could rely on Lob to handle ranged jutsu while he went in for the kill. Same principle, there were always solutions, no need to wallow in despair. While Hoshiyomi remained unfazed, Tsunade and the others seemed even more anxious than he was. As soon as he returned, they swarmed him with comfort and encouragement. Don't get discouraged. You'll be okay. You might still pass the third exam. It was starting to annoy him. He finally pointed at Tsunade and said, "It's just a combat test. If Tsunade makes a bet that I won't face a ninja from Yugakure, then I could pass the exam with my eyes closed. Tsunade, I don't know why, but I feel personally attacked. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 85, Konoha's Sword Saint 85. Because the second round of the exam had ended with a decisive victory for the Konoha side, the third round was postponed by half a month to allow for final peace negotiations between the two nations. During this period, representatives from both sides would finalize the peace treaty, which was scheduled to be signed after the conclusion of the third round and the Chunin promotion ceremony. This granted Gekkō Hoshiyomi and the other candidates an unexpected half-month break. Meanwhile, Konoha dispatched large numbers of shinobi into the Land of Rivers to continue the crackdown on the Kage cult. However, they were ultimately unable to find any method to lift the terrifying death limit curse. Tsunade and the others worried that Hoshiyomi would fall into despair, so they tried different ways to encourage him daily. It wasn't until Hoshiyomi had a public sparring match with Sakumo Hatake, one that lasted dozens of exchanges without either side claiming victory, that everyone finally accepted that Hoshiyomi had no psychological issues whatsoever. Compared to him, it actually looked like Sakumo was the one who needed therapy. He'd already been beaten down by Hoshiyomi once. Now Hoshiyomi couldn't even use chakra, yet they still fought to a draw. Talk about demoralizing. In the end, Hoshiyomi practically took on the role of a father figure to counsel him. "You're an assassin type, I'm more of a sustained combat type. We have different development paths. You didn't even use Void Severance in our match. If you had, I wouldn't have stood a chance. Plus, you weren't even channeling lightning release chakra into your blade. If you had, the paralysis effect alone would have made it impossible for me to win." After enough of this kind of chicken soup for the soul, Sakumo finally recovered. At the same time, he resolved that once he became a Chunin, he would join the ANBU and seek out the most dangerous missions to hone himself. Part of it was because he wanted to overcome hardships on his own, just like Hoshiyomi. But another part of him felt that if he stayed near Hoshiyomi any longer, he might never escape his psychological shadow. Once Tsunade and the others were sure that Hoshiyomi's mental state was stable, his life returned to normal. Over the next 2 weeks, aside from his daily sword training, most of his time was devoted to training Lobo, his ninja wolf. Lobo had exceptional ninjutsu potential. Within half a month, he had already learned basic chakra control and even managed to master a few simple jutsu. Due to species differences, the techniques had some minor variations. For instance, Gale Palm, a wind release technique, turned into something more like Kama Itaki-style wind blades when used by Lobo, manifesting as razor-sharp chakra claw slashes. Hoshiyomi also invested in Lobo's physical training. He spent quite a bit of money on specialized gear, including a custom-made weighted vest that was even more expensive than the one he'd previously gifted to Might-Do. And that wasn't even counting all the tools he bought for training Lobo's claws and bite strength. But the investment paid off. After 2 weeks, Lobo's musculature had visibly thickened. Even though he still looked like a silly husky, he was now fully capable of contributing in battle. Meanwhile, peace treaty talks between Kumagakure and Konoha had reached a satisfactory conclusion. Everything was ready for the treaty to be signed following the final round of the exam. Today might have been the most grand and festive day in the history of Yugakure, the hidden hot water village. Banners flew, drums thundered, fireworks exploded, the entire village was packed with people. It was the day of the third round of the Chunin exams, and also the day the peace treaty between Konoha and Kumagakure would be signed. In honor of the occasion, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and the third Raikage appeared together in Yugakure. The leaders of all three villages would watch the final matches together. The opening ceremony began with the long-anticipated drawing of lots. Every participant had their eyes locked on a single individual, the genin from Yugakure. Everyone shared a silent understanding, whoever drew that guy as their opponent basically had a free win. The only question was who'd be the lucky one to pull the softest target? Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle as he nudged Tsunade beside him. "Hey, remember what Hoshiyomi said? That if you claimed he wouldn't face the Yugakure ninja, he could win with his eyes closed? Maybe you should work your magic now." Tsunade gave him a death glare. If they weren't sitting in front of both the Hokage and the Raikage, she might have socked him. "Seriously? You think just because I say he won't face the Yugakure ninja, he will? That would be way too much of a coincidence." And just as Tsunade finished speaking, the announcer's voice echoed across the arena. "All right, the first match has been drawn. Konoha's contestant number 14, Gekkō Hoshiyomi, will face Yugakure's contestant number 8, Tanaka Kozaburo." "Ga?" Tsunade's face twisted with disbelief. Jiraiya and Shinko couldn't hold back anymore. They burst out laughing before quickly covering their mouths, their shoulders shaking violently. So this was the legendary words become reality technique. Truly worthy of Tsunade. Hoshiyomi himself was stunned that his offhand comment had actually come true. Yup, reverse betting with Tsunade was always a safe strategy. Next stop, beachside villa. He and Lobo strolled casually onto the stage, where the Yugakure genin, Kozaburo, nervously shuffled over and muttered. "Hey bro, mind letting me land a hit or two? A lot of folks in the crowd watched me grow up, can you let me save a little face?" Hoshiyomi couldn't help but laugh. He winked and said, "I'll let you narrowly lose." "Sound good? Deal, bro. After the match, dinner's on me." As the two whispered, even the referee came over and gave Hoshiyomi a subtle wink as if to ask him to go easy on the kid. Hoshiyomi sighed and nodded. And so, on the referee's signal, their performance began. The two rushed at each other and engaged in what looked like a heated taijutsu battle. Their kunai clashed, sparks flying everywhere. It was quite the show. The clueless crowd cheered wildly. Even the village chief of Yugakure beamed with pride as he pointed at Hoshiyomi and said to the Hokage, "That Gekkō Hoshiyomi kid is definitely going to be someone great in the future." Hiruzen Sarutobi, I don't even know how to respond to that. The two kept up their pretend battle. Ding ding, clang clang, until Kozaburo suddenly stepped back, tossed a kunai, and quickly performed a few hand seals. Hoshiyomi, in turn, looked shocked, narrowly parrying the kunai and clumsily rolling aside to dodge the jutsu. He then rushed forward, and with a slight advantage in stamina, barely defeated Kozaburo. Contestant number 8 collapsed in this obviously staged match, and contestant number 14, Gekkō Hoshiyomi, advanced with a narrow victory, officially earning his Chunin promotion. Truly a moment of joy and celebration. Chapter 86, Konoha's Sword Saint 86. Hoshiyomi's match against Kozaburo ended in a narrow win for the Konoha genin, triggering enthusiastic applause from the entire crowd. It wasn't that Kozaburo was hated or anything like that. It was simply that the villagers of Yugakure were very aware of the vast gap between their own village and a major shinobi village like Konoha. The fact that Kozaburo had held his own until the final moment before falling to a Konoha shinobi had made him a hometown hero in their eyes. After Hoshiyomi's match came the battles of Tsunade and the others. With their skills already near or even at the level of Special Genin, they all secured easy victories. Interestingly, out of the 10 matches in the third round, only Shinko ended up facing a Kumigakure ninja. The other 4 Konoha participants faced fellow Konoha shinobi, while the 4 remaining Kumigakure participants conveniently matched against the 4 weakest genin of the 14 who had passed the previous round. As expected, all 4 Cloud Ninja advanced. While the ordinary villagers of Yugakure remained blissfully unaware of the political maneuvering behind the match, the participating shinobi understood the unspoken arrangements. Still, no one complained. This was politics. It was only fair to let everyone get a piece of the pie. After all, Kumagakure was one of the 5 great ninja villages. You couldn't just humiliate them on an international stage. No matter how you looked at it, this Chunin exam ended on a very smooth and satisfactory note, politically speaking. Everyone came out smiling, and that was what mattered most. Especially during the final peace treaty signing ceremony, when the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi shook hands with the 3rd Raikage. That moment was instantly hailed as a historic scene. At the start of Konoha year 20, Gekkō Hoshiyomi and the others were promoted to Chunin, and a formal ceasefire agreement was signed between the 3rd Hokage and 3rd Raikage in Yugakure. With this, the First Great Ninja War, which had lasted nearly 6 years, finally came to an end. Because this Chunin exam also symbolized the end of the war, Hoshiyomi and the others had to make a detour to the capital of the Land of Fire with the Hokage to report their achievements. This trip would take around 3 to 5 days. Despite the delay, no one in the escorting shinobi group asked to return to the village early. After all, who didn't enjoy flowers and applause? Especially for teenagers, they craved recognition. They were the ones who had witnessed and taken part in the conclusion of the Great Ninja War. If you rounded things up a bit, you could call them heroes of peace. Their names would probably go down in the updated history textbooks of the Ninja Academy. So obviously, none of them were in a rush to leave. When Hoshiyomi and the others arrived at the capital, they immediately experienced what it was like to be national heroes. The moment they stepped through the city gates, they were met with thunderous cheers from the citizens. Not even Hoshiyomi, who had lived 2 lives, had ever experienced something like this. The excitement continued all the way into the daimyo's estate. Even after they were inside, they still felt a bit dizzy from all the attention. As Konoha's top youth representatives in the Chunin promotion, they were granted the rare honor of meeting the daimyo of the Land of Fire himself. To be honest, the current daimyo didn't look all that impressive, just a small, ordinary old man. But then came the moment that shocked Hoshiyomi and the others. Grandfather daimyo! Tsunade stepped forward and gave a respectful bow. The daimyo, seated on his throne, immediately smiled and waved her over, pulling her into a warm embrace and looking her up and down. It's been so long. Little Tsunade's grown into a fine young lady. Watching their affectionate interaction, Hoshiyomi suddenly remembered something he'd read in old forums in his past life. Tsunade likely didn't carry the Senju surname because she was Hashirama Senju's granddaughter through his daughter, not his son. In other words, Hashirama and Mito had a daughter who married into the daimyo's family. That would make Tsunade's maternal grandfather the previous daimyo, and her current grandfather this very man. Hence, Tsunade didn't inherit the Senju name and was instead known as Tsunade Hime. Seeing the scene unfold before him, Hoshiyomi was convinced this theory had to be true. While Tsunade chatted with the daimyo, she didn't forget to introduce Hoshiyomi and the others. But it was obvious the daimyo wasn't particularly interested in the young shinobi. His main concern was the end of the war. After a brief meeting, Tsunade and the rest were escorted out. It was time for the 3rd Hokage and the daimyo to have a private discussion. The younger shinobi had no place in that room yet. Once outside, the group considered going out to explore and try some local snacks. But Tsunade dragged them instead toward the inner courtyard of the daimyo's estate, a place not just anyone could enter. They were stopped after only a few steps, but Tsunade revealed her identity and successfully brought them inside. After several turns, they arrived at a grand residence deep within the compound. Tsunade explained that this was the home of her parents. Just as Hoshiyomi had speculated earlier, Tsunade's mother was Hashirama's daughter but not a shinobi herself. Tsunade spoke vaguely about this part, implying there was some hidden story. But Hoshiyomi could guess why. During the Warring States era, Hashirama and Madara had many enemies. If they couldn't defeat them directly, targeting their children wouldn't be unheard of. This might even explain why the Senju clan later faded into obscurity and dropped their family name altogether. As for Tsunade's mother, she had eventually married the daimyo's second son and settled into the estate. Though she had no claim to inheritance, it seemed to Hoshiyomi that their life was a happy one. Tsunade herself had been born here. But with Tobirama having no children of his own and Hashirama aging, her emerging talent in ninjutsu prompted her to be brought back to the Senju clan to be raised as an heir. The group met her parents here. Her mother, Mocha, was a soft-spoken woman with flowing black hair entirely different from Tsunade's brash personality. They also briefly met Tsunade's father, a middle-aged man with an artistic air and charming manner. No wonder he'd managed to win over Hashirama's daughter and bring her to the capital. He did, however, look a bit pale and frail. His health wasn't the best. From Tsunade's tone, it seemed she wasn't particularly close to him. Hoshiyomi guessed that her father probably had other wives or children besides Tsunade and Mocha, which explained the distance. Still, her parents warmly welcomed Hoshiyomi and the others, grateful, perhaps, that their daughter had reliable friends. During their conversation, the group learned something shocking: Princess Mocha was pregnant again. That meant Tsunade would have a younger brother in 10 months. Hoshiyomi took this news to heart. In the original timeline, Tsunade had always been alone. Her brother Nawaka had been raised in Konoha, and Mocha had likely met a tragic end. As her friend, Hoshiyomi felt it was his duty to gently remind Tsunade to look out for her mother's health in the coming months. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 87, Konoha's Sword Saint 87. After spending about a week in the capital of the Land of Fire, the Konoha delegation finally set out for home and returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon arrival, Hoshiyomi didn't head home right away. Instead, under the guidance of the third Hokage, he followed Tsunade to the Senju clan compound. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was deeply concerned about the terrifying death limit curse on Hoshiyomi. After all, Hoshiyomi had contributed significantly in the recent Chunin exams. If it hadn't been for him single-handedly defeating both the Kaga cult's main force and Cloud's hidden trump card, the Two Tails remains, the entire exam could have descended into chaos. Now that Hoshiyomi had been cursed, Hiruzen felt it was his duty as Hokage to seek a solution. But awkwardly enough, even with his vast knowledge and reputation as the professor, he was at a loss against this particular curse. He had managed to analyze some of its mechanics. At its core, terrifying death limit resembled a particularly sinister sealing jutsu. It was much like the infamous tongue sealing jutsu, only instead of activating when classified information was revealed, it triggered when the target attempted to use chakra. The curse formula engraved on the victim's back would respond to chakra flow, spreading rapidly and reacting violently with the chakra itself, causing excruciating pain. In other words, a standard terrifying death limit curse was a kind of sealing technique that punished the user for accessing chakra. Given time and the basic components of the curse formula, Hiruzen was confident he could eventually reverse engineer and dismantle a regular version of the technique. But the version affecting Hoshiyomi wasn't normal. That's because Two Tails chakra had been fused into the curse. Even for a Jinchuriki, the Two Tails chakra posed a considerable burden, let alone for someone like Hoshiyomi, who wasn't a Jinchuriki at all. That fusion was the source of his intense pain. This meant Hoshiyomi's condition wasn't just a sealing curse, it was a compound affliction, a combination of tailed beast chakra and curse technique backlash. Separately, Hiruzen might have been able to resolve either one. But combined, they formed something entirely new and far more dangerous. It was like mixing two poisons, say, hemlock and wolfsbane. You can't just combine their antidotes and expect it to work. Assuming such antidotes even exist. The curse feeds on Hoshiyomi's blood, while the Two Tails chakra draws nourishment from his own chakra. This mutual dependency had created a vicious cycle. The curse etched its seal into his back, and the Two Tails chakra concentrated all of Hoshiyomi's chakra in that same area to sustain itself. The result? No matter which component you try to remove, you trigger the other. If you try to suppress the two tails chakra, it fights back instinctively, drawing more chakra from Hoshiyomi to defend itself. But once his chakra starts moving, the curse activates. The combined reaction of too much chakra and the curse formula would likely kill him instantly. On the other hand, if you try to attack the curse first, it's bonded with the two tails chakra. That chakra can burn away any newly inscribed counterseal using its fiery properties. A deadlock. At least for now, Hiruzen couldn't think of any way to break it. Which is why they were now seeking help from Mito Uzumaki. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Mito might be able to neutralize the two tails chakra without activating Hoshiyomi's chakra, which would then leave the curse vulnerable and easier to deal with. Senju Compound. Over a year had passed since they last saw her, and Mito Uzumaki's face now bore signs of age. Her body had reached its natural limit despite the yin seal preserving her life, it couldn't maintain youthful appearance forever. After exchanging some pleasantries, Hiruzen went straight to the point and detailed the terrifying death limit affliction on Hoshiyomi. Mito listened quietly, then asked Hoshiyomi to remove his shirt so she could inspect his back. After a thorough examination, she gently shook her head. Tsunade and Hiruzen's expressions changed immediately. Tsunade rushed forward and grabbed her grandmother's shoulders. "Grandma, what do you mean by shaking your head? Don't tell me even you can't remove this curse." Mito smiled gently and patted Tsunade's hand. Hiruzen is oversimplifying things. Even the Nine Tails can't forcibly extract the Two Tails chakra. Each tailed beast is an independent entity. One cannot simply consume another's chakra. If that were possible, the Nine Tails would have devoured the weaker ones long ago. Hoshiyomi furrowed his brow at that. So even Mito had her limitations. It seemed she didn't know the true name of the Nine Tails, nor the personalities of the various tailed beasts. But it made sense. Mito had sealed the Nine Tails purely through force. Her reserved demeanor was nothing like Naruto's clumsy, friendship-seeking approach. Still, her next words caught everyone's attention. "Before I married Hashirama, back in the Uzumaki clan's archives in Uzushiogakure, I once came across records of terrifying death limit." All eyes turned to her immediately. Mito smiled as she continued. "In truth, the decline of curse arts is closely linked to the rise of our Uzumaki sealing techniques. Both methods aim to achieve similar results, so competition was inevitable. It was precisely because the Uzumaki perfected chakra-based sealing that blood-based curse techniques faded into history. But I never expected such arts to re-emerge after over a century." Tsunade made a face at Hoshiyomi that basically screamed, "Here we go again." It was clear this was the part of her grandma's lectures she hated the most. Hoshiyomi also wanted to interrupt, but decided against it. Elderly people tended to ramble, there wasn't much point resisting. Mito continued, calmly and methodically. "Historically, our clan once fought a war against a religion that used curse arts. During that conflict, one of our ancestors was afflicted by terrifying death limit. What happened to him? Did he ever break free? He tried everything, and failed. He concluded that no external method could undo the curse." Chapter 88, Konoha's Sword Saint 88. Upon hearing that all external methods were ineffective against terrifying death limit, both Hoshiyomi and Tsunade nearly collapsed. So there was no solution? Then why did Mito just go on explaining all that in the first place? "Grandma," Tsunade muttered helplessly. Mito, unfazed, continued. "Ah, I wasn't finished yet. That ancestor of ours, after failing to find any method to undo terrifying death limit, eventually resorted to a desperate, all-or-nothing solution. He gathered every last ounce of his chakra, endured the searing pain, and forcefully overwhelmed the curse seal from within. He used his own chakra to directly blast through terrifying death limit's restraints and forcibly dispelled the curse. At that, a cold sweat formed on Hoshiyomi's forehead. That method of dispelling the curse was beyond extreme. Tsunade turned to him and said seriously. Hoshiyomi, maybe you should try it too. That ancestor succeeded, you might be able to as well. And with both Grandma Mito and Hiruzen-sensei here, we can stop things immediately if anything goes wrong. Hoshiyomi wiped his brow and gave her a dry look. Tsunade, have you considered something? Considered what? That the ancestor in question was an Uzumaki. Oh. Right. Never mind. That so-called hardcore solution might have been viable for an Uzumaki, who were naturally gifted with massive chakra reserves and ridiculously fast recovery rates. But if Hoshiyomi tried to copy that method, he'd probably just end up as a smoldering corpse. In terms of strength, physique, and chakra reserves, he and that ancestor were worlds apart. Applying the same method to Hoshiyomi would be suicide. The room fell silent again. No one knew what to say. Tsunade, glancing sideways at Hoshiyomi's tightly furrowed brow, suddenly felt a strange pang of sadness. How could someone so talented, someone with greater potential than all of them, be ruined by a cursed technique? No. There had to be a way. If they kept searching, kept working, one day they'd find it. She believed that. Tsunade clenched her fists tighter and tighter. Just as she was about to stand and shout something inspirational, Hoshiyomi unexpectedly spoke. Grandma Mito, if I were to acquire a powerful body and vast chakra reserves, could I break through the curse the same way that ancestor did? Hey? Tsunade froze, her half-risen body slowly lowering again. That wasn't what she had expected at all. Mito paused for a moment, thinking, then said. There are no records about what happened to him afterward. But the fact that this method was preserved in the Uzumaki archives suggests he likely succeeded. If you met the same physical conditions, it should theoretically work. And what about the tailed beast chakra? Would this method work on that as well? In most cases where people died after consuming tailed beast flesh or chakra, the root cause was their bodies being too weak to handle the immense chakra load. In theory, if someone had a body strong enough to withstand the chakra's corrosive effects and if their own chakra was vast enough to suppress the tailed beasts, they could indeed negate its negative impact. Take Tsunade's grandfather, Hashirama Senju. He could probably bite down on the nine-tails leg and walk away fine. Though he likely wouldn't end up with a chakra cloak like the Gold and Silver brothers. That's because his physical strength and chakra reserves were already at the very limits of what exists in this world. Getting a small dose of tailed beast chakra wouldn't affect him at all. That's one way to describe dominating a tailed beast chewing on its leg. Poor Kurama must have had nightmares. But Hoshiyomi was too focused to be distracted by that image. So, if I were to acquire a powerful enough body and enough chakra, I could, in theory, solve both problems. Mito hesitated, but fearing Hoshiyomi would do something reckless, she answered plainly. The logic is sound. But in your current state, the most you can do is improve your physical body. Under the curse of terrifying death limit, you simply can't refine chakra, that's impossible. Hiruzen added in a stern tone. Hoshiyomi, this isn't something to take lightly. Terrifying death limit is extremely volatile. If you accidentally trigger it, things could spiral out of control fast. Don't do anything rash. Hoshiyomi quickly waved his hands in reassurance. No, I'm not planning anything reckless. I just have some ideas. I wouldn't risk myself unless I was sure it was safe. Seeing his calm and rational attitude, both Hiruzen and Mito relaxed slightly. Then Hoshiyomi explained his thought process. I'm friends with Mito, who's about to graduate soon. One day, he told me he found a secret taijutsu technique in his home 8 Gates release. It's supposed to grant a massive surge in chakra and physical strength when activated. If I can learn this technique, could I use its explosive chakra boost to break through the restraints of terrifying death limit? The moment he'd heard about the Uzumaki ancestors' feat, Hoshiyomi had thought of the 8 Gates. To him, it seemed like the most practical path to breaking the curse. To most shinobi, the 8 gates were considered an ultimate suicide technique nearly impossible to master. But Hoshiyomi, familiar with future events, knew its conditions and limitations well. And it wasn't like he intended to open the final death gate. He figured reaching the 6th gate of view would be enough to do the job. The amount of Two Tails chakra in him was limited, and his own chakra reserves weren't small either. More importantly, the 8 gates' power scaled with the user's strength. And Hoshiyomi had a secret weapon, the Swordheart System. As his swordsmanship leveled up, so did his overall power. By his estimates, once he reached high-level Kenjutsu, he'd be comparable to an elite Genin. So if he could stack the 6th gate's explosive power on top of that, breaking through terrifying death limit might not be as far-fetched as it seemed. Mito and Hiruzen both fell into deep thought after hearing this. They weren't unfamiliar with the 8 gates. In fact, it had been Mito herself who had authorized transferring the technique to Do's family. Even Tobirama had once attempted to train in it. But the demands of the higher gates were so harsh that, in the end, Tobirama, more devoted to ninjutsu research, had given up. Still, Hoshiyomi's idea wasn't without merit. If he could truly train his body to such an extent, then breaking through with the chakra surge granted by the gates just might work. At the very least, it sounded more promising than forcibly trying to mobilize chakra under the curse's suppression. Author's note: this follows the 8 gates setting I've established earlier in the story. Since the technique's original creator was never revealed in canon, I figure this version is fair game and not too far-fetched. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 89, Konoha's Sword Saint 89. After some thorough discussion, Hiruzen and Mito finally agreed to Hoshiyomi's idea. Even though the chances of success weren't great, it was still the best solution they had at the moment. Tsunade's eyes lit up when she heard about the 8 inner gates. She earnestly told Hoshiyomi, "Don't worry, Hoshiyomi. Train as hard as you want, no matter what kind of injury you suffer, I'll heal you." She wasn't just saying that. Tsunade's natural talent in medical ninjutsu had already become obvious to everyone. Even Mito Uzumaki had been surprised that Tsunade could instinctively grasp and begin mastering advanced techniques like the Mystic Palm technique without any formal guidance. It wasn't just her fine chakra control that was remarkable, but her terrifying learning ability. She had a kind of instinctual, almost animal-like intuition when it came to medical knowledge. Ever since Mito discovered her talent thanks to the infamous pen-spinning incident, Tsunade had covered ground in just a few years that would take others over a decade. She could memorize complex medical theory after a single glance. The kind of genius that made others despair. With the decision made that Hoshiyomi would train in the 8 gates to break the terrifying death limit curse, he left the Senju compound and returned home empty-handed for now. Mito had already sent someone to transcribe the 8 gates scroll and would have it delivered to his home that evening. When Hoshiyomi got back, he practiced sword forms in the courtyard until his mother, returned from work. Seeing her son for the first time in what felt like forever, she smiled warmly. "Come help your mom carry the groceries tonight, we're having a feast." She'd gotten off early from the hospital today, having heard that the Chunin exam team had returned. She had bought a ton of ingredients to welcome her son home properly. While she was cooking, Hoshiyomi casually mentioned that he had been promoted to Chunin. Ri said, "Chunin? Pfft, your father was a Genin. Don't get cocky. Life's long, keep working hard, you hear?" But inside, she was over the moon. Her son, just 10 years old, was already a Chunin. If her late husband, Aichi, could see him now, he'd probably be even prouder than she was. Aichi's dream had been half fulfilled. As long as their son didn't take on dangerous missions, the Gekkō Clan's revival was basically guaranteed. Still, being a shinobi was always dangerous. Ri thought, "I need to find a girlfriend for my boy. Someone reliable." The real battle wasn't over yet, not until she could report to the ancestors that she had a grandson. Dr. Shin's daughter was about the same age as Hoshiyomi and wasn't bad looking either. Then there was Chief Ichikaku's daughter, slightly older, but prettier. Definitely someone to keep in mind. My boy's so talented and handsome. No way Ichikaku wouldn't approve. Which one would make a better daughter-in-law? Tough choice. Wait, this wasn't just about her. She had to consider Hoshiyomi's opinion too. Maybe over the next few days, she could arrange some visits and see which girl he preferred. With all these thoughts racing through her head, Ri's hands didn't slow for a second. Before long, she had a full table of delicious food ready. It had been a while since Hoshiyomi had eaten his mom's cooking. Tonight, he practically devoured everything, nearly swallowed his tongue. Ri, still unaware of the terrifying death limit curse, smiled as she watched her son gobble down food. She picked at dishes and placed more in his bowl, saying things like, "Slow down, no one's taking it from you." What Hoshiyomi didn't know was that Ri's mind was still stuck on Dr. Shin's daughter, until the doorbell rang. She wiped her hands and went to answer it. Opening the door, she was met with a bright-eyed, blonde-haired young girl standing at the threshold, looking up at her and asking, "Good evening, ma'am. Does Gekkō Hoshiyomi live here?" In that instant, Ri's mind went blank. Bam! All thoughts of Shin and Ichikaku's daughters vanished into thin air. Compared to the stunningly beautiful girl in front of her, those two were nothing but country bumpkins. Jean d'Arc, I feel vaguely insulted. From the very first glance, Ri had already mentally labeled this girl as daughter-in-law material. That sneaky little brat, she thought. Didn't say a word and now drops this kind of bombshell on me? Ri immediately plastered on a radiant smile. Yes, he's just inside eating. Come in. Have you eaten yet? Why not join us? I'm a very good cook, you know. Tsunade, who had come to deliver the 8-gate scroll, was taken aback by the sheer enthusiasm. She found herself being ushered inside before she could protest. Along the way, Ri kept gently prying for information. Flustered, Tsunade introduced herself. "Ah, I'm Tsunade. I'm Hoshiyomi's classmate, and teammate from his special training sessions. You know about the special training, right?" Ri's eyes practically sparkled. That rascal! He never mentioned he had such a pretty girl around. Ugh, kids these days. Can't leave this to chance, I'll need to give him a nudge. Ri suddenly put on a theatrically delighted face. Oh, so you're Tsunade? You don't know how often Hoshiyomi talks about you at home. And now that I see you, wow! You're even prettier than he said. He once told me that you're more beautiful than every other girl he's ever met combined. I thought he was exaggerating, but now I see he was being modest. What? Tsunade stood stunned. Wait a second. Are we talking about the same Hoshiyomi? The guy who's constantly making sarcastic digs at me? He really talks about me at home? And says I'm pretty? No way, but Hoshiyomi's mom wouldn't lie, would she? That means... Could it be? No, no way. Could Hoshiyomi actually like me? In a flash, memories from the academy surfaced. Her friend Ayako's voice echoed in her mind. Books say that boys sometimes act mean toward girls they like, it's just their way of trying to get close. I think Hoshiyomi has a crush on you. Tsunade's face turned beet red. Ri, watching from the side, silently cheered. Yes. There's something here. I knew it. What girl shows up at night just to drop something off? Looks like I won't need to coach him after all, he's already brought her home. With a sly smile, Ri gave Tsunade a gentle push and said. Come on, since you're here, stay for dinner. You're the first girl to visit him at home. You've got to try my cooking. Tsunade wanted to politely decline, she'd already eaten, but for several seconds, she just stammered. No, I really shouldn't. Oh, nonsense. Come in, come in. Hoshiyomi. You glutton, look who's here. Chapter 90, Konoha's Sword Saint 90. Hoshiyomi was teasing Lobo with a drumstick when he looked up and saw his mom entering the room with Tsunade right behind her. He blinked in surprise and instinctively asked. You came yourself? I thought Grandma Mito would have just sent someone over with the scroll. I didn't have anything going on. Got bored at home, so I figured I'd drop by, Tsunade replied casually. Ri, standing to the side, was internally panicking. Come on, kid, you're usually smart, why are you acting like a blockhead at the most crucial moment? Gold tier wingwoman Rigek activated. She shot her son a pointed look, which Hoshiyomi returned with a blank stare. Then she gently pulled Tsunade over to the table and pulled out a chair for her. Tsunade, dear, come try the food. See if Auntie's cooking suits your taste. The moment Tsunade sat down, a bowl of freshly scooped rice was handed to her. Even Hoshiyomi was shocked by the speed. That fast? You sure you don't have ninja training, Mom? Tsunade had no choice but to accept she couldn't be rude. With a shy smile, she thanked Ri and sat down beside Hoshiyomi. Ri beamed, wearing the proud smile of a matchmaker who'd just pulled off a miracle. Look at them, what a perfect pair. If this girl marries into the Gekkō family, I'll be smiling in my sleep for the rest of my life. Dinner was lively and warm. Hoshiyomi barely said a word. Tsunade had already been completely disarmed by Ri's subtle charm offensive. By the end of the meal, Tsunade had shed her dignified heiress manners and returned to her naturally energetic self. She and Ri ended up having a delightful back and forth centered entirely around Hoshiyomi. Ri even started wondering if she could adopt Tsunade as her goddaughter. Tonight's dinner was undeniable proof, when it came to flirting, having a top-tier female ally was a game-changer. It also proved something else: when a woman is working to win over another woman, men don't even get a say in the matter. After dinner, Ri, knowing the importance of pacing, decided not to drag things out. She glanced at the clock and feigned surprise. Oh my, it's gotten so late already. Then she put on a regretful expression and said to Tsunade. I still had so many things I wanted to talk to you about. But it's not safe for a young girl to be out alone this late. We'll have to chat more next time. Tsunade hadn't noticed how much time had passed. She was enjoying herself, especially all the cute stories Ri had been sharing about Hoshiyomi's childhood. Still, she replied, it's okay, Auntie. I'm a ninja too, you know, there's nothing to worry about. No, even if it's safe, it's still not good to worry your family. Be a good girl. You know the way here now, right? Come visit Auntie whenever you want to talk. Tsunade nodded, accepting Ri's reasoning, and got up to leave. Just then, Ri nudged Hoshiyomi, who had just returned from placing the 8-gate scroll in his room. Really now, Tsunade's heading out and you're not even walking her home? Don't come back until you've seen her to her door, you hear me? Hoshiyomi stared at her, dumbfounded. Damn! She's pulling every classic move, creating a reason to be alone, falsely scolding me, even dropping subtle hints about the next visit. No need to explain. If you know, you know. If I'd had a wing woman like this in my past life, I wouldn't have needed good looks to get girls. On the walk home, the atmosphere between the two remained light-hearted and friendly. Hoshiyomi didn't try anything out of place. They simply laughed and chatted until they reached her house. As always, he kept things proper, no weird behavior. After all, this wasn't a romantic comedy, and he wasn't interested in anything until they were older. Let good morals start with Gekkō Hoshiyomi. Fellow readers, am I doing it right? The moment Hoshiyomi got home, Ri was waiting at the bottom of the stairs, blocking his way. Well? Did you memorize how to get to her house? Hoshiyomi was a little confused. Wait, was that the real reason I was supposed to walk her home? You mean this whole thing was a strategy? I've been there before, Mom. That made Ri smile in satisfaction. Good. My boy's not as clueless as I thought. Already one step ahead of your father. Feigning annoyance, she scolded him. Didn't I always tell you? If you like a girl, bring her home so mom can take a look. And you had such a great girl by your side all this time without telling me. Hoshiyomi, _ You don't think I'm a little young to be dating right now? Childhood bonds are the strongest of all. Don't change the subject. Be honest, do you like her? No. At least, not yet. Don't lie to me. You might not be interested, but I sure am. From the moment I saw that girl, I decided this one's the daughter-in-law I want. And what if she doesn't like me? Don't be dense. With the way she acted, you're telling me she has no feelings for you. Even if she does, I'm waiting until we're adults. Okay. Fine, you can wait, but don't slack off. A girl's patience isn't infinite. Let her wait too long, and you'll regret it. I get it, I get it. Seeing Hoshiyomi finally relent, let it go. But a moment later, her curiosity got the better of her. Hey, you've been to her house, right? Where does she live? What's her family like? You mentioned a Grandma Mito before, that name sounds familiar. Hoshiyomi, noticing her skeptical look, suddenly got playful. She lives in the Senju compound. Her grandma's name is Uzumaki Mito. Her family's probably way better off than ours. Want more details? Refroze at the name. Senju compound. Mito-sama? You mean, she's the first Hokage's granddaughter? Watching his mom's stunned expression, Hoshiyomi felt an evil little thrill. He nodded smugly. Now what, Mom? Still gonna nag me? But instead of backing off, spent a long moment deep in thought. Then she looked up, deadly serious. Hoshiyomi, you better hold on to this opportunity. As long as you don't marry into her family, I'll support you with everything I've got. Just one thing, once you're together, treat her right. Because if you mess this up, even I won't be able to protect you. Gekkō Hoshiyomi. Wow. Raised by this woman for years and I still didn't turn out as a scumbag. That must mean my moral compass is ridiculously strong. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 91, Konoha's Sword Saint 91. After that dinner at home, life suddenly returned to calm. The freshly promoted Chunin didn't rush into new missions. Most stayed home or occasionally gathered for light training sessions. But Hoshiyomi wasn't among them. He spent his days at home immersed in sword training or studying the Eight Gates technique. There was, however, one big problem that had been bugging him ever since his chakra got sealed. He couldn't use shadow clone jutsu anymore. His beloved triple training efficiency gone. He'd imagined sending 2 clones off to practice swordsmanship while he focused on studying the 8 inner gates. But then it hit him he couldn't use clones at all. That day, Gekkō Hoshiyomi lost one of his simplest joys in life. With the loss of his clone training hack, Hoshiyomi was forced to follow the Might Do school of training, raw physical grind to match the extreme demands of the 8 gates. He did try training with Do for a while. Getting him to agree was easy, just mention the word youth, and the guy would enthusiastically invite you to go sprinting, leaping, or kicking logs in a burst of passion. But the thing was, Do was still too young. What was tough training for him was barely a warm-up for someone like Hoshiyomi, who already had Genin level strength. To get any meaningful results, Hoshiyomi would have had to multiply Do's routine by several times, and he wasn't interested in putting on a public spectacle. Come on, doing handstand sprints or frog jumps down the busy streets of Konoha like Guy in the original timeline. Hoshiyomi still had some self-respect. So after picking up a few tips, he dropped the idea of training alongside Do. The 8 gates, fundamentally, isn't a complicated technique. It relies on unlocking 8 internal limiters that exist naturally within the human body. Ordinary people can't sense these limiters. Only those who push their taijutsu to the very edge of human capacity can faintly perceive them. Once you can sense them, the process is straightforward: train relentlessly, surpass your current physical limits, and keep building strength until your body can sustain the explosive output of the unlocked gates. That's the essence of 8 Gates, a forbidden technique built entirely on surpassing one's limits through brute force. During the early stages, the most effective method is weighted training, wearing weighted gear for extended periods until your body starts thinking the extra burden is normal. That way, when the weights come off, the resulting burst of speed and power helps the user handle the strain from unlocking the gates. It minimizes the physical toll. So, Step 1, buy some serious weight training gear. After sorting through his personal savings, Hoshiyomi brought his coin pouch to Konoha's full mark outfitters. He dropped a hefty sum on a fully custom, high-grade weighted suit, essentially a set of tight-fitting elastic clothing embedded with specially crafted metal rods. This tech counted as borderline ninja black magic. Each bar was only the size of a gold ingot, but weighed a full 10 kilograms, over 20 pounds. The suit came with hundreds of these bars, and the user could adjust weight distribution as needed. After proving to the shopkeeper that he could actually handle the load, Hoshiyomi walked out with his new gear and headed to the Forest of Death. A perfect place, no one to bother him, and the ideal environment for intense solo training. He got permission from the third Hokage with minimal fuss and set up base there. In the forest, he carefully inserted weighted bars into his outfit, making sure to distribute them evenly across his limbs and torso. He wasn't looking to turn into some misshapen muscle freak with disproportionate gains. Doing some rough math, 20 pounds per bar, and he'd loaded about 500 pounds total across his body. That was his current limit. At first, walking under that weight made him stumble. But after some time adjusting, he regained normal mobility. Thus began Hoshiyomi's taijutsu training journey. During the day, he ran laps and did frog jumps and calisthenics. At night, he'd train in swordsmanship while still carrying the full weight. It was a novel experience. The extra load affected his swing speed and reaction time. In actual combat with the occasional wild creature, things got dicey. 2 months passed. By now, Hoshiyomi had fully adapted to life under heavy load. He moved naturally, his motions smooth and steady, and no one would guess he was carrying several hundred pounds. But just as he prepared for another day of training, he received an unexpected summons. Team Torifo was gathering. He thought maybe it was for a mission. But the meeting location wasn't the 6th training ground. It was Torifo's family-owned barbecue restaurant. Confused, Hoshiyomi headed over and found that everyone was already there: Torifo, Shinku, and Sakumo. He sat down, took a sip of tea, and asked, "Sensei, what's going on? Why the sudden gathering?" Torifo glanced around, then let his eyes rest on the sizzling grill. "This is a farewell meal. Starting tomorrow, Team Torifo will officially disband." The announcement stunned both Hoshiyomi and Shinku. Neither had seen this coming. Sakumo, on the other hand, remained quiet, lost in his thoughts. Torifo went on. "Don't look so grim, it's not like someone's dying. I've just been reassigned to take over as the head of the intelligence division. That means I can't serve as your team's Jainin instructor anymore." He gave them a playful smirk. "Why the long faces? This is a promotion, you know. From now on, I'll be sipping tea in the Hokage's strategy meetings." He mimed a dignified tea sip, and the mood lifted. Everyone smiled. Torifo wolfed down a huge bite of meat and continued. "You've all been promoted to Chunin. You can stand on your own now. Following standard protocol, you're free to make your own choices going forward, no need to stick to the old squad format. Starting today, your individual shinobi careers officially begin. Now tell me, what are your plans?" He looked at each of them in turn. After a moment, Sakumo spoke first. I want to join the ANBU and sharpen myself in real combat. I think I'll grow faster in that environment. Next, Shinku said. I'll continue taking missions as usual. I want to experience more of life, build emotional depth. Only with that can I master true genjutsu. Finally, everyone turned to Hoshiyomi. He thought for a moment, then voiced something he'd been considering for a while but hadn't acted on yet. I plan to travel to the Land of Iron to seek a higher level of swordsmanship. Author's note. Starting next chapter, we'll move into the Land of Iron arc. Our protagonist will be spending quite a while there. Chapter 92, Konoha's Sword Saint 92. Hoshiyomi had been considering this for a long time. For someone like him, whose growth depended on mastering the sword, the next step was clear. In the entire shinobi world, there was only one place where swordsmanship was truly revered and practiced as an art, the Land of Iron. A country without ninjutsu or shinobi, home only to samurai and swords. In the Land of Iron, everyone trained in the sword. Some warriors there, though completely untrained in ninjutsu, could still unleash strength rivaling that of elite genin. Hoshiyomi had always believed that if he could spend a few years training there, his skills would skyrocket. But due to his earlier limitations and the chaos of the war, he had always held back. Even if he went, he feared he'd learn nothing, or worse, get killed on the road by some passing shinobi squad. That's why he'd never mentioned his desire to anyone. But now, things were different. He was strong enough. The war was over. The roads were finally safe. As long as he didn't go out of his way to offend someone, it was unlikely he'd run into hostile ninja patrols. And besides, with terrifying death limit still cutting off his chakra, this gave him the perfect excuse to travel and train his body elsewhere. Hoshiyomi's declaration took the others by surprise, but only for a moment. In truth, they all understood. For someone so devoted to the sword, making a pilgrimage to the Land of Iron was inevitable. Sakumo looked at Hoshiyomi, his expression complex. In that moment, he realized why he could never surpass Hoshiyomi in swordsmanship. It was their belief. Sakumo sought greater power. He wanted to become a stronger shinobi. But Hoshiyomi chased the ultimate expression of the sword itself. Even the famed blade White Fang, a weapon without equal, was at least to Sakumo merely a tool to complete missions. The same was true of swordsmanship. Sakumo didn't train with the blade to become a great swordsman. He did it to kill faster, cleaner, more efficiently. Nothing more. When his sword skill hit a wall, he didn't seek deeper mastery. He turned instead to chakra, augmenting his blade with ninjutsu. His developing fusion of lightning release chakra and swordsmanship was already something else entirely. It was closer to ninjutsu than true swordsmanship. He still used White Fang, but the technique had returned to the realm of shinobi arts. But Hoshiyomi was different. In him, Sakumo saw the relentless pursuit of the sword's true meaning. A pure, unwavering intent, what some might call sword heart. They had never been walking the same path. Sakumo wanted to be the strongest shinobi. Hoshiyomi wanted to become a sword saint. Their goals were fundamentally different. And they'd grown up together. So why had he always used Hoshiyomi's progress as a whip to drive himself forward? To grit his teeth behind his friend's back, that wasn't what a friend should be. A real friend should celebrate your progress, strive to match you in their own way, and stand beside you when you stumble, not burn with jealousy. And with that thought, Sakumo suddenly felt a weight lift from his chest. He broke into a grin, raised his cup, and toasted. To the Land of Iron. Hope you come back stronger and better yet, finally shake off that cursed mark. If Hoshiyomi had known what was going through Sakumo's mind, he probably would have laughed and said, "You're overthinking it." But since he wasn't a mind reader, he simply blinked, and clinked his cup to Sakumo's with a smile. With the clear chime of two cups meeting, the invisible wall between them melted away. After that farewell dinner at the barbecue shop, Hoshiyomi began preparing in earnest for his journey. 2 more months passed. During that time, he trained harder than ever. Now, even carrying 500 pounds of weights, he could move at full speed, just like before. He even asked Tsunade to help test his speed and agility. And the results were promising. Even under full load, he could keep up with Tsunade through the dense terrain of the forest, proof that his first stage of weighted training had worked. Though terrifying death limit still prevented him from unlocking even the early gates of the 8 inner gates, he'd developed a good feel for his physical limits. By his estimate, he could now safely open the first 3 gates. The first 3 belonged to what might be called the safe zone. They were reachable with consistent training. Many taijutsu users could access them with enough effort. But from the 4th gate onward, it became dangerous. Right now, Hoshiyomi could probably force open the 4th gate if he removed all his weights and brute forced it. But doing so would deal serious damage to his body. And he wasn't about to gamble his life on that. Based on Rock Lee's progression in the original timeline, Hoshiyomi figured it would take another 6 months of training to reliably open the 4th gate. The 5th and 6th? Much harder. That would take years of accumulation. His own goal was clear: open up to the 6th gate, no further. The 7th and 8th weren't part of his plan. 1. Because the physical cost was too great. 2. Because it wasn't necessary. He was, after all, a swordsman first and foremost. He couldn't afford to pour all his effort into taijutsu. For him, the 6th gate was enough. Enough to break through terrifying death limit. Enough to give him a powerful trump card. Trying to force his way beyond that wasn't worth it. Now that his training was on track, and his strength under weighted conditions was roughly 70% of his full power, Hoshiyomi felt the time had come. He would leave for the Land of Iron. He planned to spend several years there, honing his blade, and wouldn't return to Konoha until he could open the 6th gate and challenge terrifying death limit head-on. Those around him were reluctant to see him go, but they offered full support. Tsunade and the others even threw him a huge send-off banquet, promising to await his return in the years to come. The 3rd Hokage personally wrote Hoshiyomi a handwritten letter, a diplomatic guarantee. If Hoshiyomi ever ran afoul of any powerful figures in the Land of Iron, he was to present that letter directly to the country's leadership. The letter, signed by the Hokage himself, would earn Hoshiyomi enough favor to keep him safe. Seriously. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the original Shanks. And so, after bidding farewell to his friends, Hoshiyomi packed his gear. At sunrise, he left the village gates, Lobo at his side, his eyes set toward a new future. Destination: the Land of Iron. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 93, Konoha's Sword Saint 93. As mentioned earlier, the Land of Iron lies just beyond the Land of Rice Fields, which borders the Land of Fire. With the war now over, Hoshiyomi's journey went smoothly. His only real trouble came from Lobo's ever-growing size. Over the past year, Lobo had entered a rapid growth phase. What was once a pup-sized ninja wolf now towered over 2 meters tall, already comparable to a wolf king in the wild. And he wasn't done growing. Gekkō Clan estimates suggested a fully matured Lobo could stretch up to 8 or 9 meters. One day, Hoshiyomi might really become a wolf-riding warrior. If paired with transformation techniques like Kaiba's twin-headed wolf, Lobo could potentially rival massive summons like Gamabuntat. But Lobo's daily growth made travel difficult. Near Konoha, people were used to ninja beasts, so reactions weren't too extreme. But near the border, things got chaotic. Entire villages panicked at the sight of Lobo, even organizing militias to confront him. If Hoshiyomi hadn't staged a man-wolf acrobatics show to prove Lobo's intelligence and gentleness, they might not have been allowed in. Realizing the issue, Hoshiyomi began teaching Lobo the transformation jutsu. Thanks to his growth in both intellect and chakra control, it didn't take long for Lobo to master it, shrinking from a towering 2 meters to a 1 meter form, resembling a large, sleek dog. Of course, Hoshiyomi couldn't help adding his own flair. With a few tweaks in Lobo's expressive eyes, he looked like a fluffy, mischievous husky. It was oddly fitting. Training Lobo to speak was now also on the agenda. He could already understand about 80% of Hoshiyomi's daily speech. With his intelligence, the only real obstacle left was overcoming the vocal anatomy. By day, Hoshiyomi continued travel and physical training. At night, he practiced swordsmanship and helped Lobo with his speech. After half a month of this routine, they finally arrived at their destination, the Land of Iron. A strictly neutral nation, the Land of Iron refused to interfere in foreign politics and didn't allow foreign interference either. Its vast mineral reserves controlled nearly half the ninja tool market in the entire shinobi world. If the country stopped exporting iron, all the villages would feel it. Yet no one dared attack it because any aggressor would immediately face unified retaliation. This balance of power created an unwritten rule: no matter how fierce the wars, no one strikes the Land of Iron. Hoshiyomi couldn't help wondering, without Naruto's generation uniting the 5 great shinobi nations, would the endless fighting have weakened them so much that the samurai rose up and conquered all? Would the ninja world have entered its own shogunate era? Probably not, but the thought lingered. Though neutral, the Land of Iron maintained a strong border presence. Even with his forehead protector removed, Hoshiyomi was still subjected to an inspection. But with all his chakras sealed, they couldn't detect anything ninja-related. Even if they had, it wouldn't have barred entry, just led to closer supervision. It's worth noting that the samurai armor at this time was still traditional. No gas masks, no modernization. After all, Mifune was still a young man, hadn't fought hands yet, and hadn't taken power. That era of battlefield evolution hadn't come. Ultimately, thanks to his refined appearance, travel clothes, and the beautiful Mikazuki Munchika at his hip, the samurai let him in, mistaking him for a nobleman fascinated by samurai culture. "Enjoy your stay in the Land of Iron," one said with a courteous nod. Hammer Town was the outermost settlement of the Land of Iron. Even so, its streets exuded samurai culture. Veterans strolled past with swords on their hips and shaved forelocks, while traveling merchants even carried wakaizashi for self-defense. Children played in the streets with buken, laughing as wooden swords clashed together. But Hoshiyomi didn't linger. His purpose was clear: to fight strong opponents and refine his taijutsu, and to sharpen his blade. Oh, right, his Swordheart System, that low-key background mechanic, deserved a mention. He hadn't checked it since the Chunin exams. Now it showed. Intermediate Swordsmanship, 100/500. At the end of special training, it had been at 30. The 2 tails enhanced enemy during the Chunin exam gave around +15. His battle with Kairu earned another +10. The remaining +45 came from his year of grueling, weighted sword training, hard-earned progress, to say the least. This was the real reason he came to the Land of Iron. If he didn't challenge stronger foes, he'd never break into the advanced swordsmanship tier, not even by the age of 20. Clearing his thoughts, Hoshiyomi stopped a samurai-looking man on the street and asked, "Excuse me, sir. Where's the best sword dojo in this town?" The man's eyes lit up the moment he saw Mikazuki Munchika. "That's a fine blade, young man. You must be an admirer of our culture. Now that's what a real man uses in battle. None of those delicate little kunao or shuriken, et." He hadn't answered the question at all. Hoshiyomi humored the guy, agreeing briefly before repeating his query. This time, he got a proper response. "Best dojo? Why, that'd be Kazama Dojo, my dojo. Come with me, I'll take you. Train there for 2 years and you'll be a swordsman to remember." Chapter 94, Konoha's Sword Saint 94. Under the enthusiastic invitation of the older man, Gekkō Hoshiyomi was brought to Kazama Dojo. Judging from the building's size, it was indeed the largest sword dojo in Hammer Town. Just standing at the gate, Hoshiyomi could hear the loud "ha-ha" shouts echoing from within as students swung their blades in synchronized rhythm. The moment he stepped through the front entrance, led by the older man, several heads turned. The instructor directing the trainees immediately frowned, barking at them. "What are you staring at? Keep training." Turning around, he looked at the middle-aged man and spoke with visible annoyance. "Cousin, how many times have I told you when we're in session, use the back door, not the main gate?" The older man scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry. Don't be mad. I brought someone new in. A new recruit." Only then did the instructor notice Hoshiyomi standing behind his cousin. His eyes lit up briefly at the sight of the Mikazuki Munchika on the boy's waist, but seeing Hoshiyomi's youthful appearance no older than 11 or 12 accompanied by a large white dog, he couldn't help but sigh. A precious blade in the hands of a spoiled noble brat. Still, as a guest, basic courtesy was due. "I'm Kazama Masahiro, new instructor of this dojo. Judging from your stance, you've studied swordsmanship for some time. Tell me about your background." Hoshiyomi paused, then offered an alias. "My name is Himura Kenshin. I've trained in swordsmanship for about 5 years. Actually, I came here mainly to see what your dojo's swordsmanship is like." Kazama Masahiro frowned slightly. For some reason, the boy's tone carried a subtle trace of challenge. But he quickly dismissed the thought. A kid this small could barely draw that blade on his hip. What was he supposed to challenge with? Probably just a rich kid using the wrong words. At this age, a quick demo would usually win them over and get them to enroll. Thinking so, Masahiro turned to the still curious trainees and called out. "Abai, come out and show off our Kazama-style sword techniques." A teenager of about 15 or 16 stepped forward obediently and prepared to demonstrate. But Hoshiyomi's lips twitched. He knew they were underestimating him. He raised a hand, stopping Abai, took a deep breath, and clarified. Masahiro-senpai, right? What I meant is I came to Kazama Dojo to spar with strong opponents." Masahiro frowned again, but this time, his thoughts shifted. He's probably just full of himself, raised on flattery, thinks he's some kind of genius swordsman. Seen it before. Abai will teach him some humility. He turned and said. "Then Abai, spar with him." Then to Hoshiyomi. "Come on then. Let's see what you've got." At the center of the dojo, Abai lazily got into stance and said. "Come on, I'm ready." He didn't think much of Hoshiyomi's chances. After all, he'd trained here for years. Hoshiyomi raised an eyebrow, grabbed a wooden sword, and with one clean motion, struck Abai hard on the wrist. Abai saw a blur, then pain shot through his hand. Instinctively, he let go. His wooden sword clattered to the floor. Clutching his hand, he grumbled. "What the hell? That was a sneak attack." He reached down to retrieve his weapon, ready for a rematch. Hoshiyomi sighed, preparing to properly finish the match, but Masahiro's voice cut in. "Abai, stand down." He stepped forward, faced Hoshiyomi, and gave a slight bow. "I apologize. I underestimated you. On behalf of Kazama Dojo, I accept your challenge." To an outsider, that strike might have looked like a lucky hit. But to Masahiro's trained eye, it was anything but. The timing. The control. The precision. That slash was flawless. Just that single move told him, this boy's level of swordsmanship is anything but ordinary. Possibly, on par with my own. Masahiro felt a chill run down his spine. On par with me? I'm nearly 30. And this kid what, 12? 13? This wasn't some pampered heir. This was a once-in-a-generation sword prodigy. All previous arrogance vanished. Masahiro bent to retrieve Abei's fallen wooden sword, then saluted. Kazama Masahiro. Please, instruct me. Around them, the dojo erupted. The trainees whispered and speculated, trying to figure out who this boy really was. The older man clapped his hands sharply. Quiet, all of you. Watch closely and learn. Even picking up half a move from their match will skyrocket your skills. As the students settled, Masahiro and Hoshiyomi clashed. Their wooden sword collided with a crisp crack. And with just that single strike, Masahiro was shaken. Hoshiyomi's movements were mercilessly sharp. There were no openings, only relentless forward pressure. He hadn't felt this kind of pressure since sparring with his father in his youth. One strike, and it felt like being hunted by a wild predator. The only option: defend. Worse, when the blades met, Masahiro's hand went numb from the impact. Fast and precise, sure. But this much raw strength too? Has he really only practiced for 5 years? What Masahiro didn't know was that Hoshiyomi was still wearing 500 pounds of training weights. At full power, he could have shattered Masahiro's weapon in a single swing. Still, Hoshiyomi was pleased. He'd put over 70% of his strength into that blow, and Masahiro had blocked it. Not bad at all, he thought. Looks like coming to the land of iron really was the right move. Smiling, he warned. Careful, I'm coming again. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 95, Konoha's Sword Saint 95. Gekkō Hoshiyomi was genuinely thrilled. More and more, he was starting to understand why, in martial arts novels, grandmasters often found no pleasure in being challenged by others. Before coming to the land of iron, his battles had entered a strange state. Enemies weaker than him were easily taken down in just a few strikes, and those stronger than him left him with few chances to fight with all his might. Ever since his swordsmanship had pulled ahead of Sakumo's, it had been a long time since he last felt the thrill of true combat, the sharp ring of blades clashing, like the hammering of a blacksmith at the forge. But after arriving at the Kazama dojo, that feeling had returned. He'd once again found that abandon the unrestrained swing of the sword until exhaustion set in. That rush had him fired up. He charged forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks in a somewhat chaotic and unrefined offensive. Though disorderly, his solid swordsmanship foundation and freakish speed still managed to pin down Masahiro. Masahiro felt utterly frustrated. He could clearly see the openings in Hoshiyomi's stance, but couldn't land a single hit. Hoshiyomi's berserker-style assault left him momentarily flustered and unable to counter. Forced into retreat, Masahiro's wooden blade was already creaking under the stress of repeated blocks. He knew he couldn't keep this up much longer without a counterattack. He'd be completely defeated within 2 rounds. Resolved, Masahiro made his move. Dodging one of Hoshiyomi's horizontal slashes with a move similar to an iron bridge, he rolled twice along the ground to create distance between them. Rising to his feet, he gripped the wooden sword tightly. Suddenly, an intense aura flared from him. Though Hoshiyomi had lost his chakra, he could still feel the chakra coursing through Masahiro's body. This was the true secret technique of the Kazama Dojo, Kazama-style secret art, wind-severing slash. Masahiro reversed his grip and tucked the wooden blade beneath his right arm in a strange stance, like a mantis raising its sickle. In the next instant, the mantis blade lashed out, the wooden sword cutting through the air with a howl. Hoshiyomi was prepared. He stepped back, dodging the blade itself. He thought that was the end of it, avoiding the wooden sword should have been enough. But to his shock, a faint, nearly invisible blade of compressed air sliced toward him, tearing through the air. Startled by the sudden wave of pressure, Hoshiyomi quickly ducked and rolled to the side. The speed of the air blade wasn't overwhelming, he could still dodge. As he rolled out of the way, he charged forward again. Before Masahiro could swing a second time, Hoshiyomi brought his own wooden blade down hard on Masahiro's. Masahiro's weapon, already damaged, snapped in two under the impact. Hoshiyomi skillfully dispersed the force of his strike. Though the blade still struck Masahiro's forearm, it didn't cause serious harm. The broken half of Masahiro's wooden sword spun to the ground with a soft clack. The match was decided. Clutching his arm, Masahiro lowered his head and said to Hoshiyomi, "Your skill surpasses mine. I concede." Hoshiyomi spun his blade once in his hand and sheathed it, bowing respectfully with the hilt pointed forward. "My apologies." He then turned to leave. Masahiro watched his back, hesitating for a moment, unsure whether to stop him. Just then, a hoarse, aged voice called out from the side. "Young man, wait!" The voice made Hoshiyomi pause instinctively. He turned to see a frail old man, leaning heavily on a cane, slowly emerging from the shadows. Masahiro's eyes widened in surprise. "Father? What are you doing out here?" The old man snorted with discontent. "I'm not dead yet. What's wrong with moving around?" Masahiro hurried over to support him, explaining. "That's not what I meant, your illness. I won't die yet. I know my own body." Turning back to Hoshiyomi, the old man said. "Young man, you are truly gifted. Your talent in swordsmanship is truly a once-in-a-century occurrence, worthy of the name Kenshin. If I were 20 years younger, I'd insist on crossing blades with you myself. Alas, age has taken its toll, and I can no longer fight. But please stay. Allow me to show you the true essence of the Kazama-style secret art." He shook off Masahiro's support and didn't even reach for a training sword. With only his cane, he assumed the same stance Masahiro had earlier. But in that instant, the aura that erupted from him was leagues beyond Masahiro's. In just a single glance, Hoshiyomi could tell this man had been a fearsome warrior in his youth. Everyone present held their breath, fixated on the old man's movements, eager to witness the true essence he had spoken of. The old man's body trembled, his strength clearly no longer up to the intense chakra flow, but he persisted. When he opened his eyes, his cane came crashing down in a swift arc. A crescent-shaped blast of wind surged forward with a howling roar, carving a deep trench into the ground and crashing into a nearby stone pillar. The pillar, thick as a wash basin, bore a deep gash where the air blade had struck an incision that ran halfway up its length. And this had been done with just a cane. If that cane had been a real blade like the Mikazuki Munchika, it would have cleaved the pillar clean in two. Even Hoshiyomi inhaled sharply. That one strike alone had the destructive power of a B-rank wind release ninjutsu. Had the Kazama-style secret art been only as strong as Masahiro's version, Hoshiyomi wouldn't have thought much of this dojo. But this old man's demonstration? It had truly stunned him. Even at his peak, Hoshiyomi would have struggled to block that strike. He thought through his options, either clash head-on with Swallow Return, sub-aim Gaishi, or flee in advance using Crescent Moon Slash. There were no other viable strategies. He found himself rooted to the spot. Partly out of curiosity about this old man's past, but also because he genuinely coveted that technique. Sword aura like this, what man could resist it? And more importantly, Hoshiyomi had wind release chakra himself. Though he couldn't use it right now, once his chakra recovered, this technique would become a powerful trump card. There was one more thing: the move reminded him of the draw sword from Dungeon Fighter Online, DNF. If he could master this move and alter the execution style, wouldn't it become a real-life version of draw slash? And if he took it a step further, adding elemental wind chakra nature transformation, maybe he could even create a skyrending draw sword. With that thought, Hoshiyomi turned and bowed deeply to the old man. "Forgive my disrespect, but may I have your name, elder?" The old man laughed heartily and lightly supported Hoshiyomi. "My name is Kazama Morishige, founder of the Kazama Dojo. I feel a kinship with you at first sight. Would you be willing to hear an old man's tales of the past?" "It would be my honor." Hoshiyomi then helped Kazama Morishige toward the back quarters of the dojo, leaving Kazama Masahiro standing alone in the courtyard, windblown and dumbfounded. "Old man! I'm your actual son, you know." Chapter 96, Konoha's Sword Saint 96. Inside the back quarters of the Kazama Dojo, Gekkō Hoshiyomi was seated beside Kazama Morishige, listening to the old man's rambling stories from his youth. Hoshiyomi had been genuinely curious about the old master's life. Whether it was because he had somehow gained the man's favor thanks to his good looks, or because Morishige had grown sentimental with age and longed to pass on his legacy to a worthy successor, either way, the elder was eager to talk. Morishige didn't just tell tales, he shared deep insights from his own experience in swordsmanship. These weren't just surface-level philosophies, but hard-earned lessons, gained one duel at a time in his younger days, often while defending his dojo from challengers. Even now, Hoshiyomi found great value in them. They were the kinds of small tricks and battlefield instincts only years of real combat could teach, insights impossible to gain through theory alone. By any measure, Morishige's life had been quite extraordinary. In his youth, he was hailed as a prodigy in swordsmanship. At 16, he had defeated his own father during his graduation examination, achieving the rank of Menkyokaden. At 20, he entered the Land of Iron's prestigious 5-year youth Kenjutsu tournament and claimed second place overall, a remarkable feat. But Morishige was dissatisfied. He believed his loss had only come because the first place winner was older and had trained longer. So, driven by obsession, he threw himself into even harsher training. He began a long pilgrimage, challenging every dojo across the Land of Iron in pursuit of greater strength. Over 5 years, he absorbed the strengths of countless styles, eventually developing his own signature technique, the Kazama-style secret art, wind-severing slash. Convinced that he had finally surpassed his old rival, he sought him out for a rematch. But he lost again. The opponent's Iaijutsu, the art of quick-draw sword strikes, was too fast. Morishige hadn't even had time to fully unleash his new technique before he was defeated. In truth, his early years were spent in the shadow of that Iaijutsu master. After the second loss, he was forced to admit, however bitterly, that he was still no match. Determined to bridge the gap, Morishige tried to improve the wind-severing slash. But samurai had limited control over chakra, so he left the Land of Iron in search of a better solution, one that lay with the ninja world. He began dueling shinobi, hoping to find a way to refine his technique through exposure to their abilities. In that, he partially succeeded. In battle, he learned of something called chakra nature transformation. The moment he heard of it, he knew that was the missing piece. He managed to learn the basics of chakra nature transformation from one shinobi. Eagerly, he began experimenting with wind-release chakra to enhance the wind-severing slash. But then disaster struck. His lack of familiarity with nature transformation caused the wind chakra to spiral out of control. It rampaged through his body, wreaking havoc on his chakra pathways. The result: irreversible, permanent damage. From then on, he could still use the wind-severing slash, but improving it became a pipe dream. At that point in his story, Morishige let out a long sigh. "I placed all my hopes in my son, Masahiro, but his talent falls far short of mine. He's already in his 30s, and yet the way he uses the wind-severing slash, it's a shadow of what it should be." Hoshiyomi paused, offering a silent 3-second moment of sympathy for poor Masahiro. Growing up with a father like this must have been rough. He'd done well just surviving this long under the weight of those expectations. As Hoshiyomi mused, Morishige suddenly spoke again, his tone surprisingly cheerful, and he no longer called him young man, but something warmer. "But the heavens smiled upon me when they brought me you. Child, the moment I saw you, I knew you were a gift sent by fate. Your appearance is no coincidence. It's the gods answering my prayers, granting me one last chance to see the complete wind-severing slash before I die. So tell me, child, are you willing to learn the Kazama style of swordsmanship and help this old man complete the wind-severing slash?" Hey! Hoshiyomi was dumbfounded. So this was why the old man had been so welcoming? If this had happened during his prime, Hoshiyomi would have agreed without hesitation. But now, how was he supposed to tell the old man without giving him a heart attack that he currently couldn't use chakra at all? He hesitated, then carefully began. Old master, I have something to say. Please be mentally prepared. I was ambushed and cursed by a traitor. Right now, my chakra is completely sealed. Wait. Old man, don't pass out. Hear me out. Panicking, Hoshiyomi pinched his pressure points and frantically reassured him until he brought Morishige back from the brink of collapse. The old man, pale and trembling, weakly asked. So, what you're saying is, you're confident you'll recover your chakra within a few years. And then you'll be able to complete the wind-severing slash. Hoshiyomi nodded quickly. As long as my body recovers to the proper condition, my chakra will return. Once that happens, fully developing the wind-severing slash should be no problem. Morishige fell silent for a long while, before finally letting out another sigh. So be it. You're one of a kind in this world. A talent like yours won't come again in what time I have left. Rather than gamble on some distant future, I'll place all my hopes in you. I only ask, that I may see the completed wind-severing slash with my own eyes before I die. Moved, Hoshiyomi immediately performed the formal tea ceremony of discipleship, presenting tea to Morishige as a gesture of respect. In truth, helping the old man fulfill his dream was only part of the reason. More importantly, Hoshiyomi truly respected Morishige as a master of the sword. He could learn countless things from this man that would have taken a lifetime to figure out on his own. And on a practical level, the wind-severing slash was a rare technique, a ranged sword art that produced real blade force, something virtually unseen in the shinobi world. As far as he could remember, Naruto canon didn't feature true sword aura attacks. At best, characters like Mifune or Sasuke extended their reach with chakra, but even then, it wasn't pure sword aura. Only a filler character, Heiat's former comrade, Shirakumo, had anything close to it. Come to think of it, his vacuum sword might actually be an evolved version of the wind-severing slash. Could it be that in the anime, this was the man who passed down the Kazama legacy leading to the creation of the upgraded vacuum slash? Insert sarcastic emoji. Meanwhile, Morishige had come to terms with it all. He had no better choice left. Instead of hesitating, he would take in Hoshiyomi as his disciple and use the last of his strength to help him break free from the curse. With luck, he might yet live to see the completed wind-severing slash. If he waited too long, he feared he'd take that regret to the grave. With that in mind, Morishige finally spoke. Very well. From this day forward, you are my student. I will spend the next 3 years passing down every swordmanship technique I know. In 3 years' time, the next Kenjutsu tournament will be held. Once you've mastered my teachings and tested them in the fires of competition, your body will surely be strong enough to unleash the full wind-severing slash. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 97, Konoha's Sword Saint 97. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In the rear courtyard of the Kazama-style dojo, a 14-year-old boy was drenched in sweat, doing push-ups with a ridiculously large husky sprawled across his back. That boy and the oversized beast were none other than Gekkō Hoshiyomi and his companion, Lobo. By now, Hoshiyomi stood at around 170 centimeters, with sharp brows and clear eyes, handsome features, and a bare upper body that showcased perfectly sculpted, lean muscle. With looks like his combined with that well-built body, if someone were to record a short clip of this and upload it online, who knows how many kunoichi would instantly swoon. Sunrise, a handsome guy, and a hardcore workout. It was a picturesque scene. That is, until a lazy voice broke the harmony. 997, 998, 999, 1000. The voice didn't come from Hoshiyomi but from Lobo, the giant husky sitting atop his back. Yes, over the past 3 years, the highly intelligent Lobo had actually learned to speak human language. At the moment, he was sprawled on Hoshiyomi's back, bored out of his mind, acting as his personal rep counter. Hoshiyomi grumbled. If you're gonna sound that lazy, don't make it sound like saying 1000 nearly killed you. Lobo shook his head lazily. Hey, I was just matching your effort. Gotta make you seem more epic, right? Yeah, get off already, you're heavy as hell. With a groan, Hoshiyomi gestured for Lobo to hop off. He collapsed to the ground for a moment, gasping, before finally sitting upright again. Those push UPS had really taken it out of him. Lobo, though currently using transformation jutsu to appear about 2 meters tall, still weighed a solid 700 to 800 pounds. Add that to Hoshiyomi's usual training weights, and he'd just completed 1000 push UPS under over 1,000 pounds of pressure. Even in the world of Naruto where superhuman physiques were common, that was a staggering feat. What made it even crazier? That was just one part of his daily training routine. After push UPS came a 10-kilometer run, 500 frog jumps, and fundamental kenjutsu drills. For Hoshiyomi, this punishing routine had become the new normal. Every day for 3 years, he'd endured this kind of intense physical training. Sometimes, he even dreamed that his hair had all fallen out and he'd turned into Saitama-sensei of the shinobi world. He'd always wake up in a cold sweat and rush to check his hairline before going back to sleep. Still, the training had paid off. By his estimation, he could now open the 5th gate of the 8 gates without issue, and he was close to the threshold of the 6th. Once he removed all his training weights, he figured he'd be ready to try breaking into the 6th gate. And swordsmanship? That had never fallen behind either. Morishige, though old and too frail for daily sparring, had designed a rigorous training regimen specifically for him. While the elder couldn't match Hoshiyomi in duels anymore, his sharp eye and decades of experience were more than enough. Simply by watching Hoshiyomi practice, he could offer expert-level critique. And whenever Hoshiyomi followed those suggestions, he always found that his sword movements became more fluid, more instinctive. There were also some unconventional training methods. For example, practicing dodging thrown weapons while blindfolded, or swinging at mannequins in pitch-black rooms where every strike had to hit the exact point Morishige specified. All of it was meant to train his instinctive sword sense. Morishige called it feeling the sword's breath. Hoshiyomi, however, thought that was nonsense. What is this? Am I wielding Rost? Am I actually the embodiment of a Darkin? Have I ever considered that weapons have their own consciousness? This is getting off track. Jokes aside, there was truth in the training. Over time, he developed a strange bond with his blade, the Mikazuki Munchika. He could feel its grain, its edge even with his eyes closed. It was a subtle, surreal sensation. He couldn't say exactly how it helped in battle, but his strikes felt more natural, more in sync. Whenever he felt this deepened resonance with the blade, he'd check his Swordheart System because experience points don't lie. And sure enough, every time, he'd be stunned by how much his XP had jumped. In the 3 years of training, he'd had this kind of compatibility breakthrough 3 times. Each time granted him plus 30 XP. The system's message read: your compatibility with the weapon Mikazuki Munchika has improved. Experience plus 30. Hoshiyomi preferred that explanation. He could feel it, too. If he switched to an ordinary blade, that intimate connection vanished. But the moment he gripped Mikazuki Munchika again, the familiarity would return like being reunited with an old friend. It even brought him a strange sense of joy. These compatibility boosts, combined with old man's guidance, the sword skills he'd adapted from anime in his past life, and his relentless daily training, had raised his XP significantly. After 3 years, his skill level had reached Intermediate Swordsmanship, 300/500. Along the way, when he hit 250 XP, he drew a new skill from the system called Nature Transformation. Its description was dramatic. The wielder becomes a child of the elements, able to freely manipulate any one chakra nature and unleash elemental attacks with unique effects. Hoshiyomi was convinced this skill came straight out of some cheesy, third-rate fantasy novel. In practical terms, it meant the system had helped him unlock every chakra nature. That's right, Hoshiyomi was now a rare shinobi who could use all 7 types of chakra: wind, fire, water, lightning, earth, yin, yang. And beyond that, he could now channel elemental chakra into his sword strikes for enhanced effects. Fire release, burning. Water release, slowing. Lightning release, paralysis. Wind release, faster and longer range attacks. Earth release, terrain disruption. Yin and yang, still unclear, too abstract for now. The skill looked ridiculously overpowered on paper. But Hoshiyomi had a theory. System, you knew I couldn't use chakra right now. So you gave me this flashy skill just to mock me, didn't you? Damn it! Still, once a skill was drawn, it couldn't be returned. Even if he cursed out the system's ancestors, it wasn't going to change anything. Since he couldn't resist, all he could do was accept it and hope that once his chakra returned, the skill would surprise him in a good way. Chapter 98, Konoha's Sword Saint 98. 3 years of training under the tutelage of Master Kazama Morishige had come to an end. According to the plan Morishige had laid out, it was now time for Hoshiyomi to depart and head for the capital of the Land of Iron to participate in the once every 5 years Kenjutsu tournament. Just thinking about it sent a rush of anticipation through Hoshiyomi's chest. He couldn't help but wonder what kinds of powerful opponents he might face there. Every time he fought a strong enemy, his experience bar surged, and if the competition was fierce enough, he might even leap straight to advanced swordsmanship in one go. Bringing Lobo with him, Hoshiyomi made his way to Morishige's room. Though the old master often claimed he didn't have many years left, in truth his body was still sturdy barring accidents. He likely had another decade or more. At the moment, Morishige was seated cross-legged on a cushion, carefully polishing his beloved blade. Though he could no longer wield it in battle, he still took time now and then to maintain the sword he'd once trusted with his life. The moment he saw Hoshiyomi standing there, gear packed and ready, Morishige understood immediately. He sheathed the sword with practiced grace and said, "Heading out, are you? Makes sense, the tournament is only half a month away. Any later and you might not make it in time." Maybe it was because he'd seen too many goodbyes in his life, or maybe he knew Hoshiyomi would return soon, but Morishige showed no sign of reluctance. "Go. Do your best to place well. Don't bring shame to my name." Hoshiyomi bowed deeply and offered some parting words before leaving the Kazama dojo, Lobo trotting faithfully behind. As he watched Hoshiyomi walk away, Morishige allowed a faint smile to tug at his lips. To have a disciple like that in his twilight years, someone with such talent, was more than enough to leave him content. Once he saw the completed wind-severing slash, his life would be free of regrets. Hoshiyomi didn't rush. With time to spare before the tournament, he took his time traveling, occasionally stopping in towns along the way to enjoy the scenery and local sights. But the closer he got to the capital, the more crowded the roads became. Streams of people were heading the same way, young men and women drawn by the fame of the Kenjutsu tournament. The tournament only accepted applicants under 25. For most young swordsmen in the Land of Iron, it was a once or twice in a lifetime opportunity. Countless aspirants had spent 5 years sharpening their skills, all hoping to make a name for themselves and become famed sword masters. Success in the tournament didn't just bring fame, it opened doors to massive opportunities. Those who ranked highly were often recruited by elite dojos and trained as inner disciples, with access to the dojo's most guarded secrets. The top few would be directly chosen for training by the general of the Land of Iron, offered high-ranking posts within the shogunate. In some cases, the champion was even groomed as the general's successor. And then there were the matchmaking perks. The Land of Iron had a long-standing tradition of marrying off daughters to skilled swordsmen. A top performer in the tournament could walk down the street and be swept away by a noble clan, becoming their son-in-law by the next morning. In other words, the Kenjutsu tournament was a shortcut to glory. Rise to high office, marry into wealth, and reach the peak of life. At the gates of the Land of Iron's capital, Hoshiyomi clicked his tongue in surprise. Since arriving in the shinobi world, this was the first time he'd seen a line this absurd. The queue stretched for over a kilometer. Even standing within it, Hoshiyomi couldn't see the end. He exchanged a glance with Lobo, who had used transformation jutsu to shrink down a size. They both shook their heads at once. How long was this going to take? The thought alone was exhausting. It took them the entire morning to reach the front of the line. Upon finally entering the city, Hoshiyomi looked around at the bustling streets, overwhelmed by the sheer number of people. The crowd density here was greater than the busiest marketplaces he'd seen, even more packed than festival days in Konoha. The Kenjutsu tournament really was as massive as they said. Still, after a few minutes of wandering the capital, the novelty wore off. It felt just like a tourist hotspot during Golden Week in his past life. People as far as the eye could see, nowhere interesting to look. Rubbing his stomach, which had begun to protest loudly, Hoshiyomi glanced at Lobo and decided food and lodging were now top priority. If it were just him, some cheap street food would have sufficed, but with Lobo, things got complicated. Lobo had a huge appetite. If let loose, he could down an entire full-grown pig by himself. Honestly, bringing him along was starting to feel like a potential bankruptcy risk. So instead of dining out, Hoshiyomi decided to first find a place to stay and then buy supplies to cook for Lobo himself. If Lobo were allowed to eat normal restaurant fare, Hoshiyomi's savings wouldn't last the week. In fact, most people wouldn't travel with giant ninja beasts like Lobo. They caused too many problems in public. Typically, once a contract was signed, they were sent to the Summoning Realm. The Summoning Realm was a mysterious place believed to exist somewhere on the same continent as the shinobi world, but hidden away in some dimensional fold. Few had ever seen it. The ninja beast's domain seemed like a pocket world that only intersected with the shinobi world at specific points. Passing through one of these points would bring you to an entirely different dimension. The manga itself had never explained who created that realm. Under normal circumstances, summoning beasts stayed in their own world, only appearing when called upon by contract holders. Once the task was done, they'd vanish again. But Hoshiyomi was an exception, not because he couldn't bear to part with Lobo, but because he had no chakra and thus couldn't form a contract at all. And since he never knew when he might need Lobo in battle, the wolf had to stay by his side until Hoshiyomi could recover his chakra and officially sign the summoning pact. He had expected lodging to be a nightmare with so many people in town, but to his surprise, the Land of Iron had planned ahead. Every inn had reserved rooms set aside specifically for tournament participants. At each inn's entrance stood a slab of cloud iron, a special alloy. Anyone who could leave a sword mark on it using only the standard iron blade provided could earn access to a reserved room at 30% off. It was a clever system, one that clearly separated the real contenders from the average rabble. Hoshiyomi was quite pleased with this arrangement. He walked up to one inn, took the ordinary sword handed to him, and casually slashed down. A deep groove was left in the iron slab. Ignoring the stunned look on the innkeeper's assistant, he led Lobo inside and said flatly, "One room, please. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin." Chapter 99, Konoha's Sword Saint 99. After resting at the inn for the night, Hoshiyomi woke up early the next morning, full of energy, and headed straight for the Kenjutsu tournament grounds. He had braced himself for another massive queue like the one at the city gate, but to his surprise, the arena had already prepared for the crowd. There were 10 small dueling platforms spread out across the grounds. With the participants spread out this way, things didn't feel crowded at all. Curious, Hoshiyomi grabbed a nearby guy and asked what was going on. Turned out, this was the tournament's signature prelim round, the challenge stage format. The rules were simple: at exactly 9 AM, the platforms opened. Anyone could jump up and become the current defending champion. If you either defeated 10 consecutive challengers, or successfully held the platform for 30 minutes, then you would advance to the next stage. But if you were defeated midway, you'd immediately be escorted out by the tournament's samurai and lose your eligibility to continue. Brutal? Yes. But it was an efficient way to separate the elite from the fodder. A real swordsman's skill could be seen in just 1 or 2 matches. With advancement slots so valuable, no one wanted to take unnecessary risks. As for those with weaker strength, their only hope was to claw their way forward with endurance and grit. At exactly 9 AM, the iron chains around each dueling stage were pulled back, and 10 girls with varying styles and looks stepped onto the platforms to serve as referees. The girls, all strikingly pretty, smiled sweetly at the crowd of young men surrounding the stages. Who wants to be the first to take the stage? Their soft, flirtatious voices instantly stirred up the fighting spirit of dozens of male contestants. In an instant, arms shot up across the crowd as everyone scrambled to be the first one up. Hoshiyomi wasn't hyped about the girls like the others. He just wanted to escape the stinky, overcrowded mob of dudes who were pressing in from all sides. He deeply regretted not bringing Lobo along. With Lobo nearby, a 2-meter radius around him was always clear of people. But today, worried that Lobo wouldn't have anywhere to go once the matches began, he had left him behind at the inn. Big mistake. Now he was caught in a tidal wave of overly enthusiastic meatheads completely surrounded. Left, right, front, and back it was all muscle-bound dudes. So many guys. So many guys. This must be what it feels like to be crushed by masculinity incarnate. And then boom. Yo, the guy on my left, do you not know you have armpit stank? If he stayed in this pit of funk much longer, he'd pass out before even getting a match. Desperate, Hoshiyomi began shoving his way forward, trying to get picked for the first round. Luckily, the referee girl for his stage had sharp eyes. Despite his modest height, she spotted him in the crowd. Perhaps it was his stunning good looks or the cool, navy blue scabbard strapped to his back. Her eyes lit up. She pointed and called out, "Hey! You black hair, white robe, blue scabbard. Yes, you. Would you like to be the first to take the platform?" At that moment, Hoshiyomi genuinely wanted to run up and hug her. An angel. A literal goddess. A bodhisattva sent to deliver me from this pit of suffering. The crowd instinctively parted to make way. Under a flurry of envious, jealous, and downright murderous stares, Hoshiyomi leapt up onto the stage and finally escaped the armpit-pocalypse. He shot the referee girl a grateful smile so dazzling it made her momentarily dazed. For a few seconds, she forgot she was supposed to call the first challenger. That only fueled the rage of the guys below. Angry mutters started swirling around, and one burly, muscular man finally couldn't take it anymore. With a single motion, he vaulted up onto the platform and snarled at Hoshiyomi. "Pretty boy, I'll be your opponent. Fight or what?" "Tch, being good-looking is apparently a crime," Hoshiyomi grumbled mentally as he prepared to accept the challenge. Off to the side, the referee girl was already regretting her choice. Seeing that this handsome young man might get beaten to a pulp because of her impulsive decision, guilt welled up in her chest. She looked at him with genuine worry and said, "Please be careful. If you really can't win, it's okay to surrender. I'll stop the match in time." Hoshiyomi's expression twitched as he forced a polite nod. "Thanks for the concern. I guess." Turning to face his opponent, he said respectfully, I look forward to learning from you. The muscle-bound challenger scowled. Seriously? We're both born of the same species, how the hell did you end up looking like that? And watching the girl nearby mooning over Hoshiyomi made his blood boil. He drew a massive broadsword from his back and growled. Let's see how pretty you are lying face down on the ground. With that, he charged. That kind of oversized broadsword wasn't common in the shinobi world. Paired with his bulky, gym-chiseled body, it was obvious he was a full-strength build. Against normal opponents, his brute force would be overwhelming. But against Hoshiyomi? Not even close. To the average spectator, the man's charge looked aggressive and unstoppable. But in Hoshiyomi's eyes, it was about as fast as a turtle wading through syrup. He didn't even draw Mikazuki Munchika. He simply sidestepped while holding the sheathed sword in hand, easily dodging the overhead chop. With a twist of his wrist, he smacked the hilt cleanly into the man's lower back. The sudden impact made the musclehead gasp in pain. His horizontal slash faltered, the blade veering off course. Hoshiyomi circled behind him with a half-step, jammed the sheath into the back of the man's knee to make him drop, and then whipped the sheathed sword upward, cracking him cleanly across the back of the neck. The man groaned but didn't go down. Whoa, this guy's got a thick skull. So Hoshiyomi casually brought the sheath down again right on the top of his shiny bald head. This time, the big guy slumped forward with a groan and collapsed unconscious on the stage. Stunned silence. The entire crowd stared in disbelief. Hoshiyomi hadn't even unsheathed his sword, and he'd completely dismantled someone that looked like a boss-level brawler. Even after a group of staff carried the defeated challenger off the platform, the referee girl stood frozen, mouth half open. She hadn't even called the match. Hoshiyomi sighed, waving the sword sheath in front of her face until she blinked back to reality. She blurted out. Winner, Himura Kenshin. Himura. Himura Kenshin. The crowd fell into an awkward silence, partly out of shock from his strength, and partly from the chemistry on stage. Watching this pretty boy flirt with the dazed referee, many in the crowd began to seethe. Eventually, someone couldn't take it anymore. That bald guy was all muscle and no skill. That pretty boy? He's just a fancy-looking stick. Watch this. A tall, skinny guy pushed through the crowd and stepped onto the stage. The moment Hoshiyomi saw him, his expression shifted. You're that guy from earlier. The one with the bow, body odor. Didn't I say not to let me catch you again? And here you are serving yourself up on a silver platter. If I don't beat you into the ground today, then I'm not Himura Kenshin. Wait. Actually, I was never Himura Kenshin to begin with. Chapter 100, Konoha's Sword Saint 100. The guy with the body odor swaggered up onto the stage, dramatically drawing his shinobi blade. With a flick of his wrist, he made a flashy blade flourish and pointed the sword at Gekkō Hoshiyomi. I'm Nakashita Minoru. Come show me what you've got. Hoshiyomi didn't even bother responding. His opinion of Nakashita couldn't be lower. In a blink, he flashed forward. With a single swing of his sheathed sword, he smacked Minoru's wrist. Startled by Hoshiyomi's sudden burst of speed, Minoru reflexively tried to pull back, but he was far too slow. The sheath slammed hard against his wrist. Crying out in pain, he dropped his weapon. Before the blade even hit the ground, Hoshiyomi hooked it up with the tip of his foot. As the sword flew upward, Hoshiyomi snapped his leg forward and kicked it by the flat of the blade, sending it flipping back toward Minoru. Minoru stood frozen, completely thrown off. He wanted to catch the flying sword, but what if he missed and grabbed the blade instead of the hilt? Paralyzed by indecision, he flinched and awkwardly dodged his own weapon. The sword clattered off the platform and landed outside the ring. For a samurai, losing your weapon was an immediate disqualification. The audience burst into boos. Big talk about how someone else was just for show, and you didn't even last one round? Pathetic. Flushed red, Minoru didn't even have the nerve to talk back. Face burning, he slunk off the platform in disgrace. Hoshiyomi took the opportunity to glance at his Swordheart System. Sure enough, not even a single point of experience. These two jokers hadn't been worth the effort. He exited the system and addressed the crowd. If that's the level we're dealing with, do yourselves a favor and don't step up. No need to embarrass yourselves. The audience's reaction was mixed. Some, realizing they had no shot, quietly slipped away to other platforms. Others narrowed their eyes, plotting to wait until Hoshiyomi ran low on stamina before challenging him. And, of course, there were a few hot-blooded types clenching their fists, itching to take him down. Sure enough, shortly after, a man with a more mature appearance stepped onto the stage, clearly someone pressing the tournament's age limit of 25. He carried himself with a seasoned, almost overly formal air and announced, "I am Matsushita Goran. I ranked in the top 100 of the last Kenjutsu tournament. I came here today to remind you, young man, not to look down on the world's warriors. I may not have your talent, but don't underestimate someone competing in their second tournament. Let me, as a senior, teach you the value of discipline. After this match, go home and train hard. With your talent, you might just reach the top 10 next time." The audience murmured at this. Goran wasn't just a previous top 100 fighter, he'd also just given Hoshiyomi some high praise. Top 10? That was the domain of prodigies, elite geniuses of the Land of Iron. Was this boy really that strong? Hoshiyomi stared at Goran, unimpressed. "Sure, you sound wise and all, but you're seriously underestimating me." Still, the man did catch his interest. From his posture and the calluses on his hands, Hoshiyomi could tell he was a real practitioner of Kenjutsu, miles above those earlier clowns. This was the kind of mid-level opponent he wanted to test himself against. Hoshiyomi took him seriously but still didn't draw Mikazuki Munkiri. According to Master Morishige, if you had to draw your sword against anyone ranked lower than the top 50, you probably didn't belong in the top 5. Morishige himself had famously fought through the first 3 rounds without ever unsheathing his blade. Only in the 4th round did he begin using it seriously. Hoshiyomi wanted to challenge that record. Goran, however, saw that Hoshiyomi hadn't drawn his weapon and assumed he was being insulted. His face twisted in anger as he shouted, "Let me teach you some humility." He drew his own shinobi blade and charged. His downward slash might have mirrored the first opponent's movement, but everything about it was different. The muscle brute from before had been slow, clumsy, and riddled with openings. Goran was fast, much faster and far more controlled. More importantly, his stance was tight and guarded. His dominant hand held the blade while his offhand moved unpredictably, covering vital points and keeping his weaknesses hidden. Hoshiyomi couldn't use the same tricks here. Their weapons clashed with a sharp clang, echoing through the arena like the bell that marked the beginning of a real duel. From that moment, the two became a blur, steel ringing against steel in rapid succession. Goran was no amateur. If anything, he was stronger than Kazama Masahiro back at the dojo. Their blades collided again and again, and despite Hoshiyomi's raw power, Goran's grip never faltered. His wrists weren't shaken in the slightest. That alone spoke volumes. What Hoshiyomi didn't know, though, was that Goran was mentally screaming. He had thought his earlier assessment had been generous. Now he realized he had still underestimated this boy. Is his body made of iron? They'd been trading blows for a while now, and Goran's arms were aching from fatigue. But Hoshiyomi looked completely fine, like he wasn't even breaking a sweat. If this had been a normal match, Goran might have already forfeited. But after his big senior warrior speech, backing out now would be humiliating. He gritted his teeth. I started this, now I have to see it through, even if I get flattened. 5 years of training since my last tournament, and I might not even make it past the prelims? This sucks. Meanwhile, Hoshiyomi was totally unaware of Goran's internal meltdown. He was too focused and excited. This guy could probably earn him 3 to 5 points of experience. And if there are 100 more like him waiting in line? Jackpot! Gekkō Hoshiyomi, will use this tournament to rocket myself to advanced swordsmanship. Not even the Sage of Six Paths could stop me now. His swings became faster, stronger. Goran, on the other hand, started faltering, becoming more defensive and hesitant. After a few more exchanges, Hoshiyomi spotted an opening and drove the sheath into Goran's ribs, knocking the wind out of him. Then he followed up with a clean punch to the shoulder, sending Goran flying off the platform. Crashing to the ground, Goran quickly chose to fake being unconscious rather than face public shame. The crowd gasped. Wait, someone who ranked top 100 in the last tournament just got flattened like that? What chance do the rest of us have? In an instant, the area around Hoshiyomi's platform cleared out. Even when he taunted, "How about the next 7 of you come up together?" No one responded. "We still have our dignity, okay?" 30 minutes later, with the referee girl watching him like a literal fangirl, Hoshiyomi officially passed the preliminaries and received his invitation to the main tournament. To be unmatched. So lonely. So lonely. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 101, Konoha's Sword Saint 101. After finishing his match and under the lingering gaze of his referee fangirl, Gekkō Hoshiyomi casually stepped down from the platform. Rather than returning to the inn immediately, he wandered through the arena, observing the battles on other stages, hoping to spot potential rivals. Sure enough, several contestants caught his attention. On Platform 8, the defending fighter was a master of Iaijutsu. Every opponent who stepped up was defeated in a single strike. That one blade, the timing, precision, and power was at least on par with Hoshiyomi's own. The only question was, did this swordsman have any follow-up techniques to back up such a stunning opening move? Then there was another one, a beast of a man wielding a massive Notaki, great sword. Towering nearly 2 meters tall, he carried a blade over 5 shako long, around 150 centimeters. Notaki were rarely seen in the shinobi world. Too large for stealth operations or team combat, they were considered impractical, but in the right hands, they could turn a man into a one-man army. And this man? Definitely had the right hands. He stepped onto the platform and shattered his opponent's weapon, someone who had already defended for 5 consecutive matches, with a single slash. What truly stunned Hoshiyomi, however, was that despite the Notaki's size, the man stopped his swing mid-motion, destroying the weapon without even scratching his opponent. That level of precise control over overwhelming strength might even surpass his own. Several brave souls still tried to challenge him, but they were all swept clean off the platform in one blow. Eventually, no one else dared step forward. Like Hoshiyomi, the man earned his preliminary pass after standing undefeated for half an hour. Hoshiyomi judged both of them to be formidable opponents. Even if they weren't stronger than him, they certainly weren't far off. Watching so many skilled fighters with their own unique styles made him feel pumped up. He couldn't wait for the main tournament to begin. After 2 days of focused training back at the inn, Hoshiyomi brought along a restless Lobo and arrived at the venue for the official preliminaries. 200 people had advanced from the qualifiers. Now came the real deal, 1v1 battles by random draw. Half would be eliminated here, leaving 100 to enter the next round. That group would be halved again, trimming it down to the top 50, who would then enter the final stage of the tournament. Hoshiyomi's first round opponent? A complete nobody. He didn't even draw his sword. 3 moves later, the match was over. Victory. Round 2. The afternoon brought the 100 to 50 elimination round, and by coincidence, Hoshiyomi's opponent was none other than the Iaijutsu swordsman from Platform 8. Both stepped onto the stage. The man placed his hand on his sword and introduced himself. I am Furukawa Uchiha. May I ask your name? Himura Kenshin. Please enlighten me. With those words, silence fell over the arena. Furukawa Uchiha was a master of Iaijutsu, a style that emphasized reacting after the opponent made a move, countering in a blink with a blade so fast the enemy couldn't react. It was a discipline that required nerves of steel and impeccable timing. As such, Uchiha almost never struck first. And Hoshiyomi, knowing how dangerous this style was, didn't rush in recklessly either. He began shifting his footwork, circling and probing for an opening. Iaijutsu wasn't just a flashy quick draw, it was a calculated, deadly precision strike. If timed correctly, it could instantly end a fight. You couldn't just dodge it with a backward step or raw speed. Even Hoshiyomi's swallow reversal, sub-aimgaishi, was a derivative of this deadly technique, which spoke volumes about its danger. If he wanted to win, he had to make Uchiha draw first. Once the blade left its sheath, he'd have a chance to counter. From the outside, it looked like they were randomly pacing, but in their minds, hundreds of simulated scenarios played out with every step. Eventually, Hoshiyomi found it. The gap. He chose to strike but still didn't draw Mikazuki Munchika. Instead, he charged forward with the sword still sheathed. Uchiha was elated. He's finally breaking formation. If he makes a move, there'll be a gap. And that's my moment. Muscles tensed. Veins bulged on his hand. His eyes locked onto Hoshiyomi's every twitch. The moment that flaw appears. I strike. It came. Now. With a sharp cry, Uchiha drew his blade in a flash. The movement was so fast the blade itself couldn't be seen, only a streak of silver light. But then, he missed. His blade cut through empty air. Because Hoshiyomi had never planned to strike head-on. In the middle of his charge, he suddenly slid into a low sweep, a classic shinobi sliding attack. Uchiha's full focus had been locked on Hoshiyomi's hands and blade. He never even considered the possibility of a low-angle assault. Hoshiyomi's slide brought him under the sword's arc, completely avoiding the strike. As the momentum of the slide ended, he used one hand to push off the ground and launched himself upward like lightning. In midair, his arms moved in unison. One hand swung Mikazuki Munchika. The other braced against the sheath for added force. Rishsen soaring dragon flash. The blade rose in a sharp vertical thrust, arms outstretched in a twin-handed offering like a skyward gift. The hilt struck Uchiha directly in the throat, sending him flying. The force of the upward motion carried him into the air alongside the blade. His eyes bulged in pain, his body curling into itself, unable to stabilize midair. His sword slipped from his fingers. Hoshiyomi landed cleanly on the platform. Uchiha crashed outside the ring, landing in a heap, clutching his throat, gagging. And that was Hoshiyomi holding back. If he'd gone all out, the man's throat would have shattered. It took a long time before Uchiha could even breathe again. Red-eyed, snot-faced, still retching, he croaked out. What the hell was that technique? Hoshiyomi smiled faintly and replied. Hiten Mitsurugai Ry Rishsen. Chapter 102, Konoha's Sword Saint 102. After the elimination round concluded, all advancing contestants were granted a one-day break. The purpose? Promotion. From this point on, the main tournament matches would be open to public spectators, turning the next stage into a golden opportunity for rising samurai to make their names known. The moment Gekkō Hoshiyomi exited the venue, he was immediately swarmed by a crowd. His performance in the qualifiers had already attracted the attention of several major dojos, but at the time, most assumed he'd just gotten lucky against weak opponents. But now, after watching him pass the elimination round still looking barely older than a genin, those same observers were beginning to panic. His talent stood out like a firefly in the night, you didn't need Sharingan to see it. Rumors were already swirling, Hoshiyomi had won his match without even drawing his blade. That tipped things over the edge. Even the Land of Iron's general's residents had quietly labeled him a dark horse contender. At the moment, a growing mob of recruiters, nobles, and scouts surrounded him from every direction. Brother Kenshin, we of the Harakanami dojo have great admiration for your skills. Would you honor us by visiting our dojo for a formal discussion? Kenshin Dano. The eldest daughter of the Gekkō clan is as beautiful as she is noble. Upon hearing of your swordsmanship, she wishes to meet you personally. How about a candlelit dinner? The offers grew more exaggerated by the second. Soon, the rival recruiters started turning on each other. Harakanami dojo? That third-rate school? They'll be bankrupt in 2 years. They dare to invite Kenshin-sama? Shameless. And the Genpo girl? Covered in acne and you call her a national beauty? Pfft. The argument devolved into a loud, chaotic squabble. Onlookers began to gather, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. The yelling escalated to the brink of a sword fight until someone whispered, "Wait, where did Kenshin Dano go?" Only then did they realize the center of all this fuss. Himura Kenshin was already gone. Around the corner, Hoshiyomi exchanged a glance with Lobo, then strode off. Drifting back on the wind was a single muttered word. Psychos. As Hoshiyomi advanced further in the tournament, scenes like this were bound to repeat. Not that he cared. He had no intention of accepting any of those offers. Better to check something that actually mattered, like how much experience Furukawa Uchiha had earned him. Back at the inn, Hoshiyomi opened the Swordheart System. Intermediate Swordsmanship, 311/500. Reviewing the system logs. Battle vs unnamed prelim opponent, +1 XP. Battle vs Furukawa Uchiha, +7 XP. Nice. Furukawa's strength was around the level of a special Jonin, and that single match had netted Hoshiyomi 7 points. And with at least 5 more matches to go against opponents equal to or even stronger than Furukawa, he estimated he could easily earn 60-70 XP. Maybe even 100, if things went well. Advanced swordsmanship was just around the corner. Hoshiyomi's blood ignited with excitement. Alright, new goal, unlock the 6th gate and master advanced swordsmanship at the same time. Can't wait to see how strong I'll be in that state. Lobo. Get on my back, we're training. Start counting. The Black Wolf looked at him with a confused expression. My master's acting weirder than usual today. For the people of the Land of Iron's capital, the next 3 days were as exciting as the New Year festival. These were the public rounds of the Kenjutsu tournament, where the top 50 sword prodigies would battle to determine who was the strongest of the new generation. For just 100 ryo, spectators could watch the fiercest, most talented young samurai clash in high-stakes combat. Many had waited 5 years for this moment and they were not about to miss it. On the day of the event, the city was practically empty. Its entire population had gathered at the tournament arena. Thousands lined up before dawn just to secure the best seats. Day 1's match schedule. Round of 50-25. Round of 25-16. After a brief opening speech from the host, Hoshiyomi and the other contestants were led into the main arena. The 50 of them stood in a row as thunderous cheers erupted from the stands. Even seasoned fighters blushed from the overwhelming energy of the crowd. Hoshiyomi, however, remained calm and composed. Please. I've paraded through the Fire Country's capital. This is nothing. As matches proceeded one by one, it was soon Hoshiyomi's turn. He patted Lobo on the head, signaling the wolf to wait quietly on the sidelines, and stepped up onto the platform. Despite the Land of Iron's martial culture, its people still appreciated aesthetics, and Hoshiyomi's handsome appearance and graceful aura instantly drew the gaze of many young women. When the host announced his name, Himura Kenshin, the cheers from the female audience reached a new peak. His opponent glanced at him with a mixture of envy and bitterness. But those who had made it this far were all tough-minded warriors, no one was dumb enough to let popularity cloud their judgment. After a respectful bow, the match began. What surprised everyone was that Hoshiyomi still didn't draw his sword. Even the announcer couldn't help but shout. In all his previous matches, Kenshin has never drawn his blade. And now, even in the main tournament, he refuses to unsheath it. Is this overconfidence or part of some greater plan? Let's find out. His opponent clearly took this as an insult. With a cold snort, he lunged forward, his blade becoming a flurry of afterimages. An incredibly fast, aggressive assault. Hoshiyomi could feel the pressure. This opponent was definitely at least Jonin level in taijutsu. If he had a chakra-enhanced kenjutsu style to match, he'd be a full-fledged high-level opponent. But that only made Hoshiyomi more determined. If I can defeat someone like this without drawing my sword, I bet I'll get bonus experience. Dodging and countering with only his sheath and footwork, Hoshiyomi struggled slightly but held his ground. His opponent growled. Still not drawing your sword? You'll die at this rate. Crimson blade style scorching flame. Suddenly, his chakra surged, his blade glowing red hot. Even from a few meters away, Hoshiyomi could feel the heat radiating off it. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 103, Konoha's Sword Saint 103. As expected, there are no weaklings left at this tournament. Seeing the opponent's shinobi blade erupt into a bright crimson hue, Hoshiyomi sighed quietly. It seemed, he'd have to finally draw his sword. If he still had chakra, he was confident he could have ended the match sheathed. But in his current state, chakra completely drained, he had no way to resist chakra-based attacks. If he didn't get serious, this match might turn against him. There it is, the announcer called out, his voice echoing across the stadium. That's the secret kenjutsu of the Crimson Heart Dojo, Crimson Sword Style, Scorching Flame. With this technique, the Crimson Blade contestant's assault becomes even more intense. Kenshin may be in real danger. Still no sign of him drawing his blade. Just as the announcer described, the moment the technique Scorching Flame activated, his opponent's strikes grew fiercer. Seizing a brief gap, the shinobi thrust his glowing blade forward, a serpent-like strike aimed at an unguarded angle. Hoshiyomi could feel the heat pulsing from the blade before it even reached him. But he didn't panic. His hands calmly gripped the hilt. His eyes narrowed. Mikazuki Munchika shimmered as it left its sheath for the first time on the main tournament stage. Clang! With precise timing, Hoshiyomi parried the fiery thrust, redirecting the momentum with the flat of his drawn blade. Oh! He's drawn his sword. Kenshin has finally revealed his weapon. A clean, exact parry. Could this be the turning point? Perhaps it was due to his deep bond with Mikazuki Munchika, but the moment Hoshiyomi drew the blade, he felt his movements become smoother, more fluid. He twisted his wrist, knocking aside the opponent's sword with raw strength, and then transitioned smoothly into a technique of his own. Crescent Moon/Second Form. This was a technique he had developed during his 3 years of training, refined with his master's guidance and drawn from memories of his past life's swordsmanship. It began with a reverse downward slash, followed by a swift two-handed upward strike. The movement's wide arc created the image of a crescent moon falling to earth. The blade's gleam carved through the air like moonlight. Wherever the arc passed, the searing red sword aura of his opponent seemed to shudder and recoil. The Crimson Blade swordsman blocked the first slash, but the second rising arc came too fast. He couldn't react in time. The blade's tip sliced cleanly through his uniform, leaving a shallow but visible cut across his chest. Pain stabbed through him. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He retreated quickly, putting distance between them. His crimson chakra flared even hotter now. He thrust his blade downward, drawing a line toward Hoshiyomi's direction, and the ground erupted in flame. Crimson sword-style flame burst. Flames roared up in vertical jets, forcing Hoshiyomi to backflip to safety. But the wall of fire also cut off his line of sight, blinding him from his opponent's next move. And that's when it happened. Behind the flames, unseen by the crowd and his opponent, the Crimson Blade swordsman sheathed his blade and began channeling what remained of his chakra into a final, desperate gambit. He was running out of chakra. If this dragged on, he'd lose. He had to finish it now with his strongest technique. Hoshiyomi couldn't see through the fire, but something felt wrong. His instincts screamed at him. The hairs on his neck stood up. He closed his eyes. In the darkness, his ears twitched. His sense of hearing heightened. This was a technique his master had trained into him, locking him in pitch-dark rooms and forcing him to rely on nothing but the blade's instinct. Through the crackling of the flames, he heard it a click. The sound of a blade sliding into a sheath. He's sheathing his sword? Why would he do that? Does he think I'm already finished? No, he saw me dodge. And the referee hasn't called it. There's only one explanation. He's charging up a final attack. On the other side of the arena, the Crimson Blade swordman had finished his preparation. All his remaining chakra was now compressed into the blade. The red aura now burned like physical fire, warping the air around it. He roared. Crimson Sword style absolute flame slash. As he unleashed the technique, the sheath on his back exploded into fragments, unable to contain the violent energy. A massive crimson arc, nearly 2 meters wide, tore through the air. It cut through the flames and hurtled toward Hoshiyomi like a wrathful comet. The audience gasped. To them, it looked unblockable. Women in the stands covered their faces, unwilling to see what they assumed would be Kenshin's charred corpse. Then silence. The arc faded. And the announcer's voice broke the tension. Wait, Kenshin? Kenshin is gone. The crowd froze. Even the other contestants stared in disbelief. Gone? How could he just disappear? That's when someone spoke, voice quiet but clear. He's not gone. He's above us. All heads turned upward. And there, soaring through the sky, was Hoshiyomi, blade in hand, plummeting toward his stunned opponent. The Crimson Blade fighter noticed too late, only when he saw the shadow below. He spun, raised his weapon to block. But Hoshiyomi's eyes narrowed with focus. Hiten Mitsurugi Ry Ritsuishin, Dragon Hammer soaring flash. Descending like a thunderbolt, Hoshiyomi slammed the hilt of his sword into the man's wrist. Crack! Bone shattered. The shinobi's blade clattered to the ground. But Hoshiyomi wasn't finished. Ritsuishin had a second strike, a rising follow-up. Normally, the next move Rishsen would launch the blade upward in a lethal vertical slash. But Hoshiyomi held back. He wasn't out to kill. Instead of slashing, he twisted the sword, gripping it by the blade's spine, and smashed the hilt into the opponent's jaw, like an uppercut. The Crimson Blade swordsman flew backward and landed outside the ring, unconscious. Winner, Himura Kenshin. Chapter 104, Konoha's Sword Saint 104. The audience was bewildered, they had no idea what had just happened. When Scorching Flame unleashed his powerful sword light, they were certain Gekkō Hoshiyomi, Kenshin, was done for. But then, after that blazing arc, a V-shape flashed across the sky, and Scorching Flame was sent flying, spitting blood. The spectators were confused, but that didn't stop Hoshiyomi from gaining a flood of admiration. Many female spectators, watching him escape death and defeat his opponent in one move, burst into wild cheers and screams. Even the baffled male spectators joined in the applause. Who cared about the details? He was cool, and that was all that mattered. The confusion wasn't limited to the crowd. Many contestants were also stunned. One instinctively turned to the samurai who had called out earlier. "Brother, how did you know that Kenshin was in the air? How did he manage to dodge that strike with a leap?" Someone nearby added. "Yeah, I've heard my master talk about Scorching Flame before. He said the man's strength is at least top 8 level. That sword slash just now, if I were in the ring, I'd already be on the ground. The samurai who had given the earlier warning had snow-white hair, a small beard on his chin, and wore traditional samurai armor, a picture-perfect warrior. He gave a quiet chuckle and replied. Kenshin saw through Scorching Flame's movements when he went to draw his blade. Scorching Flame tried to use the flame pillars to obscure vision, but that worked both ways. Kenshin leapt just before the strike. He used his sword as a pivot, launching himself upward, and grabbed it mid-jump. That kind of body control is no small feat. As for the technique that followed, I believe you all saw it clearly. As the explanation sank in, the gathered contestants began to understand. The first one who asked gave a respectful bow. Your insight alone shows your swordsmanship is beyond mine. May I ask your name, brother? The samurai gave a faint smile and said. You're too kind. I am called Mifune. A nearby contestant was startled. Wait, you're Mifune-sama? The top genius of the general's residence? The one hailed as the future of the land of iron? Forgive me, I didn't recognize you. Despite the praise, Mifune showed no pride. He kept the same calm, humble smile. How could a man of humble standing bear such a title? I am not worthy. If anyone deserves to be called the best, it would be that swordsman Kenshin in the arena. His talent surpasses mine. I greatly look forward to crossing blades with him one day. Hoshiyomi was unaware of Mifune's assessment. After hearing the result announced, he simply returned to the waiting area. He absent-mindedly petted Lobo's large head, wondering why the atmosphere around the other contestants suddenly felt so much warmer. He didn't put on airs. Anyone who greeted him received a respectful nod, but he turned down all invitations, focusing instead on watching the duels in the arena. Everyone who had reached the top 50 was a Kenjutsu prodigy. While Hoshiyomi couldn't fight them all, observing their matches taught him a great deal. He quietly picked up many techniques just by watching. In fact, some sword forms revealed their mechanics to him after a single glance. He jotted these insights down on paper, waiting until his chakra recovered to test them out, much like Hitaki Kakashi's famed copy ninja style. After all, using techniques not granted by the system could yield significant growth. The moves he secretly picked up today might be worth dozens, even hundreds of experience points in the future. Just as Hoshiyomi was silently learning, a familiar name rang out. Mifune vs Itada Taiga. Immediately, Hoshiyomi's focus sharpened, and he turned to the stage. One look and he knew there was no mistake. Silver grey hair down to the waist, samurai armor, a neat goatee. This wasn't just someone with the same name. This was the Mifune from the original Naruto series, the one true sword master and the future leader of the Land of Iron. In the anime, Mifune once sliced through a candle wick so cleanly that the flame kept burning on the blade's edge. Hoshiyomi still couldn't come close to that. He figured that must be the level of a true master swordsman. As Mifune stepped onto the platform, Hoshiyomi quickly put away his notebook and focused fully. He wanted to assess Mifune's current strength. In Hoshiyomi's plans, Mifune was a likely candidate to help him break past his current limits and reach master-level swordsmanship. He needed to observe carefully. What he envied most was Mifune's shunpo-like movement, instant step, a high-speed technique similar to the body flicker technique, but more refined, more effective. It was clearly superior to standard movement techniques. If Hoshiyomi could grasp even a fraction of its secret, his combat ability would rise another level. But then, his brow furrowed. The match ended too fast. After just a few words exchanged, Mifune moved. In a flash, he closed the distance and struck with a single Iaijutsu ending it instantly. Mifune was an outlier among Iaijutsu practitioners. Normal samurai's Iaijutsu emphasized patience, waiting for an opponent to act, then striking when they revealed an opening. Calm in the beginning, decisive at the end. But Mifune wasn't like that. He didn't care whether the opponent moved or not. He simply used his speed to get in close and struck before they could respond. If you couldn't guard in time, then every part of your body was an opening. That's exactly how Tada Taiga lost. He didn't even register Mifyun's charge. By the time Mifyun reached him, it was too late to draw his sword. No matter how skilled he was, he couldn't use a single technique in front of Mifyun. That was also why Mifyun could claim that ninjutsu was ineffective against him, because he struck before a shinobi could even weave their signs. Looking at Mifyun standing calmly with his sword sheathed, Hoshiyomi felt a surge of anticipation. He wanted to know if the two of them fought, what would the outcome be? Given Mifyun's future status as the leader of the Land of Iron, he was probably the strongest contender in this tournament. To face him, Hoshiyomi would have to make it all the way to the finals. Elimination matches. Top 25, Top 16. This round held little suspense. Hoshiyomi's opponent was even less impressive than Scorching Flame. Though his overall strength had just reached the Jainin threshold, he had no distinctive skills or finishing moves. Hoshiyomi dispatched him without much trouble. Top 16, Top 8. His opponent specialized in underground surprise attacks. Troublesome, but after a series of exchanges, Hoshiyomi's sharpened hearing and battle-honed blade instincts allowed him to seize victory. Top 8, Top 4, Quarterfinals. This time, Hoshiyomi faced the burly swordsman with the oversized Notaki. He'd expected a tough battle, but the man had sustained minor injuries in the previous match, affecting his attack speed. Though his strikes remained powerful, Hoshiyomi avoided direct clashes, opting for hit-and-run tactics to slowly wear him down. In the final exchange, Hoshiyomi dodged his opponent's strongest blow, performed a Sekiro-style sword stomp, leapt upward, stomped down from above, and finished with Crescent Moon/second form, securing his place in the semifinals. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 105, Konoha's Sword Saint 105. Tomorrow would mark the final day of the Kenjutsu tournament. The remaining 4 contestants would battle to decide the ultimate champion. Each of them was preparing with everything they had. Having made it this far, none would back down now. Inside his room at the inn, Hoshiyomi was still going through taijutsu exercises with Lobo strapped firmly to his back. But unlike the usual intensity of his training, today he wasn't pushing himself to the limit. His movements were slow, deliberate, without the hundreds or even thousands of repetitions he normally forced upon himself. Today's session wasn't meant to break through the 6th gate. It was just a warm-up. His match with Mifyun was tomorrow, and he needed his body in perfect condition. He cut his usual punishing routine by half and stopped the moment his body began to sweat. That was enough. There was no point in overexerting himself now. After a quick bath and a simple meal, Hoshiyomi sat at the desk and entered his Swordheart System. The past 2 days of battles had yielded him a hefty amount of experience. His current progress in intermediate swordsmanship now stood at 380/500. Each of his 4 opponents had granted over 10 points, but the most notable was still Scorching Flame. Without Hoshiyomi, that man might have been the true dark horse of the tournament. Scorching Flame had been the greatest threat so far. If Hoshiyomi hadn't remembered Sasuke's maneuver against Deidara using his blade as a pivot to launch himself into the air, there was no way he could have dodged that strike in his weakened state. Perhaps because of how real the danger had been, Scorching Flame alone had provided him with 20 experience points. In the end, Hoshiyomi's guess had been spot on. This tournament really might net him close to 100 experience points. More importantly, he'd heard that the top 5 finalists would be granted a rare opportunity, personal instruction from the leader of the Land of Iron. Someone capable of holding that position had to be at least cage level, in other words, a true sword master. With that kind of personal instruction, he might gain a large amount of experience all at once. If he pushed himself just a bit further, he could break past 400. After that, he could spend the next 2 years journeying through the Land of Iron, seeking out and challenging the veteran swordsmen who stood guard over the nation's great dojos. Then breaking through to advanced swordsmanship might not be a dream. And once he did, he'd return to the village. He had unfinished business with someone who feared death more than anything else. The next morning, Hoshiyomi arrived early at the main tournament arena. Overnight, the venue had been altered. The most obvious change was a newly added VIP spectator section in the front row, luxurious and clearly reserved for the leader of the Land of Iron, who would arrive today. Hoshiyomi didn't linger there. His focus was on sizing up the remaining contestants aside from Mifune. One of them was a large, slightly slow-looking man named Kurogen Ida. The other was a girl about Hoshiyomi's height named Kidada Asuka. It was rare for a girl to reach the top 4 of the Kenjutsu tournament, but here she was. That alone would have been remarkable, but even a casual observer could see it. Her body was frail, deathly pale. This must be what they called a genius cursed by the heavens. Asuka had been blessed with a once-in-a-generation talent for the sword, but not the body to carry it. Reaching this point had pushed her weakened frame to its limits. Right now, she looked as though she might collapse at any moment. Hoshiyomi wasn't sure which of the two he'd face. As he pondered the matchups, the giant screen above the arena began to spin. Under the tense stares of all 4 semi-finalists, the pairings were revealed. Mifune vs Kurogen Ida. Himura Kenshin vs Kidada Asuka. Hoshiyomi raised an eyebrow when he saw the result and looked toward the pale-faced girl. Asuka looked back, but her eyes held no admiration, no softness. Only icy, focused killing intent. Without speaking, she lifted her ninja blade in a slight gesture toward Hoshiyomi, then turned her attention to the match between Mifune and Kurogen. Hoshiyomi wasn't bothered. He just chuckled quietly and turned his gaze to the arena, equally eager to watch the upcoming fight. What he didn't notice was the leader of the Land of Iron, who had just arrived at the edge of the arena, now speaking in a low, worried voice to Kidada Asuka. Hoshiyomi had taken note of Kurogen Ida earlier in the tournament. The man wasn't weak. From what he'd observed, Kurogen specialized in earth release chakra, using his blade as a conduit to perform techniques that mimicked ninjutsu, creating barriers, launching earth-based attacks. A fascinating approach. This ability could, in theory, counter Mifune's Shunpo, instant step. Hoshiyomi was curious, could he actually trouble Mifune? As the match began, Kurogen acted just as expected, immediately unleashing a series of earth release techniques. But unlike Shinobi, who used hand seals to channel chakra, Kurogen's method was simpler. He stabbed his sword into the ground, letting the blade conduct chakra into the earth to produce ninjutsu-like effects. It was a slower, cruder method than a shinobi's and more dangerous. To maintain his earth release attacks, he had to keep the blade grounded and himself rooted to one spot, turning him into a living target. That was the current scene. But Kurogen wasn't reckless. As soon as his sword hit the earth, he activated a defense, something akin to earth release, earth-style wall. 4 stone walls rose around him, sealing him within a small bunker. No one could see what he was doing inside. Mifune hadn't expected that, but didn't seem fazed. Earth walls, hey? Then I'll just cut them down. He drew his sword in one fluid motion. White light shimmered along the blade. In the blink of an eye, Mifune unleashed a storm of slashes, far too many to count. The earth wall before him shattered into pieces, revealing a massive suit of rock armor, nearly 2.5 meters tall. The audience gasped. But both Hoshiyomi and Kidada Asuka simply frowned. They already knew Kurogen Ida had lost. His plan was simple: use defensive earth release to stall, and buy enough time to activate a powerful enhancement technique. The armor boosted his defense but also made him a stationary target. Unless he had some way of ending the fight in one blow, he would fall within 3 exchanges. Sure enough, when the match resumed, Kurogen's armored stomp triggered a powerful tremor that shook the entire arena. The tremor disrupted the footing beneath Mifune, neutralizing his movement technique and forcing him to dodge on foot. It was a clever strategy. But it underestimated Mifune's blade. After evading two of Kurogana's strongest attacks, Mifune suddenly stepped back and launched a retreating splitting slash, dodging a sweeping blow and simultaneously cleaving a chunk of stone off the armored arm. He didn't hesitate. Instant step. Mifune vanished and reappeared in an instant, drawing his blade in a single, precise Iaijutsu strike aimed directly at the exposed joint he had just weakened. Two swift slashes, nearly enough to sever the arm, and the battle was over. Kurogane Ida was defeated. Chapter 106, Konoha's Sword Saint 106. Kurogane Ida was direct and pragmatic. The moment he saw no chance of victory, he conceded. Hoshiyomi watched the outcome with some regret. The man had clearly underestimated Mifune's combat capability, wrongly assuming that his greatest strength lay in his high-speed movement technique. He had failed to realize that Mifune's Iaijutsu was even deadlier than his instant step. If Kurogane had calculated better, if he had opened with a sustained barrage of earth release attacks to wear Mifune down, he might have stood a chance. But in betting everything on one decisive gambit, he had only succeeded in eliminating himself from the match. With that battle concluded, the next match was already set: Hoshiyomi vs Kidada Asuka. After the staff quickly repaired the stage using earth release scrolls, the two combatants stepped slowly onto the arena platform. Kidada Asuka's appearance wasn't striking at best. She was above average in looks, but her presence was unmistakable. A unique aura radiated from her, a blend of quiet frailty and steely willpower. That paradox made her stand out more than beauty ever could. As the only female among the tournament's top 50, Asuka had a larger fan following than even Hoshiyomi. Male spectators were drawn to her quiet strength masked in fragility. Female fans were moved by her resilience. This match, more than any other, had become the centerpiece of anticipation. As she reached the center of the arena, Asuka quietly undid the clasp of the cloak wrapped around her body. The fact that she still needed such a cloak in mild weather made it obvious how weak her constitution truly was. As she removed it, a gust of wind blew through, carrying with it leftover dust from the last match. Asuka inhaled it by accident and was immediately overtaken by a fit of violent coughing. Instinctively, she raised a handkerchief to her lips. When she pulled it away, a vivid smear of blood marked the cloth. From the sidelines, the Land of Iron's leader visibly tensed, his teacup nearly shattering in his grip. Hoshiyomi's brows furrowed. "Your body's already at its limit," he said. "You shouldn't be fighting. What you need now is good rest. Come back to fight when you've recovered." But Asuka's response was cold and unwavering. "I cannot simply hand victory to someone else. From the moment I stepped into this tournament, I've known my path: either fight to the end, or die here on the platform. There is no other option." Seeing her stubbornness, Hoshiyomi's voice softened, though his conviction remained. "Why push yourself like this? You're still young. Your path is long. With your talent, if you just rest and recover, you could become the first female sword master in the history of the Land of Iron. Why rush to prove yourself now?" He meant what he said. He had no intention of throwing the match, but neither did he wish to see such talent extinguished here. Asuka had the potential for a future far beyond this tournament. She wasn't meant to fall on this stage. At the mention of first female sword master in history, her slender frame visibly trembled. But after a long pause, she answered in a voice laced with steel. "Spare me the platitudes. Words can't shake my resolve. I have no future left to speak of. My illness is congenital. I've searched every corner of the Land of Iron. No healer has been able to help. I have maybe 2-3 years left. Rather than die in a bed helpless, I'd rather fight until my last breath on this stage. I may never be the first woman to earn the title of Sword Master. But I'll show the people of the Land of Iron that a woman can stand at the peak of the Kenjutsu world. If I can do that, I'll die without regret. So don't console me. Don't hold back. If you see me as your opponent, then fight me with everything you've got." Hoshiyomi was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled a quiet, unreadable smile. He reached behind him, unsheathed Mikazuki Munchika, and pointed it directly at her. Asuka, seeing the motion, followed suit. She unsheathed her blade Shirasagi, the white heron. Whether you understand or mock me, it doesn't matter. Today, I'll prove myself on this platform with this blade. The moment Kidada Asuka's words fell, both of them moved simultaneously. With a flash of steel and the sharp sound of clashing metal, the two figures met at the center of the arena. After just one exchange, both drew back, surprised. Hoshiyomi was struck by her footwork, quick, fluid, sharp. Asuka, meanwhile, was stunned by the sheer force behind his strike. But what caught Hoshiyomi's attention most was the familiar motion in her step. It was subtle but unmistakable. Shunpo, instant step. A normal opponent wouldn't have caught it. But Hoshiyomi had been studying Mifune's every step since the start of the tournament, carefully analyzing the master's movement. He saw it immediately, the shared lineage between their styles. "You and Mifune, are you from the same school?" he asked. Asuka coughed silently into her throat, suppressing the blood building behind her lips. She steadied herself and replied with composure. "Yes. He's my senior. But we're nothing alike. If you try to fight me as if I were him, you'll lose, and it won't be pretty." With that, she scoffed and leapt back. Her blade slashed outward, a precise, accelerating arc. Retreating splitting slash. Nearly identical to Mifune's. The strike came fast. Relentless. Hoshiyomi had no choice but to block, but it didn't end there. Asuka pressed in, following with a flurry of attacks, each one sharper and faster than the last. She fought like a storm. Her blade was light, but swift. And each strike was wrapped in wind-release chakra, giving her an edge in both speed and sharpness. Now Hoshiyomi was truly feeling the pressure. For all his system advantages, Asuka was the real thing. She had abandoned the traditional Iaijutsu stance that her senior practiced. Instead, she forged her own path, one of relentless speed, enhanced by wind chakra, designed to overwhelm and dismantle. But what made her truly terrifying was her precision. Even in the middle of her storm of strikes, every single blow targeted the exact same spot. A technique designed to break blades. Only Mikazuki Munchika, forged from rare metals and embedded fragments of the Sage of Six Paths armaments, could survive such an onslaught without chakra reinforcement. Any ordinary ninja blade would have splintered under that kind of relentless assault. But Hoshiyomi had his own problem. Still burdened by his weighted training gear, all he could do was defend. He couldn't counter. Not like this. If he didn't shed the weights soon, defeat was certain. With a sharp breath, Hoshiyomi made his move. He caught her next strike with his forearm weights still strapped and pushed her blade aside with raw strength. Then, rolling to the side, he broke away. He didn't bother unbuckling the weights. Instead, he took Mikazuki Munchika, and with one clean slash, cut through the tight-fitted suit beneath his uniform. Clang! Thud! Bang! One by one, heavy plates dropped onto the arena floor. The audience gasped. Even Asuka stood stunned. Her eyes locked onto the heap of steel at his feet. He was fighting like that with all that weight? This guy, is he even human? P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 107, Konoha's Sword Saint 107. After shedding all his weights, Hoshiyomi instinctively rolled his shoulders and stretched. His joints cracked with a satisfying series of pops, followed by a wave of lightness washing over his entire body as if the weight of the world had been lifted from his limbs. Once again gripping Mikazuki Munchika with both hands, he leveled the blade at Kidada Asuka. Second round begins. Asuka blinked, momentarily stunned, but she didn't falter. Her eyes burned with resolve as she launched forward, aggressive and unyielding. In the blink of an eye, she closed the distance with instant step. Kidada style, hummingbird assault. Her figure streaked forward like a flash of light, blade aimed straight at Hoshiyomi. But this time, to her shock, Hoshiyomi, who had only barely managed to defend before, caught her blade with ease. The sheer force transmitted through her sword made her arms go numb. No, his strengths increased again. If I keep going head to head like this, I might not even be able to keep hold of my sword. Asuka immediately retreated, refusing to clash with brute force. Hoshiyomi didn't let the moment go to waste. He slashed forward with a crescent moon slash, but Asuka evaded like a feather on the wind. Kidada style, divine bird's cry. Instead of engaging directly, she used instant step to flank him, reappearing at his side with a quick, slicing motion. Hoshiyomi reacted in time, turning to block the strike. But Asuka was already gone. A whisper of wind passed him, and in a blink, she was behind him, slashing once more. This time, Hoshiyomi was a second too slow. Her blade sliced across his back, leaving a shallow wound. He twisted at the waist and swept Mikazuki Munchika in a wide arc, hoping to strike her, but it only cut through the afterimage left by her speed. Another gust of wind brushed past. Asuka had already found his blind spot, slashing lightly again. In mere moments, 2 more wounds appeared on his body. She's too fast. My eyes can't track her. At this rate I'll lose. What now? A wide-range slash? Launch into the air with Dragon Rise Flash? No, that wouldn't work. At her speed, she could dodge them all. Then he remembered the burrowing opponent from an earlier match. He had won that fight not by sight, but by instinct. Should I try it? The old man trained me for this. Maybe, just maybe. Hoshiyomi closed his eyes. It was as if he'd returned to those grueling training days, locked away in darkness, forced to rely on the blade alone. As his vision faded, his other senses sharpened. The roar of the audience disappeared. He focused solely on the air. Their left side. A shift in the wind. Clang. He'd blocked her. Asuka's eyes widened in shock. She stepped back, reoriented, and struck again. This time, the wind came from behind and left. Hoshiyomi shifted smoothly, right hand swinging Mikazuki Munchika forward, colliding with Shirasagi. Unseen by Asuka, his left hand had already gripped the scabbard. In one swift motion, he struck with it like lightning, catching her in the right hip. Her frail frame was sent flying. She crashed to the ground, coughing blood. Asuka leaned on her blade and slowly stood, body trembling. The blood wiped from her mouth threatened to return. Yet she refused to fall. She steadied herself again, forcing her body into a ready stance. Hoshiyomi frowned. There's no need for this. You're already at your limit. Don't keep pushing your body. Nonsense. Her voice cracked, but her stance didn't falter. I told you I only have 2 paths: win, or die on this stage. You breaking through Divine Bird's Cry is impressive, but that wasn't my final move. Use your strongest technique. If you don't come at me with the intent to kill, you will die first. Despite her ragged state, she gripped Shirasagi tightly. After a moment of stillness, her aura surged again, renewed, sharp. This is my strongest technique. Kidada style secret art Divine Bird's 3-stage thrust. She moved. Her footwork didn't appear fast, but the distance between them vanished in an instant. Her blade expanded in his vision like a piercing beam. His eyes stung from its speed. Something's locked onto me. I can't dodge. Even with chakra control, I can't avoid this. Step 1 Supersonic. Step 2 No distance. Step 3 Absolute Blade. He gritted his teeth and blocked the first thrust with all his might, but he could already feel it. He had nothing left for the second and third. Do I open the 6th gate? But without Grandma Mito to monitor me, one misstep and it's over. But then, before he could decide, a sudden flash of light streaked across the platform. faster than Asuka's thrust. Its target wasn't Hoshiyomi but Shirasagi. Her blade was struck mid-technique, knocked clean from her hands. Asuka's body staggered, her ultimate technique broken. She fell to her knees, coughing up blood. The danger passed. Hoshiyomi exhaled deeply, relief flooding his chest. No need for the sixth gate. Then he turned to see who had saved him. And there he stood, the leader of the Land of Iron, now standing at the edge of the platform. Only someone of his caliber could have intervened at such speed, with such precision, and halted the divine bird's triple thrust without harming either duelist. Hoshiyomi stepped forward, ready to offer his thanks. But the leader didn't even glance his way. His eyes were fixed solely on Asuka, face filled with concern as he gently lifted her into his arms. Author's notes. Seeing that description, many readers probably already know, the prototype for this divine bird's three-stage thrust is Okada Tsuji's Momayo Sandanzuki. Even Kidada Asuka's character design drew inspiration from it, though her appearance and character highlights were definitely toned down. Otherwise, she'd be set to become the female lead, and I still don't like adding original female leads to fanfiction. Chapter 108, Konoha's Sword Saint 108. The Land of Iron's leader held Kidada Asuka tenderly, concern etched on his face, but Asuka pushed him away defiantly. If you still call me your daughter, then you shouldn't have stopped me. I could have won just now. It was in that moment that Hoshiyomi realized the two before him were father and daughter, and he froze in astonishment. Not only him, but the entire crowd gasped. They'd wondered why such a talented Kenjutsu prodigy had gone unnoticed, but now they discovered she was the leader's only child. Even at nearly 60, no one expected him to have a daughter barely out of her teens. Stop deceiving yourself, the leader said, voice trembling. Your body was pushed past its limit in that battle. You couldn't have completed the divine bird's three-stage thrust. Had I not intervened, you'd have died on that third strike. Tears rolled down his weathered cheeks. Asuka, must you make your father watch you die? Your mother left too early. If you go too, how can I go on? His words, and the memory of her mother, broke something inside Asuka. Her eyes glistened, but she pressed on. Father, fate is fate. I know how little time I have left. I don't want a slow decline. You deserve better than to watch me fade away. I'd rather die on that stage. That way, at least, I'd be your pride. He broke sobbing, he clutched her close. No matter what, you are always your father's pride. Why must you suffer like this? No matter what happens, you are and always will be my pride. Why push yourself this far? Hoshiyomi stood silently, watching the two sobbing in each other's arms, a heavy feeling rising in his chest. Who wouldn't be moved by such sorrowful father-daughter affection? He had already felt reluctant to deal a fatal blow to someone as gifted and dignified as Asuka. And now, he wanted to help them even more. He had planned to speak with her only after defeating her. But seeing this, he dropped that thought entirely and spoke up. Have you considered that the reason her condition can't be treated might be the Land of Iron's limited medical capability? The leader wiped his tears. I've sought doctors from every nation. I've met many medical nin. But the result was still nothing. Hoshiyomi said no more. He reached into his pouch and, after a moment of fumbling, produced a small vial, its contents precious. It was a pill crafted by Tsunade, made from rare Senju medicinal recipes specifically for internal organ damage. Before Hoshiyomi had left for the Land of Iron, Tsunade had made only 3 true lifesavers, given the rare ingredients involved. If Asuka wasn't dying from internal injuries, she wouldn't have claimed she had only a year or 2 left. In this case, even if it couldn't cure her, it might help. With that in mind, Hoshiyomi stepped forward and handed the vial to the leader. This was prepared by a medical nin friend I met in the Land of Fire. It's most effective for internal damage. Even if it can't cure her condition, it might ease the damage from that final technique. Please, let her try it. The leader hesitated, then uncorked the bottle and gave it a cautious sniff. He trusted the boy wouldn't dare poison his daughter before his eyes but didn't expect much from some offhand remedy. Still, he'd seen enough medicine over the years, countless doctors, long battles, old wounds. His senses were sharp. Smelling nothing suspicious, he gave her one pill. As Hoshiyomi said, it should at least help with the strain of that last move. Asuka took it without protest. The pill melted instantly on her tongue, sending a cool stream through her body. The turmoil inside, stirred by the three-stage thrust, gradually eased. That long-absent coolness brought genuine comfort. Her expression softened. Even her tense brows relaxed. The leader lit up at the sight. Seeing this, Hoshiyomi added, I think your daughter should visit my friend in the land of fire. She might find hope there. The leader nodded. Kenshin, was it? Thank you for your medicine and the lead. This match is your win. Now, please complete the finals with Mifune. After the finals, please come to my general's mansion in the land of iron. I will certainly reward you handsomely. His daughter, Asuka, hesitated in his arms. Seeing her father's pained expression had finally broken her resolve. Everyone instinctively clings to life. Now that there was even a glimmer of hope, she couldn't bear to make him suffer any longer. She no longer expected complete healing. Just a few more years to fulfill her duty as his daughter would be enough. And so, a battle that started with a bang ended with a whimper. Hoshiyomi successfully advanced to the finals and was set to face Mifune. The father and daughter, Asuka and the leader, didn't leave immediately to rest. Asuka was a fervent Kenjutsu enthusiast. Even with her weak body, she didn't want to miss the exciting final showdown between the two. Hoshiyomi was given about half an hour to recover his stamina, and then it was time for the Kenjutsu tournament finals. After the hosts' energetic warm-up, the audience also emerged from the emotional father-daughter scene, cheering loudly, anticipating the final battle between Hoshiyomi and Mifune. Amidst the cheers, Hoshiyomi and Mifune slowly ascended the platform. The two exchanged a very solemn bow. Mifune spoke to Hoshiyomi with some joy, "Thank you for helping my junior disciple, Asuka." Mifune is deeply grateful. Although Mifune and Asuka didn't interact much on a daily basis, they shared over a decade of camaraderie as fellow disciples. He was quite happy to learn that Asuka now had hope. Hoshiyomi waved his hand, saying something like it's nothing, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, their battle officially began. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin.